Good morning, people. It is Monday, the 24th of April. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and home of popular culture as decided by you, the culture. And as always, you are here with the brightest and best talents in the country. Guys, anyone, feel free to introduce yourself.
Good morning, people. Big man Use in the building.
And they call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst, melanin jam-packed.
All right, then. I'm your boy, Big Moss from the east side of the bridge, 6 foot plus of pure temptation and all that good stuff. I'm going to be leading the show today because our resident babe, Esther, is not in today.
Mm-hmm.
Get me? Little hiatus. Get me? Hardest working in the business. You know, she always needs some time off. It's cool. But we here. We're going to go for it. Everybody all right?
Yeah, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I haven't slept a wink. I was nearly tempted to just stay up.
Okay.
It got to like 4 something, and I thought this little couple of hours here is gonna be bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
But then I thought, nah, let me take me little hiatus. You know what's that?
Sorry, was it for basketball?
Huh?
Was it for basketball? You staying up for basketball?
I watched basketball. No, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't my intention
All right.
to stay up. I wanted to sleep. I wanted to go to bed, but I just couldn't. Don't know why. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I was up late myself, to be fair.
But in saying that though, I feel way better than I thought I would. It might catch up with me later.
Yeah.
But I feel way better than I thought I would. So it's all good. You get me? We start the week. We move. We all good. You all right over there, you man?
Yeah, man. Can't complain.
Fresh, ready for the world?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
And to see what trouble we're gonna get up to this week. What about you, Brent? You all right?
I'm all right. Did you watch Power? No, you didn't.
You see what's annoying, yeah? He knows fully well. I haven't watched Power yet, and he just wants to do that on camera.
I even want to talk about beef, but you haven't watched it either.
But have you?
What, beef? No, I haven't watched beef, but I've watched Power and I've watched Snowfall. Okay. I may talk about Snowfall, to be fair. I'm not sure if Brent's on it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
See, I always said I didn't mind spoilers, yeah, but then I've seen so much stuff going around with Snowfall, yeah, and it's like, it's not spoiled it for me, yeah, but I'm like, I don't want to hear anything more than what I've heard.
Oh,
I just want to go watch it. But in saying that, you gave me ample opportunity to watch the show. So I'm not going to complain about anything you say today at all.
All right, what pissed you off the most? Let's go from the second to last episode.
So sorry, guys. But yeah, before you start, yeah. Did the show finish like a couple weeks ago? Or was it just
What,
now?
Snowfall?
Yeah.
No.
Looks like last week or
That's
something.
on Friday.
week.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
My
No, just asking.
What, you want to start from a few episodes ago?
just the second to last episode. That's when it is that.
Okay.
Penultimate
Okay, cool.
non to something.
She could have waited about 5 more seconds.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Did you hate her before they went to that phone booth?
I never really hated Sissy, you know.
I've been hating her.
I didn't hate Sissy. I felt a way about her because of her resistance to what Franklin wanted to do and just the clash. But I didn't feel a way about her, to be fair. I'm looking at what she done as her not wanting Franklin to get the money for whatever reason. Obviously, it was revenge for Alton's death, but she didn't want Franklin to get the money.
Why?
Because I feel like she is seeing what the money is doing to him. No. This is how I'm perceiving it.
He's already gone.
No, she feels like he's obsessed with the money. It's greed. It's just like she said to him, this is her son, right? Are you going to be happy with not seeing me for the rest of your life? Can you live with that? Yep. You know what I mean? So
When did she say that?
she said that when they were planning on giving up Teddy to the CIA, is it CIA, DA agent, whatever?
Are you talking about that same penultimate episode, that same second to last episode?
Yeah.
Didn't she say, when you finish this, I don't want to see you again?
Yeah.
But that wasn't asking the question.
Are you okay with that? And he said yes.
Is that what she said? Did she ask him the question?
Yeah.
I thought she was basically saying, like,
What did you-
when this is finished, F off. Did you watch Power? Sorry, Snowfall.
No, there was no way I was watching the whole
Sorry,
season.
just say hello to everybody.
Hi.
Take
So
your seat.
remember, she said, I can't remember verbatim what she said, but he said basically, I'm happy
Yeah.
with never seeing you again.
All right.
And
So
that- and-
I may have gotten it wrong.
And before they went to hand Teddy over,
Yeah.
that was the conversation that they had. And she goes, you know what, I'm going to come with you just in case. Already? Wait, can we unpack this a bit more before we take a call?
Oh, they're getting involved. They want
Wait, what episode? What, the last episode?
No, the second to last one.
They want to get involved, man.
Oh,
Hello. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Who is this?
It's Melissa.
Hello, Melissa. What would you like to say? Are you going to be chiming into this whole snowfall segment?
No, I called to say, first of all, I feel like it's quite rude that nobody has said Eid Mubarak to use.
Ah, thank you, man. You know what? I appreciate that, man.
We said on Friday.
I wasn't here on Friday.
Use. I wrote to you, you know what I'm saying? But big up everybody. Have a nice morning. Let's look back in.
Thanks for reminding
I
us.
appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Thanks for tuning in.
Do you still say it? Is it still Eid? Ain't it gone?
We said it twice, Thursday and Friday, right?
Yeah, we did, you know.
How can you say something to me when I'm not here? I don't
That's
understand.
true.
Because we assumed you were supporting and listening to the show.
No, it's because Friday
No, I'm
you
joking.
were supposed to be here.
Yeah.
That's why it is that it skipped my mind.
Remember, we only found out it was Eid Thursday.
I told you in WhatsApp.
Yeah, you
I
did.
messaged you personally.
She wasn't referring to your personal messages. She's referring to on the show.
Okay, I
Yeah.
Eid Mubarak.
Thank you.
Eid
Gina.
Mubarak,
Thank
Eid
you.
Kareem.
Thank you.
Eid Karim.
What's Eid Karim? Sorry, I've never heard that one before.
It's the same thing, to be fair. It's just different.
Okay.
But yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about
What they
it.
said.
What's that?
I said what they said.
All right.
You know how wicked you are?
What?
Because I looked at him whilst everybody was saying it one by one.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, don't look at me. I'm not going to say that because everybody else said it.
It's so old. It's just them funny gestures. Start like, come on, man.
Funny gestures.
No, but it's not. It's supposed to, you're still supposed to say, ain't it done?
I don't really care to engage in this conversation. Let's get back to Snowfall.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So
Oh,
What?
I'm surprised that you haven't watched it. To be fair, I'm
do you know what?
disappointed.
No, this is the thing. Yeah, obviously, I said I was gonna like try and catch up on it, but there was
Yeah.
no way. I've only literally watched the first episode. I wasn't gonna finish
Okay.
the season over the weekend. I'm not
cool.
gonna lie.
So Brett.
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I was perplexed at what she'd done. I understood her motivation, but
I didn't. Which?
she could have just waited because the result, as in what happened in the finale, in terms of like, it would have been better for her to just let him have the money. Like, if she wanted a particular life for him, like his life is kaput now, isn't it?
So I don't think that you came up with the idea yourself or the reason yourself as to why it is that she didn't allow him to get the money. I think you were fed that by what
No.
the people were saying.
No.
Because there's no way in
No.
reality
No.
that you can convince me if your mother did that, she's basically doing that to save you. She ended up not talking to you afterwards and you ended up, what? Looking like a tramp.
Brent, I didn't get my conclusion from social media. This is what I thought.
I said on the show itself.
What do you mean?
Because that's what the guy with the cornrows was saying, right? The
Yeah,
cane row.
yeah.
Yeah. So
No.
that's,
Before the finale, I thought that's why she done it.
Nah, it can't be.
Yes, it is.
Can't be.
Yes, it is.
How? If it is that you know that your son has turned into an
Because
absolute monster,
everything,
chasing the money,
everything,
he's killed people chasing the money.
everything prior to her killing Teddy, right, was her letting it be known that she's not happy with how Franklin's turning out.
When her husband died,
Yeah.
she clocked out. She started snitching,
Yeah.
right? She didn't care about Frank since then. So she wanted him to basically like rot in whatever earthly hell that was going to happen if it is that she did what she did.
So you think she killed Teddy at that?
Last second, she even thought, Mama, boom, there you go. This is to prove it, right?
Uh-huh.
She was going to let that money run. Mama, last minute, she asked the white guy.
Yeah.
And the white guy said, nah, he's still alive.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh my goodness. And then when it is, she talked to him by the payphone.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, bitch,
Yeah.
I was lying.
Yeah.
That's what she... All right, cool. You're dying.
Yeah,
now.
that was a part
She
of
didn't
the
care
reason.
about Frank.
That was-
She didn't care about the money.
that was a part of the
She
reason.
just cared about, you lied to me. Rage. Ba, 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 ba.
No, that was a part of the reason, of course. But
It was the reason.
she could have waited until he gave the passwords.
I'm telling you, she should have.
That's what I'm
This is
saying.
not what I'm arguing.
But I'm saying she knows she could have waited, but she chose to shoot him right before he said the password.
Because he just told us he was lying to
Yes,
her.
but she could have waited a few seconds.
I know she could have
but
waited.
That's what I'm saying. She chose not to.
Because she's a witch.
She didn't want Franklin to get the money.
I know.
So why are you arguing with me then?
Listen carefully. This is my point. She wanted only the worst for Franklin. It wasn't if I keep this money from him, it'd be better for him. That wasn't the case. This is what you were telling me.
Oh, you feel like she just wanted the worst for him.
100%.
I don't agree with that.
So what do you think she wanted for him? A better life?
I think she just didn't want... okay, cool. I feel like she has seen what the money has done to him, innit? Right? The greed. Like, he said it himself. When Louis said to him, you know you're the devil, right? I know. Like, he turned into the devil. His mum saw that. So she didn't like how he was behaving because this guy was obsessed. And I get the obsession with getting the money back. 73 million is a lot of money, right? I don't think she wanted the worst for her son.
What do you think she wanted for her son?
A better life than what he was living. Not in terms of monetarily, just his mindset.
Like, morally?
I don't know, bro.
So you killed this white guy after he told you, he lied to you, after you believed him
Yeah.
for a brief second.
Yeah.
And you think she morally wanted best for him? And then she didn't talk to him afterwards? Knowing full well he completely just switched?
I believe that she didn't want him to get the money, bruv. Like,
If your mother did that to you, what would you do?
nothing. What
'Cause
was I supposed to do?
after she did it, he still wanted her to basically be saved, innit? Mom, we gotta go.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
So if your mother did that,
Yeah.
what would you think she wants for you? A better life?
Money's not everything, is it? Money isn't everything. Franklin is 24 years old. And we're going to get to this in a second, right? Franklin didn't have to... You know how the show ended? Yeah. You know he's 24 years old. You know, he could have...
We can talk about how the show ended.
Okay, cool. Shall we... Now, let's get to the finale, right? Cool. So, first and foremost, I am highly... My emotions have tapered down a bit.
Mine hasn't.
Yours hasn't, right? But
Until it is I put it out in the air, then it has.
that wasn't the ending I wanted.
It was bollocks.
I don't think it was bollocks. For what they tried to portray,
Which was?
his demise, right? They done well in depicting his demise. As in,
100%.
that was a
His
well
one
done episode. As in, I'll give Downton his accolades acting wise, right? In terms of depicting a demise, wait.
He should have died.
In terms of
He should have been killed.
in terms of depicting a demise, like tugging at my heartstrings, they done excellent.
Oh, serious?
Yes, for me, I was sad about that ending. Like, I felt perplexed. I'm still perplexed now, right? But it wasn't the ending I wanted, but it was very well done for what it was, 100%.
Okay, so why did it tug at your heartstrings?
Because I'm invested in Franklin. I want.
Being up, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Despite how Franklin is becoming a monster, whatever, I'm still invested. He's my guy.
This is why you should have wanted his money
I want
dead.
him to get the money and to live happily ever after, right? So for this to be the ending of this 6 seasons, to see this guy's come up
Yeah.
and his demise,
Yeah.
his rise and fall,
Yeah.
is heartbreaking. Like, he went from being 73 million up to being a homeless alcoholic.
He deserved that.
No, he didn't.
He did.
No, he didn't.
Well, you were telling me that he did. When it is that I'm saying he should kill his mother, you're like, no, she shouldn't die.
That doesn't mean that he deserved
Well,
it.
that's how I calculated.
That's the wrong calculation. doesn't mean that he deserved it. I don't think he deserved it.
Did he not choke his wife?
I'm not saying
The one who was
I'm not-
literally riding
I'm
for
not-
him
no,
through everything.
I understand why Veronique left. He showed his hand. He showed his hand to Veronique. Veronique
Around the neck.
Veronique, at different times of this season, he's shown Veronique the lengths he would go to get his money.
Oh, so
Wait,
she should have known.
You telling me he hasn't given her any evidence?
Remember, even at the end, she was still looking to basically say, all right, cool, we've lost that.
I'm not saying.
But we can
I'm not saying she wasn't willing to
She
ride
didn't
or
deserve
die.
that.
I'm not saying
She didn't
I'm
deserve
not
that
saying,
around the hands
Of course she
around the
didn't.
neck.
Of course she didn't. I'm not saying she wasn't willing to ride or die. Was that the first conflict they've had? No, that was the first time he choked her out, and that was the last straw for her. Hence why she bounced. But prior to him choking her out, he showed her plenty of times that he was vindictive and he was trying to get his, no matter what.
His mum deserved that choke rather than her.
Yeah, fair enough.
Good. So we agree, yeah?
I don't know what you want from me. I'm just telling you what I feel about the show. Yeah. He choked at Veronique, and that was her last straw. Yeah. She bounced, she took 800,000 and left. What I don't understand is, right, at certain points of the show, it was, in my opinion, it was maybe left to us to figure out, but there was money still left over. For example, when he went to the bankman said she took most of the funds, 800,000. So I'm assuming there's a bit more left over. When he went back to Veronique after she had sent the black guy to buy the property, he said he sold most of the properties to his mum's old boss, right? So where's that money? Where's the rest of the money in the bank? Like, I don't know if it was holes in the plot or in the script or whatever, but there wasn't no money left. So I'm confused to why he ended up where he was at the end.
Sorry, the whole selling whatever
There
properties,
was
that
no
was
assets
before
there.
the bank scene.
Yes.
So it would have been that. I mean, the money went to the bank.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure necessarily that the money that he sold the properties to his mum's old boss. I'm not sure if those are the funds that she took.
Whatever money he needed, it was to pour into this particular the housing development, right?
Yeah.
That the guy was trying to say, "I'll buy part of your shares, right?
Yeah.
The percentage of your shares."
Yeah.
And when he told the wifey, "Yeah, cool, I've sold that to next," it would have dropped in the bank. If it is that he had sold it, it would have dropped in the bank. And him now going to the bank to withdraw, it would have been for that. So she took whatever they made selling the properties.
All right, I'm going to assume that's correct. I'm not sure everything lines up in that regard, but even so, there must have been a little bit left in that account because the guy didn't say.
Yeah, but for what though?
What do you mean for what? So let's assume there was, because the man at the bank said that she took the majority of the money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's assume there's a little bit left over.
Yeah.
A little bit could be what, 100 grand, 50 grand, whatever.
Okay.
How Franklin ended the show.
Yeah, but it was years past that.
Yeah, but what I mean is, but even at the time, he was acting like he had zero, is what I'm saying. Even prior to the 2 years later and the 1 year time jump.
How do you mean?
Even when he went to get the money, when he went to get money from Peaches, was that before or after the bank?
It was after the bank.
Or after the bank?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is, and this might be a wrong conclusion, but I feel like there was, maybe it was just the way I was watching it. I felt like there was still a way for him to pull himself out of the mud.
Yeah, but are you saying to flip it?
Not to 73 million, but not to how he ended the show, is what I'm saying.
All right, so he ended the show years after. The last scenes were years after.
Yeah.
And we saw a progression of the digression.
Yeah.
Right? So when you say there was a little bit of money left, to do what though?
Bruv,
What would he do with
to
it?
at least pay his house,
Oh, you
insurance
mean
or tax. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know, because
Buy a shirt, brush your teeth, like buy some whatever.
No. You're talking about how you saw him in the end.
Yeah.
That was years after. That's
I
when
know,
all
but
the money had
but
dried.
even prior to, okay, cool. If we're assuming that he did get the rest of the money from the bank and he squandered it, fair enough. We don't have to.
I don't think he squandered
We
it.
don't have to.
He used it.
we don't
It just ran out.
Okay, cool. If that's how we're gonna look at it, that's how we're gonna look at it, right? Do you feel like Leon should have done more? So, for example, when Franklin came to him and asked, when Franklin came to him and asked him for 3 million, Franklin went around it the wrong way. When Leon said no, he said, "I'm gonna take the money," right? That was wrong. Yes. But even prior to that, do you think he should say, "You know what, Frank? I'll give you $1 million. I'll give you $500,000, 250, something"? Or do you feel like he was justified to say nothing at all?
Ooh.
Franklin was wrong.
Let me ask the question.
Wait, hold on. Franklin was wrong in regards to saying, like, it was like, "Oh, you got 3 more left. Cool. All right, this is the plan." Franklin was spending Leon's money before Leon even said yes. You know what? Give me the money. Cool. I'll pay you back in a couple of years' time. I'll give you assets. I'll make you a partner. Leon's thinking, I didn't even say yes yet, right? Franklin was wrong for saying, if you don't get the money, I'm going to take the money. But do you feel like even before that, Leon should have helped him out?
Honestly,
Yeah.
if that was myself and Emmanuel,
Yeah.
that friendship,
Yeah.
I would have given him the money.
Yeah.
Especially if I've opened my mouth and said, if I can give the money away,
Yeah.
I would. My head's already gone, right?
Yeah.
So I would have given Franklin the money
Okay.
because I would have given Emmanuel the money.
Okay.
But my mum would be dead.
That's fair enough. What saddened me was the second time he went to see his mum and the way he was screaming at her, calling her a bitch. Like, it just showed the demise of their relationship. Like, the way he was screaming, the way he was getting dragged out of there, the whole thing was insane.
Do you have any vim for the mum and her wickedness at all? Because she caused all of this.
Of course I do. But
Would you have gotten her shanked in prison?
I don't know what you want me to say, that I want his mum, that I want Frankie to kill his own mother. No, I don't.
Then you weren't really emotionally invested in Frank's success then.
Why?
Franklin's success.
But that's his mother, innit?
But what was she really
I
at the
wouldn't.
end?
Okay, cool. Let me ask you a question. Would you, if that was your mum, what would you do
That's
to
not
her?
my mum anymore.
In terms of what?
The devil's taken her.
No, in terms of what? As in, you're not going to communicate with her. You're going to kill her. What?
The devil's taken her.
Answer the question.
She gets shacked in prison.
That's the thing. So I'm looking at it from my perspective, innit? If that was me, I'm not going to kill my mum.
Yeah, because you're good in it.
That's my mum. So I don't know what you want me to say.
I want you to come over to the dark side.
Nah, I'm not going to kill my mum. I'm not going to kill my mum. You know what I mean? I'll be hurt. I'll be upset, but I'm not going to kill her. So, you know what I mean? But that scene upset me.
Yeah, granted.
Yeah, it was.
Your anger's misplaced.
It was sad to see. No, my anger is with Sissy, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to feel. It's more so about, bruv, that the demise of the relationship and how far he's gone in his how far gone he's got. Like his head's gone. His head's so gone that he's screaming at the top of his lungs like his mum. Teddy should have killed you. He's even saying shit he shouldn't say in front of the fucking CEOs. Like his head's gone.
She destroyed her grandchild's future
No, I agree with you.
and her son's family.
I agree with you.
Even though she was complicit with the entire, charade.
Yeah.
It's mad. There's no accountability at all. She's chilling, getting 3 square meals a day, and he doesn't even have a meal at the end.
No, I hear you. Listen, I said to you when we first started this conversation, she could have just waited 5 seconds. Like, I blame Sissy for the way the show ended. Yeah, if she wouldn't have killed Teddy, and you know what I hate? The narrative online that Teddy was never going to give Franklin the money. Teddy was never going to let Franklin live with the money. He was going to kill him anyway. I don't believe that. I don't believe Teddy was doing a rope-a-dope.
Nah,
And
Teddy
Franklin
wasn't.
he was going to get the money.
Yeah.
And this whole narrative of, even if Teddy gave Franklin the money, do you think he would have let him live with it? He would have killed him anyway.
Nah.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that.
Because his connection to the CIA was already
Yeah.
cut,
Yeah.
right? So he was just saying, like, cool, I'm out of this thing.
Yeah.
I'm taking my lady. So 100%.
Yeah. Like, I get you. Sissy is to blame, right? She is to blame. But my emotions are more so with just Franklin's whole demise and how gone he is and how gone his head is and how gone his life is. Yeah, I'm angry at Sissy, but Sissy wasn't giving much to work with. In the final episode, she wasn't talking to him. She was just being quiet. She was being warm to Leon, treating him more like a son than Franklin. When Franklin was even going off at her in the last scene, she didn't say anything. She didn't give me much to work with. So all my emotions now are kind of with Franklin and his demise, watching his demise. From season 1, he's come up until now. For him to end as a homeless bum, asking Leon for $10, it's a full circle moment as well, because that's the store he worked in season 1, right? I think her name's Mel, when she asked him what he wanted in season 1, he said he wants freedom. He said to Leon, I'm free. Not your way, but my way. I'm thinking, right, is Franklin content with this? Is this his actual idea of freedom? Even though this is not the life he wanted, does he feel like, you know what? I am finally free. I'm not living the life I wanted, but I'm free. Right? The demise is sad, bruv. It's honestly sad.
Sounds like a success story. If it is, you're saying he got exactly what it is he wanted right from the very top.
But everyone wants freedom, but you want freedom in a certain type of way.
He wanted it his way.
That isn't the freedom he wanted. That's not the freedom he would have chose. So that's not what he wanted. But in hindsight, and also, remember, he was talking to Leon with a bit of, ego and arrogance. I don't know why, because remember, Leon was like, Frank, I'll pay the house tax or house note, whatever it was. He said, nah. Leon could have helped him. Leon could still help him now. Leon's up. Leon's not 73 minutes, but Leon could still help Franklin, but Franklin's refusing his help.
Well, to give you some form of, peace, if it continued from there, I'm sure Leon would still look after him.
So,
I don't think he would just have him wander in the streets like that.
well, it's not going to give me peace because this is the end of this.
No,
this
just
year.
make it up in your head. Seeing as you've made up a reason as to why you shouldn't hate Sissy, you could do that also.
I told you I hate
You've
Sissy.
got a great
I
imagination.
told you I hate Sissy.
Yeah, but not enough to die.
I'm not hating Sissy enough for you, is what I've ascertained. You want me to shout and scream at her, right?
No, not at all. Same silent wickedness that she basically gave to Franklin. Yeah, you could do the same.
I don't understand what you want from me.
Sorry, I'm not going to get it.
What do you want from me?
I'm not
You
going
want
to
me
get
to
it.
say fuck Sissy? You want me to say she should have
It's
died?
done.
He should have killed her.
It's
He should have
done.
choked her out.
That's the clip.
Huh?
That's the clip.
That's what you wanted. That's what you wanted, isn't it?
I think it was a great ending because of nobody got what they wanted, I guess.
Yeah.
The viewer.
You mean everyone in the show? Or you mean us?
And morally, he shouldn't have been winning at the end
Why?
because of all the death and carnage and lives that he destroyed. He shouldn't actually be up in the end.
I don't say agree with that. I understand that in the game he's in is drugs and this, but he earned that money. I know he earned it selling drugs.
You're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, to be honest, because
I'm not
you're
supposed
now painting a reason as to why you should be hating Sissy as much as I hate Sissy. But are you understanding? Are you understanding what you're now doing?
What am I doing?
You're now saying, nah. He should have won.
That's what I said from the beginning.
It's been a big time.
That's what I said in
And
the
I'm
beginning.
saying, nah. How it ended, a drug dealer shouldn't be winning. So you're more evil than me. You're saying no, drug dealers should be winning at the end. So you should be on the dark. You should be welcoming me into the dark side. Pulling me in.
Sometimes I just want to have a normal conversation with you. Why do you have to be so weird all the time?
Is it possible? Is it possible?
Can we have a normal conversation? I told you from the beginning, yeah, that I want
Can
Franklin
you hear
to
what
win.
you're now saying? You're now saying drug dealers should win. I'm saying they shouldn't. They ended the season right. He should be down. And you're saying, nah, drug dealers should win.
Franklin. Okay, cool. If this,
He's a mass murderer.
if this, I don't care. It isn't real. If if this show, for example, there could have been a lot of different endings, right? He could have went to prison. Yeah, he could have been on the run. Because I do feel like even the DA and they kind of forgot about this guy, even though he's in the prison talking about Teddy should have, you know what I mean? He's anyway. He could have whatever he could have done, right? I would have preferred him to die. I would have preferred him to go to prison. I didn't like this ending. That's what I'm saying, innit? I didn't like the homelessness, the out of his mindness, the alcoholism, the depiction of just him. He had a bloodshot eye, bruv. Like, I didn't like the optics. I would have preferred him to die. Or like the real Rick Ross, who the show is about, go to prison. I'm not saying drug dealers should win. But one, this is not a real show. And two, I'm invested in this character. He's the main character and I like him. So I want him to win. Drugs or no drugs. I'm not at home thinking, oh, Franklin's a drug dealer, so he should go to prison. Like, I'm invested in Franklin's sake, from a kid to a man. I'm invested in his character, and I want to see him win, like everyone else did. No?
Sorry. You said that you like for me to be normal, innit? If I open my mouth, I'm only going to be pissed.
Okay, Brad, I'm giving you the opportunity to be weird. Go on.
I can't do it now because you've
Be
asked
weird.
for it.
Be weird. Be weird. Be weird. Say something uncouth.
It doesn't feel the same if it is that you want it.
Go on. Go on. No, I'm intrigued now. You've piqued my interest.
Can't now.
Huh?
I can't.
So what are you saying? Done conversation?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But fantastic roundup. What was it? Out of 10?
Series or the actual finale?
Series.
The series, I think Snowfall's up there, man. I think I'll give Snowfall a 9 out of 10. And if I'm actually real life sad by a TV show, they done their job. Like, I'm invested in this character. I'm perplexed by his demise. So if they've pulled up my heartstrings, then I gotta give it accolades. 9. I'll give it a 9.
Okay.
I'll give it a 9. You?
I'd give it. Yeah, I'll give it 8, 9.
Yeah.
8.5, 9.
Yeah.
100%. I felt it was a lackluster ending.
You feel so what?
A lackluster ending. Especially seen as that second to last ending was everything.
I think it's lackluster because you didn't get your desired result. Because remember what I said at the beginning, for what they depicted a demise, I think it was excellent. But it wasn't. I left unsatisfied because that wasn't the ending I wanted for Franklin. But if I'm to remove my own personal wants from it, it was a great episode.
No, it was a lackluster ending because, as you said, if it was based on the real Rick Ross, then he should be incarcerated.
Remember,
because two governments,
loosely based,
two industries of governments are not supposed to be letting him run after that, after so much carnage and destruction.
Do you agree with the notion that it was rushed? The finale.
The finale?
Yeah, as in it was rushed, as in they.
Yeah, because they skipped years. 100%.
I didn't like the time jumps. The time jumps made it seem a bit rushed and watered down. I preferred them not to have any time jumps. Just finish it in one sequence, right? Because what were they doing for the 2 years? What was he doing for the 2 years?
I love how the wrestler won.
Also,
Yeah. He was
Yeah.
able to basically see his family again.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't see his family. He was in Mexico or wherever he was, and his family was in
America.
somewhere in America.
Yeah, I'm aware, but the last call suggested we're ready to see you. I miss you. And he's like, yeah, okay.
That's if you got remember
I told you my imagination is wavy.
the DEA. Remember, okay, cool. If you look at every character and how it ended for them, Jerome dead, Sissy in prison for life, most probably, right? Louis on the run. Remember the DEA were looking for her. She's on the run. Wanda gone back to Ghana. Leon is somewhat the only character who I guess is living a normal life, right? Him and Wanda.
You do realize he went back
Yeah,
and then he came to see
yeah,
Franklin. Okay.
yeah. And then Franklin, we wonder what happened to Franklin, innit? Also, remember, he screwed over the DEA. He was meant to go to prison, but remember the car crash and he escaped with the agent from the one that Franklin handed over. What's his name?
The gay guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, also couldn't take a risk and come back to America, but if we're to do imagination, then he's still on the run from the DEA. So it's not that easy for him to come to America and go and see his family, but he can still try. And then, yeah, that's how every character arc ended. So Leon probably had the best ending, I wonder. And hence why there's a spin-off happening.
Not
Those two.
the best. Look who he landed.
Who's the best?
Look who he landed as wife.
We're over that. We're over that.
Still don't make no sense to me.
We're over that.
That's a handsome young man there. A good head on his shoulders.
Even the Peaches. Peaches stole 5 million and became a crackhead. And left 12 grand in the safe. That was annoying.
You wanted it to be more in the safe, innit?
I wanted him to find a nice little cool meal at least.
Yeah,
Half a meal,
after
something.
choking out his wife.
He didn't choke her out. He grabbed her and then let it go. It wasn't a full on choke though. It wasn't a full on choke. It was like a bitch if you dare kind of grab.
That was a psychotic type of choke.
What's psychotic? But why are you surprised or something? I don't get it. Are you surprised? But this nigga been showing you who he is for the past 5 episodes, bro. Like, what is surprising you about Franklin's actions right now?
Yet you still wanted him to be up at the end.
Yes, I did.
And I'm the weird one.
Yes, you still are. You still are the weird one. You want him to be up too.
No,
Yes, you do.
no, I wanted him to kill the mum.
Did
After killing the mum, he wouldn't be up.
So did you care that she killed Teddy before he gave her the password?
Yeah.
So you wanted him to get the money?
Yeah.
So you wanted him to be up?
No, for him to die properly.
So you wanted him to get the money and then die?
Yeah.
That was your ideal ending?
Yeah.
Okay, die at the hands of who?
Something weird. You know, like how in The Wire.
Of course, something weird.
You know, like how in The Wire. Uma.
Oh yeah,
Died
like
like
how
that.
he got killed by the little kid.
For me, that type of ending is oh my goodness.
What? I just ruined it.
It didn't ruin it. That type of ending makes it a classic.
Yeah.
Because you've done all of that. Everybody's basically
and his
from
whole
you.
thing was
And
he doesn't kill kids or women, innit?
This is it. Yeah. So
Sick.
that type of ending I like. And if it is that you're going to make up a fictitious ending,
Yeah.
all right, get creative with it.
Okay. Also, you know when him and Leon were just having a stroll through the ends? You know the movie they were filming? That was Boys in the Hood.
Oh, serious?
Yeah.
I love that.
Remember, John Singleton was the original director of the
Yeah,
film.
I love that.
it's
I love that.
Yeah, it's a nice little nod
Yeah.
to John. Yeah, man. As a whole, great ending. Not the ending I wanted. Sad to see Franklin down, man. But you reap what you sow, innit?
Yeah. Did you watch the last episode of Power?
Of course.
All right. What do you think?
Wait, Power's done as well. I'm so
No,
behind.
it's not done.
Oh, but I'm really behind though.
Last episode, what happened? Last episode, that was the Russians coming back.
Latest, I should say.
Latest, yeah.
Yeah. And Lauren's back in his life, big time. He's kicked Effie to the curb. Effie's gone.
Yeah, I didn't love his reaction to seeing Lauren alive though. It's like, nigga, you thought she was dead, and you just that acting was kind of terrible there. As a whole, what do I think of Power right now? I feel like the kids are gonna find out that Monet killed their pappy, and they're gonna retaliate in some type of way. I'm hoping for something drastic, like maybe I don't know, Kane kills Monet or something. What What else do I think? What else
I think Diana's gonna do it, man.
Oh, Diana's.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's gonna be thingy.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm really far behind though. I'm at basically when Monet kills Whitman. You know the one. That's her?
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're about maybe three episodes.
Yeah, when she kills thingy.
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting. Do you know what? Yeah, you know when she went to him. Obviously, these guys kind of spoiled it and told me what happened anyway,
Yeah.
so I know what's going on. But when she went to see Whitman and was like, "My mum told me to come here to lie to you,"
Yeah.
I kind of got confused because I thought, wait, is she
Yeah.
cooperating?
To be fair, she got me too. I thought that she was being honest.
Yeah,
with him.
I just thought, oh my, like literally, and then, like obviously, because them not. To be fair, the way they even told me the thing, it wasn't really clear what was going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
But then when Monet did that whole thing, I thought, Raab, Monet, you're a bad man, man.
Yeah. You know what it is, Brent? My takeaway from the last episode of Power is, right, you know the scene with him and his grandma at the grave?
Yes.
And she's talking to him, telling him, like, you, whatever. Remember, Gina, I used to hate Tariq.
Yeah.
I used to hate Tariq. And I was always like, what's his motivation? Like, why is he doing any of this stuff, right?
Is it clear now? Because I still don't get
And
it.
it's not, and I need him to have an awakening.
Yeah, but that scene, his grandmother basically showed him up to be a hypocrite because he had just finished telling Effie and the white guy that you lied to me. Everybody's lying.
Yeah.
For his grandma to say, you're a dirty liar.
But
You're just like your father.
But I don't believe he's had his awakening yet. I don't think he has realized or is realizing that he is a hypocrite, that he is his father, and that everything he has done since the other Sisters of Power was unnecessary.
Do you know
he needs the biggest slap in the face.
Do you know when that black man? It's gonna annoy me because I just realized who he was. It's only come to me now.
Yeah, what black man?
Brent. You know the guy we were talking about the other day, Chris Partlow.
Yeah.
Why have I only now, like literally in this moment,
To be fair,
just realized who it was? I'm livid.
The first time I saw him, I didn't realize it was him.
No, but it's just now,
And then a couple of,
literally just now. I'm just like,
the funny thing, a few years ago, 50 Cent put up a post on his Insta saying, I'm looking for this guy.
oh, is it?
Yeah, he goes, someone put me in contact. I'm looking for this guy. Where is he? I need to put him in power. And then
I'm annoyed because literally just now, and I was about to talk
just
about
realised.
it. I just thought.
Yeah.
I just remembered I just realized who that is.
Yeah.
But you know when they have that scene and he says to him, do something with your estate, like do your father proud or whatever, yeah. I was thinking, Tariq, like, I still don't get why you hate your dad so much. Like, do you know what I mean?
They tried to make it seem like the divorce and him having an affair with Angela was the catalyst, but
No, man.
I'm not buying that.
No, it's not.
buying that
I
at
think
all.
that's the only thing that's letting the show down.
Yeah.
Because in the grand scheme of things, it don't make any sense. Even when they did that scene in the college where we actually spoke about it on the pod, where it was like takes 2 steps forward if you're from like a low income family.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, even look at that, look how privileged you generally are, like in comparison to your peers.
Yeah.
And still, you're still choosing the show your mama, show your dad lifestyle. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. My mind's blurry with power. To be fair. You got any takes?
No.
Not now, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, by next week, I would have caught up.
And beef?
By next week, everything, yeah? Beef, snow. There's no point. You love to discuss Snowfall anyway.
No, watch it.
A part of me is even thinking, I've been trying to avoid all the spoilers online, and to be fair, I wasn't really listening when you lot were talking just now, so
Okay.
I think I might still give it a go.
Beef is 10 episodes, so factor that in.
Bruv, you want me to watch Beef, you want me to watch Power, you want me to watch Snowfall. What else is there on the list? Is this all by Friday? Or no?
I think you really enjoy beef.
You've told me that.
Yeah. More than you're going to enjoy watching Power or catching up with Snowfall.
You think so?
Yeah.
So you think I should just give that a go first and forget
As
the
well.
others?
We've already spoiled Snowfall.
I'm going to be honest, I don't see myself watching Snowfall.
Is it? I thought
Do you know why?
you invested.
I was, yeah, but I think I didn't enjoy season 5.
Everyone's saying that.
So what happened for me was I found all the seasons before, I was invested, gassed. You don't know what I'm like when it comes to TV shows. Then season 5 was so blah. And then I just thought, and to be fair, my life is not how it used to be. So it's not like before where I could just binge on shows. And it's like, if I'm binging, I actually want to binge because I'm enjoying it. And season 5 didn't do it for me. I didn't even finish it.
Okay.
So for me...
Yeah, it did come across a little bit experimental. Like they were trying to It was giving artsy vibes a little bit.
So I just thought, and now season 6 has come. And Brent, why do you keep staring at me? What have I done wrong?
Because you're talking. I pay attention when people are talking.
Remember, every series needs that
I remember.
set up.
No, of course I hear it, man. The Wire season 2,
Yeah,
worst
exactly.
season ever. But here we are. I
It
still got
definitely
through it.
wasn't all season.
Well, for me it was, but
What's that?
I get it. It made sense in the end.
What?
But obviously,
season 2?
yeah. But when you're watching it, you're
What,
just
the docs?
thinking,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the worst one in all the wires.
Yeah. No, it was the worst one. But what I'm saying is, it was necessary to set up.
100%.
Some people love season 2 though.
Some people do. I don't particularly love it.
Can I be honest? When I've rewatched The Wire, I've skipped season 2. Like when I've rewatched it, I'm just like,
Yeah, you don't have to watch it twice.
I can't do
You have to watch it
this.
twice.
But season 3 and 4, whew.
Yeah, I might even
Perfect.
rewatch The Wire. To be fair,
Yeah.
The Wire or Snowfall. Actually,
It's always going to be The Wire for me.
I'm seeing the online comparison. People are saying that it's
That's
on
close.
par. It's on par. I'm not saying
Really?
close, but people are saying
I'm
it's
not
on par.
gonna. Do you know what it was? All I remember how things make me feel in it.
Yeah.
And I remember when I watched The Wire, I became very obsessive. I bought the book, which was basically from what's his name, McNulty's perspective. The book was
Yeah.
like 700 pages long, tiny text.
Yeah.
I read the whole thing, and then they brought out The Corner, which was the prequel. Watched that, like it. I became obsessed with it. Like, do you know what I mean? And I was like, nah, this shows everything. And I watched it more than once.
Yeah.
I can't see myself watching Snowfall again. Snowfall is a good show. I don't think it compares though. And even when I think about characters, you see how like we would sit here and talk about how Omar Little's like, there's never going to be another Omar. Do you know what I mean? I don't think Snowfall has characters for me that like are on the same.
I think it's different. I don't feel like I was emotionally invested in the lives of the characters in The Wire. Like I liked The Wire as a show, but there wasn't any one character where I was maybe sad at their demise. Whereas Franklin, I was very invested in his demise.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm trying to think of The Wire. Who did I care about when he got killed?
Omar.
Not really. You know?
Do you know what? Do you know what it was for me? Yeah, I wasn't. Nah,
Wallace maybe.
Wallace.
Wallace?
No, I'm just trying to think back.
Who else was?
Or even just how
Stringer Bell.
the show ended. What's his name again? The one who came into the shop at the end and killed Thingy. The actor. What's his real name?
Michael,
His name Michael.
the light skin.
Yeah.
Michael's a
who-
kid.
What's that?
Michael, the little boy.
Yeah. Who did he shoot at the end?
I don't actually remember.
Mac Wild's character.
Yeah, I know. And his name was Michael on the show.
Oh, yeah. Who did he shoot at the end?
Why does no one remember?
Are you talking about the proper
Remember,
Young
Mac Wild's came into the
who
shop
reminded me of
Yeah.
Lil Nas?
and killed
Not
someone.
Lil Nas and Lil Nas X, as in a young version of Nas.
I don't know if he reminds me.
Matt Wiles, the guy, the
The one who was protecting his little bro.
Scissors, yeah.
Who did he shoot? That was
At the end.
No, he killed someone. Is my memory not
I
serving
think
me
he
right? I'm
did.
sure he's
The
killed
only
someone at
thing
the end.
I remember, like, killing in a shop is when the little boy killed Omar. I remember the little boy killed Omar.
Unless I'm talking about Mac Wiles. Okay, who killed Omar? Mac Wiles or
No,
a
some random little
character?
kid.
Yeah, but Mac Wiles killed someone, man. I'm pretty sure.
Is it the girl?
He did catch a body because he got away in it. He
believe so.
was fine in it.
I remember him coming to the store with a hoodie and a gun. I remember he killing someone.
All right, hold on, let me Google it.
Unless I'm thinking about somebody else.
Michael's character was cold though.
And I loved him, man.
is Michael the same person?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Snoop. It was
The
Snoop.
kid.
He shot Snoop in the car.
Oh, he killed Snoop.
Oh, he killed
In the
Snoop.
car, yeah.
Okay.
Snoop, yeah.
Cool.
When
Michael was cold. He was coming up as a young
What?
killer. It's like he was
he
a
reminds me
realist.
of Nas when he's young.
Oh, is it?
For
Yeah?
some reason. Yeah, each time I watched it.
I was so invested in his character.
He
I
was just a
invested in his
problem. You could just
character.
tell this one's
He was
authentic.
measured, man.
Yeah, this one is authentic.
Yeah.
He's the truth.
Do you know also, yeah, when who was your favorite character in the Wire?
In the whole Wire,
Yeah, or characters?
my favorite characters would be Avon, Marlo.
Yeah. I like Snoop though.
Yeah, Snoop and Chris.
Snoop and Chris,
are cool.
yeah.
But then there's other characters that I like. I like Prop Joe. I like
Oh, yeah, Prop Joe.
I like the white man. I like the white man, the mayor man.
Okay.
What's his name? Chetty or something? Or was it
I can't remember the
The
character.
mayor man?
Who
the
was
white man, the
she?
Italian man? The
Okay,
the-
McNulty.
What
no,
was
not
she
no. He's the
name?
police. Remember in
Can't
the
remember his name,
politician thing. Remember the little weasel white? He's trying to be the mayor. He was trying to
Oh
come
yeah,
up.
the slim one.
The slim brother.
Yeah.
He was a good character, man. He was slimy.
What about Prez Belusky,
Who's that again?
the teacher? Like he used to be a cop?
Yeah.
He used to be
But
a cop, and then he
was a rubbish cop.
He was a rubbish cop, and then he became the teacher for the boys.
Oh, and he was teaching like odds. or
Yeah. Mr.
Is that the
Prisbalinski.
white you with the brown hair?
Yeah.
And it was a bit off the pace.
No, he was too on the pace.
You don't remember Prisbalinski?
He was too on the pace. Mama, and he had the thing for numbers and
Yeah,
the
that guy.
detail.
Yeah.
He couldn't talk guns and whatnot, but
Yeah. Okay, I can't
Do you know I was
remember.
happy when she got shot, yeah? What's her name? What's McNulty's partner? What's her name? The lesbian. What's her name?
Can't remember.
But you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
She got on my damn nerves.
She was on badness, boy. She was just like McNulty, but it was just a female version.
She just got on my nerves.
There's bare good characters in there.
Yeah,
And I think
but you see what I mean? Like,
because
this
of
is
the
why I like the
conversations,
show.
because of the conversations and the pace that it goes, like it's not even. There's no comparison.
Yeah,
Like that show's too layered. Like they go through the schooling system and then the media and the politicians, the
that's why I
working class.
liked it. Like you
It's
saw
just
it-
so well rounded, and you see so many different stories and different things. That's just one story about a man about a drug dealer thing. I don't care how good it is. I don't see how it could be. I don't see how it can be comparable. And I ain't seen all 6 seasons, but I've seen 2 or 3 or something. And the other 3 ain't gonna get there, no matter how good it is.
And the wire walked so that Snowfall could run. So I'm just saying.
But Weebay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Weebay is cold.
He was he was like one of my favorites.
Yeah.
And do you know what I
He's a
liked
top
as
killer.
well?
He took all the bodies.
What made me laugh though, yeah, is like how his son was the complete opposite. Like how
Oh, yeah.
the mum was trying to groom the son to become like Weebay. He just didn't have it in him.
Yeah.
Little pretty boy.
Burning them, man, and stinking them, man. They was catching bodies in the first couple of. It was the beef was mad, you know.
How did D'Angelo die again?
D'Angelo's
shot,
a
innit?
proper.
Everyone hated D'Angelo though.
He's a proper speng. He's one of the worst characters in the world.
which one was the actual one with the
But-
The
the bullet?
snitch.
Yeah, no, Barksdale's cousin.
The snitch.
The one with he had a gap.
In the beginning,
with
the
the bullet.
idiot. Yeah, the ballad. Yeah, the proper,
Oh yeah,
proper
I thought he
idiot.
said bonnet.
You know, like a proper idiot. There's
That's what I'm talking about.
you struggle to find bigger idiots than that in life.
He's the guy in
That's the
that was supplying
In
BMF.
BMF, yeah. So
Guys-
the one who used to play with his grandma.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
This is what, do you know what though? I think this is why I love like black shows and stuff, because it's like you see the full circle. Like, and obviously if you've been invested in shows they've been in before, it's so sick to see them again. Like when I saw the guy from the woods in the first episode of, obviously Yusuf knew how excited I was. I just thought, oh my gosh, like you've not been on my screen since back
Stacey.
then. No, the main character in the woods.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's in Power. Now.
Power, that's what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
when I saw him in Power, I was so excited to
Okay,
see him because I was like, oh my
yeah.
gosh, you've not been on my screen for years.
Yeah.
I'm annoyed he was only in that one episode though.
I thought you were talking about
No,
Mad
he's
he come back?
He's come back.
Mad
yeah,
Dogs
I
in the
haven't
Wood,
seen
innit?
Come back.
You know what I
Who?
mean? Mad Dogs in the Wood. That's Stacey, innit?
Stacey, yeah, come on.
Think about Stacey. You know, like that's his real. That's
That's
who
him
he
in
really
real
is in
life,
real
though,
life.
yeah.
It's actually insane.
Yeah. I've
Like,
seen his interviews.
The characters he plays on these shows, that's who he. You know, he was in prison for bare long, in between like all these
Yeah.
movies.
Did you
Like
have,
that's his life.
have you seen his interview talking about have you seen his interview talking about the scene in lockdown, the gay scene?
No, I haven't seen that interview. No.
Oh.
That messed him up.
Like
innit?
it's insane, bro. It's like he
That messed me
he
up.
He lives
though.
who he is.
As a child watching that, I was so rattled.
I remember that. Oh, the rape scene.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we go on, right? Going back to the penultimate episode of Snowfall, you know when Teddy told, because Frankie kept asking him, why did you take my money? Like, you could have given me a little bit, you could have left me, and he basically said, that's my money.
My money.
You know how, fam. Because remember, Teddy took the money out of sheer ego, hating on Franklin, and because Franklin wanted out of the business, he's like, no, you ain't getting nowhere. Are you trying to leave me? Remember he said that
Yeah.
at the end, because you left me,
Yeah.
right? It was given I'm superior to you.
Yeah.
It was given I'm the white man, you're my little black boy.
Yeah.
And if I want to take your money,
Yeah.
I'm taking your money.
Yeah.
And Franklin's right. He didn't have to take all the money.
Yeah.
He bled him dry.
Yeah.
That scene as well was
Yeah. But in that scene, that showed me why Franklin needed to raise his level of wickedness in order to address the situation.
and
because
he did.
Massa basically told him, I've made you everything and
Yeah,
I want
I
to
can-
remove
yeah,
everything from you.
yeah.
So 100% Franklin had to tap into that.
I've
And
given-
the way I could have entertained Franklin being up if his mother hadn't moved stupid and then he hadn't put his hand around his wife's neck and whatnot, was he still saved the girl, his auntie.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
He didn't have to do that at all.
You didn't have to.
He didn't. And that's what basically I felt it when his uncle died.
You know what's so funny? I didn't really feel much when Jerome died, you know. I don't know why.
For me,
Anyway.
he was a proper representation of, this life is killing everybody around us.
Yeah, he was
This isn't good.
awake to it.
We need to tap out.
How
'Cause
much-
he was up.
How much do you put not everything, but how much blame do you put on Louis and her and
I didn't
her,
want- I didn't-
her wanting to be her own boss
I
and
did
whatever?
not want. I mean, well, one can say that her losing her husband was comeuppance enough, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't like the fact that she was chilling in that ban and she didn't get caught.
Yeah.
I didn't get any closure there.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah.
Especially seeing as she was the one who even caused the rift between him and the white man.
Yeah. I think Louis, you know when they say, this is the real bad guy in the
Yeah.
show. Louis is quite as kept, or maybe not as quite as kept. She was the cause of a lot of this.
Yeah.
Like her wanting to break away from Franklin
Yeah.
and run her own shit
Yeah.
and be her own boss. And
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah.
But just the way she went about it,
Yeah.
she was a cause for a lot of this.
Yeah. And the way she was even like jumping between her husband and that stupid cop was also responsible for his death.
Yeah.
Again, she had a lot to answer for. And she
No,
didn't answer for anything.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the cop died.
No.
You mean, what's more for who's death? For Jerome's death?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because he called the cop and the cop was high as a skunk.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wanted her to be down, but she escaped nicely.
Well, she's not really escaped nicely. She's on the run.
They ain't gonna find her, because it was months after that they were.
It was years.
looking for her.
Yeah. It was years. But how come Franklin felt like he was just off the hook? One second.
What'd you say? What'd you whisper?
It'll manifest soon.
He whispered headlines.
Oh, okay.
How come it felt like Franklin
We've
was
done
just,
like a whole hour on this.
was just off the hook?
It been from the government.
Yeah. I know he handed over the thingy agent, but it just felt like he was just
Well,
free.
I guess that's the rub that I didn't understand at the end, because you're not having two government agencies leave you like that,
Yeah.
like in the open as well.
Yeah.
So, nah, it didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, that didn't make it. The only bit of closure was when my man told him, if you hand over the agent, then we'll just leave you alone. That was the only bit of explanation that we got in regards to why Franklin was just left alone. The DA went after Franklin. Well,
Yeah.
They might have been, but that's not what was shown to us.
Well, even if it is he did work for the Russians left him too, which don't make no sense at all.
Yeah.
Even if it is America leaves him, Russia's not going to leave you. I'm chilling that way, so. Yeah. Well, it's ended. I'm waiting for the next one now.
The next show.
Next show. What's going to grip me?
Yeah, it's true actually. It's true. I'm hoping something comes up.
Yeah. I'm not looking for flipping life of the crackhead girl.
Oh, you
Nah,
mean
no.
the spin-off? Nah.
Nah.
If she's the main character, I'm not really invested, to be fair. If it's her and Leon, maybe more so.
Is there any spin-off that you've ever been thinking to?
A spin-off of a series.
Breaking Bad.
Is Breaking Bad a spin-off?
Better Call Saul.
Better Call
Better
Saul?
Call Saul.
Better Call Saul shit.
A lot of people love it though. You know?
That's crap. Well,
A lot of people say it's even better than Breaking Bad.
Series spin-offs. Gina, what series spin-offs are there?
Power Book 2, isn't that
Okay.
spin off of?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Power.
I suppose that's working. You are loving Power Book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one. I'm trying
Power's
to think
dope
what
as well,
else.
man.
Didn't people really enjoy the new Game of Thrones?
Yeah, it
Oh
started
yeah,
well.
Game of Thrones one.
Started well now.
Yeah, that's not a
Yeah.
bad shot. That's not a bad shot, to be fair.
I think that's a decent spin off.
One of the worst spin-offs was Joey from Friends.
I never watched
Of
it.
all
This
time.
spin-off show was trash.
Oh my gosh, I liked the Cleveland show.
Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland Brown.
I can't watch that.
No,
Uh-uh.
really.
I don't know why.
I actually found it funny though. Right? Like I enjoyed it. Sorry, from Family Guy. Why are you staring at me?
Have you got
You're
anything?
talking. I look at you when you're talking.
Can I be honest? It's because I never sit directly opposite you,
Oh, so you
so
just go around.
I've never noticed you. When I sit there, obviously my back is I can't see you. But I've just noticed today, every time I open my mouth, you're... And I'm thinking, okay.
All right, Iman.
All right.
Jesus, first headline, yeah?
You know what I mean?
Let's get into these headlines.
All right, so this first headline, I'm pretty sure everyone's kind of heard about this, but we're going to delve into this hopefully in great detail in topic of the day. And this is about Miss Diane Abbott being suspended as a Labour MP pending an investigation into a letter she wrote about racism to the Observer. The politician said many types of white people with points of difference can experience prejudice in a letter published on Sunday, but they are not subject to racism all their lives, she said. She later tweeted to say she was withdrawing her remarks and apologised for any anguish caused. Labour said the comments were deeply offensive and wrong. Suspending the whip, means Miss Abbott will not be allowed to represent Labour in the House of Commons, where she will now sit as an independent MP. Next headline, Dominic Raab, not Raab, I guess. His replacement as Deputy PM has insisted that ministers must be able to demand the highest standards from civil servants. Oliver Dowden said Mr. Raab's exit from bullying inquiry should not stop ministers holding officials to account. But he distanced himself from claims that Mr. Raab, that civil servants were frustrating the work of government, and he admitted the process for dealing with complaints needed to be fairer. Mr. Raab stood down on Friday after a report written by lawyer Adam Tolley KC found he was intimidating and aggressive towards officials. However, he hit out at the report's findings, saying that they set a very dangerous precedent and would have a chilling effect on how ministers work. He also claimed there was a risk a very small minority of officials with a passive-aggressive culture were trying to block reforms they did not like. And the last headline, Foreign Secretary James Cleverly has warned that the UK help for Britain stuck in Sudan will remain severely limited until a ceasefire is reached. British diplomats and their families had been evacuated from Sudan in a complex and rapid operation. However, some Britons still in the country said they feel abandoned by the UK government. Violence in Sudan between two opposing forces has seen deadly shooting and shelling in the capital, Khartoum. Mr. Cleverly said that there were specific threats and violence directed toward diplomats, which led to the decision to evacuate staff. He said the UK government remained absolutely committed to supporting Britons in Sudan, but added that without an end to the fighting, ministers were severely limited to our ability to provide assistance to British nationals. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak also said work was continuing to ensure the safety of British nationals who remain in the country. And that's it for the headlines. Topic of the day.
To be honest, Margs is leading the show today, so.
All right. So, like I said,
I need you to be switched on for this, Margs.
I'm ready.
this situation with Diane Abbott
Get me to do stuff I want to do.
has been all around, basically, yeah. And I want to start reading her comment, right? Which is basically her letter. It's a very short letter. It was in The Guardian, and it was in response to another article, which I'll get into later. But I want to start with what she said. Tomiwa Owolade, this is the person who wrote the original article in The Guardian, claims that Irish, Jewish, and traveller people all suffer from racism, right? They undoubtedly experience prejudice. This is similar to racism, and the two words are often used as if they are interchangeable. It is true that many types of white people with points of difference, such as redheads, can experience this prejudice, but they are not all their lives subject to racism. In pre-civil rights America, Irish people, Jewish people, and travellers were not required to sit at the back of the bus. In apartheid South Africa, these groups were allowed to vote, and at the height of slavery, there were no white-seeming people manacled on the slave ships. And that's a letter. That letter has got her suspended from the Labour Party. What's up?
I don't think she said anything wrong.
Well, this is what we're going to delve into.
I mean, facts, no?
Well, again, this is what we're going to delve into. So,
We'll see.
Let me just sip my tea. I ain't trying to get cancelled.
okay. So, like I said, she's been suspended because of comments which people have said are unacceptable. In fact, I'll tell you what Sadiq Khan said, who's also part of the Labour Party.
You should knock it off.
There's a link there that Brent can maybe play a bit later in the show. Well, basically, he said, it beggars belief. The comments from Diane Abbott are simply unacceptable. He also said he was sickened, and he also said he was very angry after reading it. The letter that I just read out, guys, yeah?
So what angered him about that letter?
We'll go into it. I'll let Brent play the clip so you can hear it from him. I don't want anybody saying I said so-and-so.
Okay, cool.
Right? Cool. So, based on that particular thing, right, do you believe she said anything wrong? Do you feel as though she was inaccurate in what she was saying, guys? Again, we're going to go into it a bit deeper, but just starting there. Because this is what caused everything.
Where's the letter? I want to read it again.
Okay.
If you want to link to it.
Can you just read it again for me?
Yeah, I'll read it again. And I'll put the link in a minute. So yeah, she said, Tomiwa Owolade claims that Irish, Jewish, and traveller people all suffered from racism, right? They undoubtedly experienced prejudice. This is similar to racism, and the two words are often used as if they are interchangeable. It is true that many types of white people with points of difference, such as redheads, can experience this prejudice, but they are not all their lives subject to racism. In pre-civil rights America, Irish people, Jewish people, and travellers were not required to sit at the back of the bus. In apartheid South Africa, these same groups he's talking about, were allowed to vote. And at the height of slavery, there were no white seamen people manacled on the slave ships.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think she said anything wrong, to be honest with you.
Yeah, same here.
I feel like she's spitting facts.
So why was he so angry? And sickened?
Do you know what? The thing that annoys me, is like people love to like. Everyone loves to like want to be involved in the struggle, yeah, like for no reason. Like you don't want us to have our moment. Do you get what I mean? And it's not a positive moment. It's not a moment we want, but it is what it is, and it's facts. I don't understand why everyone's so outraged by what she said. I don't get why what she's. I don't get what. Wow.
What was the context behind it anyway? Like, why did you say this in the first place?
Okay, so I'm going to read parts of that letter in a minute, right? But I think it stems from the discussion in that same letter, which is about racism and how people call things racist and kind of only attribute it to specific things and not everything. So, to actually go to the actual letter that started this whole thing, right?
Have we gone around the room with the first question you asked?
I believe so. No?
What was the first question you asked?
Which is, do you guys feel as though she was wrong in that letter?
No, I don't think she was wrong. I thought she
No?
just
Okay, everyone said no.
How about
I've
you,
not asked you,
Manuel?
Brett. Huh?
How about you, Manuel?
Also, what's the context? That's why I asked. What's the context? Like, why did she say it?
We're going to go into we're going to go into more thing. I don't think she was wrong. I don't think she was wrong. But we'll go into it. Brent, in fact, you're in the room. So, what do you think?
If we focus on the actual statement she made, one would say, all right, fair enough. But leading into the wider conversation, she was far too close in the draft that she put out to seep into what people now call anti-Semitism.
So, okay. So, again, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but just for clarity, right? Are you saying it's not a case of her being wrong in her statements about racism, but she was kind of being anti-Semitic? Is that what you're saying?
In the quote-unquote loose drafting of
Which
this,
is what I just read out twice.
Yeah, and this is what it is that she had said it was a draft. She should have written it properly.
I just want to say that because a lot of people don't know that she has apologized since then. I'm going to read out her apology as well. And she has said that particular letter I read out was a draft. This is what Brent's referring to.
And obviously what people have said is that she's claiming that you can't be racist against Jews or Jews haven't suffered from racism.
Exactly.
Yeah.
From that letter.
Yep.
Cool.
And that point, if that was the argument, or if that was what she was implying, is inaccurate.
Okay. I want you to tell me why that's inaccurate.
That Jews haven't suffered from racism?
Yeah, in a minute.
Okay.
Cool. I want to start off this letter, right, again from Mr. Tomiwa Owolade, yeah? And this is what he says in the Guardian article. Something was amiss, but I couldn't say why. I was a sixth form student and talking to a girl who told me with utter confidence that white people can't be victims of racism, right? Racism is about power and privilege. White people have power and privilege. Black people and Asians don't. This means that only the latter group can be victims of racism. Racism is the exercise of power and privilege against people of color. That's what he said in the first paragraph. I nodded at the time. She almost convinced me. Almost. I admired her clarity, but felt her account was too neat. I liked her passion, but thought it was painfully misguided. Right? He later goes on talking about basically, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, right? But basically talking about a report which was released last week, and it claims to be the most comprehensive account of racial inequality in Britain for more than 25 years. The research was carried out by academics from the universities of St Andrews, Manchester, and King's College in London as well, right? It was also published in a book called Racism and Ethnic Inequality in a Time of Crisis. Nisa Finney, who's a professor of human geography at St Andrews, led this report, right? And this is what she says. He's quoted as. She argues that the UK is immeasurably far from being a racially just society. The kinds of inequality we see in our study would not be there if we had a really just society. He also mentioned here as well, where is it? Sorry about this. Okay, any racial abuse against any individual is morally abhorrent, and civil society has a moral duty to oppose prejudice. We should try to get the number of people who experience racism as close to zero as possible, but something again nagged at me in the way many have presented the evidence from the survey. You're talking about the survey, right? Because in the same survey, it talks about how white Irish people are more likely to say they have experienced prejudice in Britain than black African people. Yeah, but this particular thing that I wanted to highlight here is, and there's an actual thing that stood out to me, where he said, where is it? This is what he said. He said, anyone who is white is privileged, we are told, and racism only affects people of color. The problem with this view is that there are certain minorities who are seen as white and yet experience prejudice. Did you guys notice what happened there? Anyone who is white is privileged, we are told, and racism only affects people of color. The problem with this view is that there are certain minorities who are seen as white and yet experience prejudice.
But prejudice and racism aren't the same thing.
But he's used them interchangeably. Cool. In fact, the two groups most likely to say that they have experienced racist abuse, according to the survey, are gypsies, travelers, and Roma communities, and Jewish people. According to this survey, right, which is meant to be the most comprehensive account of racial inequality in Britain for more than 25 years. Cool. Firstly, on the surface though, do you feel as though, I know it may be hard for us to speak for other people, right? But do you feel as though that sounds accurate to you? That gypsies, travelers, people in the Roma communities experience more racism than black people in this country? I'm not trying to make this a comparison Olympic thing. I'm just asking. What's your thoughts on that, hearing this?
Racism or prejudice or whatever, maybe. Are you using them the same thing?
I'm just saying the words he's saying.
I think people be more openly. Towards the other minorities than towards black people now, because I think after like early millennium, like I think like after like 2000, 2001. After the World Trade Center and Al Qaeda and terrorism and all this stuff, I feel like it brought white people and black people a bit closer together, because then they started like pointing out to the other people, like the different people, Arab people, Muslim people, all this kind of stuff. You know what I'm trying to say? So I think in this day and age, you might openly see people chatting shit about, like say like the travelers, Romanians or whatever, more openly and freely than black people. So maybe I could maybe see something there.
Okay. What about you guys?
Nah. I don't think so.
Okay.
What's the question again?
Do you feel as though, based on that report I just said, that it's more likely, according to this report, that gypsies, travelers, people from the Roma communities experience more racism than black people do in this country?
Don't you think in this country we openly talk about other people more now? Like black people don't, all that kind of stuff's kind of like under the table. It's not really in your face. But like we will talk about, I don't know, just different communities, like.
But what's being said about them? For example, like with
just whatever stereotypes and stigma, I don't know, but just openly, like, just talk about them. Like, I can't explain it.
Yeah, I think black people are spoke about less openly, and I feel people are more open to having to go at gypsies and others. But what are they saying about them though?
I get what you mean.
And isn't
I get what
it-
you
You
mean.
know what I'm saying? Like even with gypsies wasn't one of the examples you gave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's. I think it's more to. I think any rhetoric I hear about gypsies is more regarding their lifestyle, as opposed to anything else.
And I don't think, like you said, right? I don't think prejudice and racism are the same. So I don't think they're experiencing racism.
Yeah. And also, who's this prejudice and racism coming from? Is it white people also?
It could be from anyone, just the experience of it. But like you're saying, right? Do you feel as though this comes down to a definition of racism and prejudice? Do you feel like that's where the discrepancy is in all of this?
Most probably.
Because I don't think that. Well, in fact, I know because she's not an idiot, right? That Diane Abbott is not saying they've not experienced crazy things in their history.
But of course
And
not,
even
because
today.
as she says in her letter,
Mhm.
they're using racism and prejudice interchangeably.
Exactly.
They're not the same thing.
Exactly.
So she said, I do, like, they have obviously experienced prejudice, and she's not disagreeing with that, but they haven't experienced racism.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm saying I don't get why what she said is offensive. And fair enough, granted, like what Brent said in regards to Jewish people, fair.
Yeah.
I guess I was more focusing and leaning towards like the travellers, the redheads, that kind. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't think I wouldn't put them in the same category as Jewish people anyway. Me personally.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess maybe because my mind is leaning more towards that group of those groups
Yeah.
and excluding the Jewish people,
Yeah.
I don't think what she said is wrong, but I don't think she meant that Jewish people haven't experienced racism.
Let's get into this from this angle. Can you be racist to somebody if the component of race is not involved?
Well, if there's no race involved, then why is it racism? The word is racism, no? Racism.
Yeah.
Do you see Jewish people as different to other European people?
I do, yeah.
As a different race?
No, I see Jews as a religion.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
true.
you remember we've had this conversation as to what race is,
Okay.
whether it's a social construct or not, right? And the whole
Okay.
racism, whether it's again a social construct. So are
Okay.
we delving into that argument?
So, I think we have to.
Because each of these communities identify themselves as different from the other.
In what way? What do you mean?
Well, you are Ghanaian.
Okay.
You're not Ghanaian, yes?
I'm Yoruba, yeah.
You're
Ethnically,
Nigerian.
Yeah.
But even when you say you're Nigerian, what do you say? What do you stipulate when you say you're Nigerian?
I'm a Yoruba.
And then from then,
I don't know.
you from where? From where?
Well, as in my town?
Yeah.
Ogbomoso.
No, not your tongue. Your Nigerland. What was the thing that you said?
Oh, Yoruba land.
Yeah, Yoruba land. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So even within Nigeria,
Uh-huh.
you will fight and die off the back of what you identify as,
Yeah,
right?
most definitely.
So white people do the same thing.
Okay.
So when you start saying, if you see them as white, it's impossible for you to be racist towards one particular faction of that.
Yeah.
Because they're white. I don't know how it is I can actually get behind that argument.
I don't think the Fulani people who seem to be some of the biggest groups that's perpetrating a lot of stuff that's happening back home are racist towards Yoruba people. I don't think it's a matter of race though. I don't think it's racism.
Isn't it not xenophobia?
Yeah, but it could be. But the race element, right? Ethnic, this, that, and the third, but race, I don't think so.
You're using race as just as black, white, other, right? I'm not seeing it as that. I'm not seeing race as I'm substituting a people, a community.
But again, are you right in doing so?
I believe that's my opinion. I believe that's my opinion, 100%.
Exactly. And I think
But
that's
we
what
have
the
to
situation
evolve.
is.
We have to evolve it because it's not as black and white as it was during the transatlantic slavery.
But do we have to? Sorry to cut you. But do we have to evolve it?
100% we have to evolve it.
Or do we have to use maybe a different word? Because if it's race, right, and we're talking about this black, white, and this, that, and the third, right? Why are we conflating race with nationality? Why are we conflating it with
races are there?
ethnicity?
How many races are there?
I don't even know. I don't know.
And that's
The
why I
hum-
said
I don't know.
human
That's why I
race.
said we need to evolve it. That's why I said we need to evolve. Because if it is that we don't even have a definition of that, and what we are trying to focus on is stopping the. Hold
Listen,
up.
how many races are? What are races? Is black a race?
This is the question I'm asking.
I
Yeah.
know. Black's a race and white's a race. So how many races are there?
No, but where would you put the Chinese though? Where would you put the Indians and stuff like this?
I put them where they are. That's another race.
As a separate race, right? But what would we call it? That's what I'm trying to say. Because I see them as a different race.
But I don't feel like we identify them as a color.
This is it.
We don't say. I don't want to be ignorant, but we don't address Chinese people or Indian people as the color of their skin. We just address them by where they're from.
Indian
Whereas
people,
black
don't-
people-
Actually,
Indian people
Indian
don't do
people,
that.
they say brown, innit?
Yeah, they say
Okay,
brown.
I don't know that. So only whites and black are addressed by a color. Everyone else is addressed by where they're from.
Again,
Yeah, because if I had I was saying this to someone the other day, like you telling me about your friend. If I said, right, what color is your friend? If they was white, you'd say they was white. If they was black, they would say they was black. I'm saying, if they was Chinese, what would you say? They'd probably say, oh, they're Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't say
Yeah,
that.
you
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
You wouldn't. There's no color there. Like you
Yeah.
wouldn't, because you wouldn't say yellow.
Yeah,
Like,
you
you know what I'm trying to say. That. So, and like I said it before, no one's the color that they say. Black people ain't black and white people ain't white. So it's not.
and is white actually a race, Emmanuel?
I believe so, yeah.
Is it not like Caucasoid or something like that?
I'm not too sure if...
Isn't that a Power Ranger? What's it called?
no, I know.
No, that sounds
Yeah,
like
Negroid,
a...
Caucasoid,
yeah.
no?
Yeah.
There's Mongol. Anyway,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
listen, this is how it is I define racism, right? And this is the definition from Oxford. I'm guessing it's one of the dictionaries. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. This, for me, is an evolution of what we are now talking about, right? Where it's more inclusive, far past just the black and white of society, right? This is why I said, even within the white larger community, they don't see themselves as all white, as in all the same. They identify as their own individual groups of people.
White people.
Huh?
White people.
100%.
Yeah, of course they
Yeah,
do.
of course, but it's the same race. They don't say I'm the same as
I hear
Yugoslavia.
that, but Mama, like
What
I
do you
said,
mean?
you asked, should we change the actual word
Yeah.
to basically incorporate what is actually happening?
Yeah.
Which is the discrimination or antagonization of a people. And I'm saying, if it's confusing you, because the thing is still happening, and what we're doing is having arguments about semantics. Do you understand? But it's still happening.
Yeah, all right, you're saying it's semantics, right? I understand why you're saying that. But people are getting suspended over semantics. So what I'm trying to say is there's something legitimate to what needs to be said. And if somebody's wrongly been accused of a particular thing, we have to look at why it is. The people's thing, there's a difference in peoples. There's a difference in ethnicity. But race, we know what race means. Race like, to me, right, Europeans, all white people, right? Those, indigenous to Europe and whatnot. They all belonged under the banner of white people. That's to me. They are different people, though. They're different ethnicity.
You started asking about the travelers, right?
Uh-huh.
And the travelers don't see themselves as the Poles.
Okay.
The travelers don't see themselves as the Brits. The travelers don't see they are their own people because they are discriminated against by their own
You're saying the
people.
same thing I just said.
Do you understand?
That's what I was sitting here thinking.
You're saying the same thing I said. I said they're different ethnicity, different people.
I
they're
hear
different, all
that.
of
So
that.
when you initially asked the question, in my head I'm thinking there needs to be some form of conversation where we go past just what we see racism as it being black or white, because it's not.
Okay.
It needs to be evolved because the world has changed.
So can racism exist within the same race?
This is what I am saying. If you understand racism as what I've just defined it as,
Yeah.
then 100% it can. 100%.
Okay, cool. Let's just say it can exist within the same race. Let's just say I can be racist to you, you can be racist to me, this, that, and the third, right? Does racism include a power component?
And that's another topic of discussion,
Yes.
right? Because I honestly don't believe that you can't be racist against white people because they have power.
No, but he's talking about within the same race.
No,
I'm
he's just
talking
talking about
about,
generally.
Yeah, I think it can, because it depends on the motivation behind your racism. You could be a white person who feels like you are above and have more power than a black person, and that is the catalyst behind your racism, because you feel like you're in power.
And
But the other way, can a black, using that same
Yeah.
example, can a black person be racist to a white person?
I know that the narrative is that black people can't be racist to white people. I know that's the general narrative, but by definition, they can.
100%.
Black people could be racist to anyone.
Yeah.
We do it all the time.
Iman doesn't believe that.
Are we being racist or are we being prejudiced?
See?
No, it's for legitimate reason. I'm not
If
saying
you're
this.
doing the same thing
Yeah.
that people call racism, that whites are doing to blacks, if you're doing the same thing, but you're just black, 100%. Don't call it prejudice.
Yeah,
Don't call it prejudice. If it's the same outcome, the same thing that you're doing.
I love what you just said there, Brad.
People like
When
to
I
hide.
say outcome, I'm saying if it is that you've seen a white person, you've gone to kill them off the back of them being white. That's the outcome I'm talking about.
Okay, cool.
That's the outcome I'm talking about. I'm
Okay,
not talking
cool.
about systemic anything. I'm just talking about that.
Okay, but I think you need to talk about systemic. Reason why? Because that falls into the definition of racism.
So
Before we
you're
get
going to
there,
be
yeah.
them people that will use all that systemic stuff to be as horrible and as mean to other races and stuff as you
Essentially.
want. That's what you
Because
just do.
you've
So it's
got a
like,
blind
because
covering.
I can't be racist
Yeah.
because
No.
I don't have the power and I'm not systemically
No.
controlling anybody. So, but
No.
I can be a prick and
He
be
might call it
horrible
prejudice.
and mean to anybody
Yeah.
I want because of the color of their skin
No.
or where they're from. But I'm exempt to this racism stuff because I'm black. That sentiment's really stupid.
Let me tell you something, right? A great man once said, right, we have to be more intelligent than a wino, right? A wino doesn't care about the contents in a particular bottle, right? Just, right, people care about the labels. I don't care necessarily about the labels. If we're saying that, like, if I'm doing the same thing like you just said, this evil killing this, that, and the third to a white person, like they've done to me, it's just as bad, right? Cool. But if we're talking about words and being specific about the meanings of words, we can't say it's the same thing. If two fruits are on the table, an apple and an orange, and they're rotted, right? Been there for 21 days and they're rotted. They're both rotten fruit, but they're not the same fruit. It's different things because we've taken time prior to the rotten process to say one is an apple and one is an orange. You see what I'm saying? So it's not about saying, it doesn't give you license, right, to be that way to somebody. But I think it's important to say one is different from the other. You see what I'm saying?
Just so what, to use the language? But what if they're not different from the other? What if it's the same acts?
But this is what we're here to discuss.
That's what we're talking about. So if it's the same acts, then how are they different? How are they different from each other? Because people are of color. And then again, and it's like why would you even want to? Why would you want to do that? Like the stuff that we think racism is so bad, the stuff that's been perpetuated to us, and this attitudes that people have towards us, yeah, and you know what it's like, and you experience it, yeah. Why would you want to
Exactly.
inflict it on other people?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying we shouldn't. I'm saying people shouldn't. Evil is evil across the board. That both fruits are rotten across the board. But I'm just saying if you're saying this person has done something, let's say what he or she has done accurately. That's what I'm trying to say. And also just to get into the point about this other thing about race, right? This is something from the Pew Research Center, right? And this is what they said. The majority of US Jews identify as white. I don't know why that's surprising. They are white. But this is what I'm trying to say to you. So, in some context, we're saying they're white, but in another context, we're saying they're not white.
Why?
Wait.
Yeah,
Who
but
said they weren't white?
Okay, cool.
yeah, but if they're not white, what are they?
But
And the answer to me isn't they're Jewish because Jewish is a
who
religion.
said they wasn't white?
this is what I'm trying to say to you, because what we're trying to say is, to me anyway, right? If we're talking about race, I don't think we should be conflating race with ethnicity. That's basically what I'm trying to say. I know, but you're saying it should evolve and maybe encompass it, but I'm just saying at the current time.
So you're saying they're all one race, but there's different ethnicities
This is
in
what I'm
the
saying.
race.
They're different people. They have different rituals, different laws, different everything. They are very distinct people, just like the 10,000 distinct ethnic groups across Africa. But race is the same race. And I'm trying to say when it comes to racism, surely the component of race has to be there. That's basically what I'm trying to say,
Yeah,
according
but
to definition.
I think we'll agree with that, no? That race has to be involved in racism. No?
No?
Yeah. So then what you're saying is the things that they're talking to that's got nothing to do with race, then you can't put it in the same category.
I think I'm not, again, yeah, to some degree, I'm not saying that one's less or one's worse or whatever. I'm just trying to say, in terms of what you're going to call it, would you still call it racism? Do you get where I'm coming from?
So then again, it's just down to to the language that my man's
This
used and the
is
fact
what
that
I'm
he's
trying to
talking
say.
about prejudice and racism. Like,
This is exactly what I'm saying. And I think Diane Abbott was basically trying to say, guys, this is evil across the board, right? But when you're saying racism, don't use the words interchangeably, because I think you're confusing people. That's what it seemed like to me that she was trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Because to me personally, I struggle to say being a Jew is a race, because I can be a Jew. There are black Jews right now. There are Latino Jews. There are white Jews.
but then maybe they are one and the same then, because then that will feed into people that want to use that excuse to go around doing whatever they want to do to other races and being whatever, but then turn around and say, oh, but I'm not racist.
But that's stupid though.
Because
Do you get where I'm coming from?
No, but I can't be because I can't be. So I'm prejudiced, but I'm not racist.
But you don't
me?
get points for being prejudiced and you know what I'm saying? And more points for being racist or less points or whatever.
You get less points for being prejudiced than racist.
But it's evil across the board. And as human beings, we shouldn't see it like that. We shouldn't necessarily put a hierarchy to it. It's wrong, period.
Yeah, but wrong comes in levels.
I guess so. I guess so.
Wrong comes in levels. There's minor, there's major, there's you know what I mean. But my question is, why is Jews seen as a race and not Christianity or Islam or any other religion? What is it about Judaism where it's been cultivated to be looked upon as a race when other religions don't or haven't been?
Yeah, E-man. Why?
I don't want to put my personal opinions in it. Like, so I think personally, because typically, centuries back or whatever, I think the idea of being a Jew kind of stemmed from being a Hebrew, innit? Being someone who descended from Abraham and this and the third, right? In terms of lineage, right? Bloodline.
Okay.
And so I think you couldn't really become a Jew, right? In that
so it's
regard.
more about the bloodline. That's why.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. But that kind of is not even true because even in the New Testament, there were disputes about how if you wanted to become a Christian, you had to convert to Judaism first and then from there be a Christian, which Paul was basically saying, no, we don't like this idea, this, that, and the third. So I think even back then, 2,000 years ago, there was that thing where you could become a Jew. But I think since then, or even prior to that, people like to make the distinction between Jews as a people, ethnically, and Jews as a religion.
Okay.
And I think that's what it is, pretty much.
Okay, that makes sense.
I also wanted to say, what do you guys think of this? Because we kind of touched on this already, right? But this stems from the 1970s, basically saying prejudice plus power equals racism. So that's what racism is. Do you guys subscribe to that?
I believe that there are components of prejudice in racism, 100%.
So is that again, bro?
I do believe that you have prejudiced behavior within racism, yes.
No, but sorry, do you believe in the formula that racism equals prejudice plus power?
No.
No. Okay.
Because that is just saying that if they don't have any power, then they can't be racist.
Yeah.
That's not true.
I think it's evolved, like I told you already.
But is it okay? But what?
But it could have been done back then.
It would have evolved. He's right.
Yes.
You can't be using like Oxford Dictionary standards and stuff like that. You got to read the room, man. You got to check your mirrors, understand how it plays out in real life, innit?
Yeah.
Like you can't do all that and talk about, oh no, I'm not in a position of power. I don't own any institutes. So I'm not racist. If you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit. You get what I'm trying to say? Like you can be a racist piece of shit with no power.
Yeah,
whether you're black or white.
But is that because of how you're defining it though?
It's not okay, but it's how it is.
I think that's how it is. I don't think you have to have power to be racist, but
Is that our understanding?
having power can be a reason behind your individual racism, but you can be racist without having any power.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, the definition always gets confused because the way people try to use it, and then like the sentiments of it that only white people could be racist is ridiculous. You know what I'm trying to say? That
I feel like we feel like we have credit in the bank because of our plight. So we feel like we can't be racist because of what's happened to us, innit? But we can be racist.
You can say anything you want, act however you want, treat anybody however you want, but you can't be racist because of.
But Mark,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the thing is, Mark, you're basically saying almost like there's a hierarchy to it, and I get what you're saying. There is kind of in it, like racism seems worse than regular like prejudice, but for those who say this is evil across the board, this is the same thing, but the difference is the definition of what it is. I'm not trying to allow people. Like gives some people some allowance for being prejudiced and not racist. I'm just saying in terms of the definition, right? You know what I'm saying?
I think when you try and separate them, it will allow people to create separation. So it's good to lump. It's good to lump them in the same boat.
Okay,
then.
cool.
Because you're going to try and you could do both equally to terrible measures if that makes sense, innit? Like, so then don't try and separate them. So then you think you're any better because you're not racist. You're just prejudiced. Then like. You know
they're both bad. But for example, you could have a girl who doesn't want to date a guy because he's short, as opposed to I don't want to date him because he's black. Right? You not dating the guy because he's black is way worse to me than not dating him because he's short.
But you're not dating
even though you're discriminating, discriminating against him in a certain way, I'm looking at one as worse than the other.
I think that's worse than. I think you need to have conversations. If I'm not dating this person because he's black and I think black people are beneath me and they're horrible and they're whatnot, then that's a conversation to have.
Yeah.
If I'm not dating this person because he's black, it's because I'm white and everybody that I know is white. My mum, my dad, my aunties, my uncles, my things, my playmates, and that's what I'm attracted to.
Yeah.
Whiteness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then that's what's wrong with that.
No, fair. If we're to look at the reasons why she said that, then fair enough.
That's what I says. I think that's a difficult. You need to unpack that a bit more because so I don't think there's nothing wrong with people being attracted to their own race.
No, you're right. I wasn't saying it under the guise of I'm white and I'm attracted to white. I looked at it upon as her just being racist.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like, like, I don't want to date you because you're black.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you guys are basically saying, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys are basically saying the definition is X and Y, right? But you believe in 2023, in the modern day society, it should be one thing to kind of envelop everything, rather than people going around using semantics to maybe make themselves seem holier than thou.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe that would be what I'm saying.
Is that the case you're saying, Brent?
Sorry, repeat it.
Basically, you're saying you understand what the definition for racism is, right? But you believe in the modern day society, it should change to kind of encompass the whole thing, basically. Ethnicity differences, people differences, things of that nature, rather than just the standard black and white thing.
I don't think it is black and white, to be fair, anyway.
Okay. Elaborate.
Damn. No, but like what you said, it's like prejudice. Like you can be prejudiced. Prejudice can exist in racism. Do you get what I mean? So I feel like, and look at how what we're talking about. People are using it interchangeably. Do you get what I mean? So I feel like it's under the same umbrella.
Okay, so I think we all agreed also that the race element, or again the ethnicity, the peoples, whatever it is involved in this particular thing.
Yeah.
But the power element, Brent, if I'm mistaken, correct me. You're saying there doesn't necessarily need to be the power component. Is
No,
that
but when I need you to stipulate what the power component is.
Okay. I'm going to read something here because you guys are basically saying that the definition is X or Y. Maybe it's an old definition, but this happened in 2020, right? Somebody by the name of, she's a 22-year-old at the time, activist, whatever, at Drake University. Her name's Kennedy Mitchum, right? And she wrote to the dictionary Merriam-Webster. Known dictionary, we know Merriam-Webster, cool, right? Asking to update the definition of racism. She said that people often use the dictionary definition of racism to argue that something is not racist, right? On the basis that racism requires a personal dislike of someone based on their race to be real, right? The racism part. In the email to Merriam-Webster, she said racism is not only prejudice against a certain race due to the color of a person's skin, as it states in your dictionary, it is both prejudice combined with social and institutional power, right? It's a system of advantage based on skin color. This is what she's correcting. She's trying to correct them, right? Cool. They basically, long story short, written back and say, you know what, we're going to update it. You're right. Power.
All right, so you've
So
done this
explain-
a couple of times now. Look, you
I'm not doing anything.
you need to understand that
All right, go on.
you've read out something that supports your argument, and you've said off the back of that they've adjusted it,
Yes, they are.
right?
Yes.
And you said it was, when was this?
It's 2020.
2020. Yes, this is recent. And which
Very
is which Webster dictionary?
Merriam-Webster.
Merriam-Webster. How many dictionaries are there?
It's quite a few.
How many versions of the Bible are there?
It's quite a few.
I mean, I can basically update a Wikipedia thing right now and give sources to this girl. Yes?
Wikipedia is not the same.
I'm not
Oh,
comparing.
okay. It seemed like you was, Brent. So that's
No,
why
no,
I
no,
just
no.
wanted
What
to
I'm
say.
saying is, if they've changed it, it was something previously, right?
Yes.
And 20 years down the line, it can be changed again, yes?
Yes.
But right now, as you're sitting here, you've used this example to back up your argument
Yeah.
that one cannot be racist unless there's a power dynamic.
I'm throwing it out there, basically saying
No, you're not
this.
throwing it out there.
Yeah.
You're saying, wait. You
Okay,
guys
okay,
are not going
okay,
on my
okay,
side.
okay, fine.
Wait, let me just throw this in. And this was 2020. This is recent.
No, but remember, you know what I
This is
do.
before pandemic.
No, but you know what I do on the show. So obviously, I have to say these type
No,
of
but I
things.
also need you to be critical with your thinking.
Yeah,
if
100%.
you put this forward, you can't say this is now
Yeah.
truth. This is as it is.
Okay, cool.
Just because Webster has changed it from this woman's interaction.
But remember,
yes?
the
because
people-
bear in mind, as you're seeing things going, in the next 5 years,
Yeah.
how we be talking about certain
Yes.
identities and
Uh-huh.
this. So once it's inserted into Webster, you know seeing it's legit. can't be the argument you're making because I'll pull you back on this in 5 years' time.
It's not about it necessarily being legit. It's about understanding where someone's coming
Now,
from.
that's why I asked you, what power component are we referring to here?
Okay,
because if you're suggesting some busted white boy from Liverpool in the most deprived area, running about doing this, that, and the next. Now see a black boy, and he looks at him and he says, you mother effing nigger, I'm going to kill you, this, that, and the next. And you've gone to lynch the guy. Are you saying the power dynamic is the fact that he's white?
It's more
because he
so-
can still be racist, yes?
Yeah, but the power dynamic is more so just the act between him and that person. I think racism speaks to a system. You know what I'm saying? It speaks to a system that allows for that type of thing to even exist.
No, I understand, but we're not having this argument.
Okay, cool.
It's not argument. We're not saying how did it start
No,
within
I
a
know.
Western civilization. Do you understand? Because if a white man kills a black man in Nigeria, saying, you nigger, catch him down there. I mean, are you going to say that wasn't racist because the power dynamic in that country is toppled?
No.
Why?
Because racism, like white supremacy, is a worldwide, it's a global thing. It's a global phenomenon.
Yes.
That's what allowed him to think.
No, but would you still say it's the power dynamic involved in that? That's why you call it or class it as racist?
There's still a power component there.
All right, talk to me about the power component.
Okay, so all right, so let me.
I want you to do it in relation to, let's say, a black group doing the same thing to, let's say, a Jewish person.
But this is where the argument comes from, Ben. Remember, I'm trying to present the other arguments, and I'm basically trying to say the argument of those, because I don't necessarily believe, maybe Gina believes this, but I'm not too sure if anyone in the room believes that you can be racist, right, without the power component. And so the whole thing, I'm trying to articulate that particular side. So one would say from that argument, at least I'm assuming anyway, that a black person may not be able to be racist to a Jewish person. You see what I'm saying? May not be able to be racist to a black person by definition. Can you be prejudiced? Most definitely. Can you do the evils that come along with the prejudice and all them type of thing? But the racism by definition, right? I think this is what that particular argument is saying. It's not saying one is better than the other. It's not saying that one is worse or less bad than the other. It's just about the definition.
So was Hitler racist when he removed all of those Jewish people during his stint?
I'm going to come to that a bit later in the show.
No, I'm asking you now.
No. The reason why is because I think it's down to. All right, I'll answer it this way. When it comes to the raw definition, to me, right, I can understand. Again, you lot may think I'm saying so, but I can understand why someone can say it's not racist. If you subscribe to the idea that the Germans, right, are of the same race as the Jewish people.
And again, this is the stupidity that I wanted to basically avoid, because I asked you to think critically.
Yeah.
And you are saying, well, if they're the same race, then it can't be racism. That's why I said it needs to evolve, because you cannot have an entire group of people wiped out. Remember, it wasn't just Jews that he eradicated, blacks as well, yes. But he was racist when he eradicated blacks, but not the Jews.
Are you not just talking about the thingy on the white Jews in Germany?
As opposed to what? I'm talking about Hitler. He didn't just kill Jews.
Yeah, but that's what I thought you were talking about.
He
That in
killed-
terms of what he did to white Jewish people. That's what I thought you were talking about. That's what I was answering.
Yeah,
What?
but he's saying that he killed everybody. So he's saying, was it racism when he killed the black people, but not
And
racism
not
when he
racism,
killed
yes.
the Jews?
yeah.
Is what he's asking you.
Okay. Again, according to this definition, I believe this is what people are saying. All right. Wait. The genocide in Rwanda between the two groups, was that racism?
100%.
Okay, cool. This is why you're saying it. This is why you're saying what you're saying.
Yes.
And this is why the other group is
That's
saying
why I said it needs to
it's not.
evolve.
That's
it needs to
fine.
evolve. I
But-
know
but-
some people call it xenophobia, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, cool. But
But you want racism
Simpleton.
to involve it all.
if it is off the back of, like I said, I read out the definition that I subscribe to.
Cool.
And I'm saying it may not be the one that you subscribe to.
Yes.
But that's the one I subscribe to.
I understand.
Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism
Yeah.
by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people
Yes.
on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized.
If that definition is the definition you're going by, and you asking me the question based on that definition, is racism, clearly. Easily, very clearly. It's racism. But I'm talking to people who don't subscribe to that. And I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you, if Diane Abbott does not subscribe to that definition, because there are legitimate lexicographers out there, legitimate dictionaries saying that's not what racism is, this is why she can write that letter saying, don't use the words interchangeably.
And this is why it's dangerous not to basically apply critical thinking in a new age. Because
I know.
Because as she said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. It was a draft I sent out, but she walked it back, yes?
She did, yeah, man.
And you're vexed.
I'm not vexed at that. I'm vexed at more so people maybe not understanding why she may have held that viewpoint. Because I feel as though I don't think she had any malice. I don't think she's trying to say one is a lesser crime. I believe she's just trying to say black people have suffered certain things from every single angle of life. Economics, social, politics, every single thing. Black people have gone through those type of things. That's not necessarily the case for Jewish people, for white people, for travelers, and this, that, and the third. I think she's trying to make a distinction, not saying one's better or worse than the other. I don't think she's trying to do that. She came out right in the 80s or whenever it was trying to say, listen, I'm here to sort out racial injustice. Period. She didn't just say sort out injustice for black people. The woman wants injustice gone for all people. But to come out and make it seem as though she's anti-Semitic, I think that's wrong.
Like I said, I think it was the part where is that it sounded like she was read like.
Look up.
No, I didn't.
Okay, cool.
It
Sorry,
didn't
go
come
ahead.
through. I wouldn't knock it off. Somebody wants to join the conversation, let them join. Sorry. Where was it? Jewish people and travelers were not required to set the back. In apartheid South Africa, these groups were allowed to vote. And at the height of slavery, there were no white-seeming people manacled on the slave ships.
Yeah.
Now, I know that you have people waiting for Diane Abbott to basically show her bum, right? And they've been doing it for the longest while. Even whilst it is they've been racist towards her, 100%. They want her out of there, right? But I think if it is you're putting out this particular response in a public news letter, in a public forum, you have to be squeaky bum time with that latter part of the response. You have to be squeaky. If it even looks as though you're saying that there's no way that Jewish people can suffer from racism, you know you're going to get people jumping onto her saying you're being anti-Semitic because you're a Holocaust denier. Yeah. Do you understand? And that's what it is people are not focusing on. Yeah. And that's, as you said, that's not what she said. Yes?
This is it.
Cool. Hello, good morning.
Morning. Hi, I just wanted to weigh in on the Diane Abbott topic.
Hello, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Mante.
Cool.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, hi, morning. I just wanted to say, Eman, I understand what you're saying, but I just think it's a bit dismissive of the Holocaust whole scenario, because a lot of Hitler's motivations, like his true motivations of creating an Aryan race, were coming from a racist place. And some of the tactics he used to marginalize Jewish people, like separating them in terms of how they look, like, you know, these days, a lot of Jewish people do have a complex about their nose, for example, having larger noses, because it was used as a way to separate them at that time. So there were racist motivations throughout the whole Holocaust and throughout the whole obliteration of the Jewish group of people. So I just feel like saying race isn't an integral part of what Hitler was doing kind of dismisses their experience and how they were completely marginalized from owning wealth, having housing, completely stripped of everything that they knew as normal life.
Yeah.
I just think it's a bit, it doesn't really make sense to me personally.
I fully agree with what you just said. Especially when you look at the motivations for Hitler. Hitler didn't just want to destroy the Jewish people. He wanted world domination. So that would have involved people of distinct different races. You know what I'm saying? So I fully understand what you're saying there. And especially when you add in Brent's definition as well. Obviously not Brent's definition, but the definition that Brent read out, right? From a proper, reliable source, right? Fully racism is there. Yeah. But my thing to you is it racism if, for example, in the same thing I read out earlier, that white Jews identify as white? So if this is a particular questionnaire asking about what race you belong to, and Jewish people in America are saying, I'm white, what's going on here?
Right, but based on the examples, the options are available to them, what else would they pick?
Okay, I'll have to look at
because
that
those
quickly.
lists are they're very reductionist. Like they're not very extensive lists, so there's not really much to choose from. So when people choose white, like for example, I think maybe like Italians or like Mediterranean people, Turkish, they might not necessarily see themselves as white, but they won't see themselves as black. But when they look at that list, they go, okay, that's the one that I identify closest with.
Okay.
I don't really think that's a good example.
Okay. I mean, the way I see it is, this is not necessarily an example of trying to say, oh, this, that, and the third. It's more so me trying to say that the world kind of sees this as that. Like, otherwise they would have had a category, I guess, at that particular time, and even now, to make that distinction between white Americans, right, and white Jewish people, or just Jewish people, period. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to kind of just say, okay, you know what, this is wrong, this is whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say, look, if you're talking about race here, right, based on what countries are using as standard thingies, right, to say this, that, and the third, what would they consider themselves? I understand what you're trying to say in terms of the lack of options, but it seems like they will still say they are white people. Distinct ethnic
But the
group.
world is very binary. A lot of the times the world only sees white and black. That's the problem. That's the
This
problem with
is
a lot
it.
of these categorizations. They're not detailed enough. So it's like you can't blame them because they're not black. They're closer to white than black. For example, from trying to see from their perspective, I would imagine that they see themselves more as white than black. So 100%. I don't necessarily think that means they see themselves exactly the same as, for example, an English person. I think if those types of categorizations were more specific, then they would definitely separate themselves. The same way I imagine like black Latin people might struggle between saying, am I a Latina or am I a black person? Like these these categorizations are very, very limiting. So I don't know. I think it's a weird perspective to kind of like look at it from, because it's just not a good system in the first place.
It may not be a good system, right, for now, but at the time, right, people were using this to categorize people because of their understanding of what race is. Remember, race is a social construct. So based on that time, the people who are in that society are saying, based on what we are calling race, this is basically the different races, right? Where do you belong? So I understand if today we want to change that, right? But I'm just trying to say, cool, based on a definition, people's understanding.
But even back then, the motivations for categorizing people weren't just so that we can know, like, okay, these different groups are different because this person comes from there, or this person comes from there. A lot of times it was to exact power over people.
100%.
Like that was the birth of race as a categorization.
100%.
So if black or non-white groups were always in the receiving end of like brutalization, then it kind of makes sense why people, when they're free or when they have the chance to pick their own identity, they would align themselves more with whiteness.
Are there black people that don't see themselves as other black people?
Pardon?
I'm not too sure about
Are there black people that don't see themselves as other black people?
Maybe people who do not.
Probably.
Who? Tell me what race.
Who I believe do.
Like I'm saying, like the Mediterranean people, like Turkish, Cypriot, or like Albania, or whatever. I've seen them look at, like you're saying, English white people and say, I am not that.
Yeah, 100%.
But obviously you're saying there's only so many different things. We will look at it and be like, well, you are white. You get me? Are there? Is that in black?
I believe that there's a group of people who don't identify themselves as black.
Who?
Somalis.
I knew you were going to say that.
Okay.
But
I don't know. I've got bare Somali friends and they're black.
Yeah, but I've heard Somalians say they hate that stigma and that narrative, that they see themselves as black. But for some reason, I feel like society doesn't look at them as black.
All my Somali friends, there's no
they
difference.
feel like they're black.
Do you know why
we shouldn't even be just looking to categorize ourselves as just black.
The reason why.
No, but you can be two things. You can be black and Somali.
Again, why I'm saying that is because it sounds as though we're just doing black and white. What about the rest of them?
Okay.
Do you understand? That's why I said, let's not categorize ourselves as black. Let's categorize ourselves as Trinidadian.
But that's just one category. That's just where you're from.
Yeah, the identity shouldn't be tethered just to black, is what I'm
I
saying.
don't think it is though, because I feel like we all talk about where we're from. We all talk about I'm Nigerian, I'm Ghanaian. We all embrace.
Yeah, but I also see everybody as the same as us. I get that some of us are from the Caribbean, some of us are from Africa, some of us are from Latin, wherever. Yeah. But you still see yourself in all of them, no?
What do you mean? Sorry,
like they're all black people, innit? You see yourself in all of them. You don't see no difference. You understand the differences. You understand Brent's from Trinidad. I'm from Jamaica.
Yeah.
Man might be from, but when you look at us, you see yourself, no?
Yeah, I see black. Yeah, but that's not
This is what I'm saying.
So I look at Brent, and Brent is a black man.
Yeah.
I also know that Brent is from the Caribbean. I make that distinction. Yeah. It doesn't do anything in my interaction. I don't treat him any different. It doesn't tether my interaction, but I know he's Caribbean and he's black.
what the caller made some fantastic points, but this is I'm picking back off what the caller is saying.
Okay.
Basically, if it's just binary as black and white, then what happened to the rest of the other population of this world?
But I think that's,
doesn't fall into that.
I think that's what we referred to earlier.
Before,
We talked about that earlier.
No. Don't look to confuse things now. The caller is making fantastic points, and you're saying that we've already said that. No, we didn't.
No,
We did.
We did.
We said before, there may not be a color for it. In fact, we said people like the Indians, Sri Lankans, and that call themselves brown. So there's that race there. You know what I'm saying?
The caller is saying to expand this particular binary understanding that you are basically going back and forth with her on.
Okay.
This is what I am hearing from what the caller is saying.
Is that what you're saying, caller?
Yeah.
So basically, just say, okay, look, today we need a better way of describing everything. Is that what you're basically trying to say, or what?
Yeah, I just
'Cause it's
feel like
just not black and
allows
white, innit? That's what you're saying.
conversations to just have more depth, because once you start saying stuff like, "Oh well, I imagine Jewish people would categorize themselves as white," I just ask the question: what other better categorization would there be in terms of the list that we see on like applications and all this diversity type of surveying? Those types of categories are usually the ones that we talk about when we have these conversations in terms of like black, white, black African, black Caribbean, white, other. All those types of categorizations.
Yeah.
What categorization would they pick from that list? Because that's what we usually use. So I'm just saying, like, probably white is the closest one that they could use. Doesn't necessarily mean that in life they see themselves exactly the same as a quote unquote like European white person.
No.
That makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. I don't believe they see themselves as the same as white English or white European people. I don't think that's the case necessarily. But again, if you're looking at the older definition of race, I could see why these characterizations were put there to say you're white, you're black, you're this, that, and the third. But usually under these categorizations, you tend to get some subsections as well, where people say, okay, I'm black African or I'm black this. There isn't necessarily something for Jewish people unless you're going into the Jewish thing and saying, what are you, Ashkenazi Jew, Sephardic Jew, this, that, and the third, right? So I get that.
Right.
But in terms of the other thing you were saying, right, I personally believe the race thing should be done with anyway. I said this before about the black, this, that, and the third. I personally subscribe more to ethnicity. That's me personally. But at the same time, I understand where the categorization comes from and why there is a need for it today. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, if we're going to categorize something, I think everyone needs to be clear about what it is before we say somebody is bad or evil or demonize somebody for trying to say, this is what I think it is, based on something that is in a dictionary. That's what I'm trying to say. I think she's basically saying...
No, I get that, but I just feel like someone like Diane would be better educated on such topics and would know that there is a racial element to what they experience. So completely, even though I'm sure that wasn't her intention, but you have to be careful with your words. She is in a position of power. She's a politician. So I would imagine that she would have had to be careful in the wording of that, because you also don't want to dismiss other people's experience while trying to get people to understand your own. It's not, I don't think it's a good way to discuss such things. It's really dismissive and it's not fair. Because if it was done to us, I feel like we'd feel away as well.
100%. But and I once again 100% agree with you. But I think it's important to make that distinction between saying that someone's dismissing something and someone saying something as a matter of fact. If she's looking at the dictionary and it's basically saying racism is this, and she's learned that it's this, right? And she's talking about this, right? You can't now say she's dismissing something because she's not including it under that definition. It's not her. It's the definition.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But I just also feel like when you're public facing, you have to think of all eventualities.
Yeah,
and you can't allow for room for your words to be misinterpreted or be taken offensively. This is all part and parcel of the job. So she needed to have thought about completely like, what's all the different ways this could possibly be taken when I put this out to the public. The consequences of that is what the consequences are. That's just how life works.
Once again, I'm agreeing with you. I believe she should have thought about how people would perceive it. Like Brent said, it's dangerous to be a critical thinker in a modern day society. You know what I'm saying? So I fully agree with you, right? But I do think that people need to understand and make that distinction, again, between saying, you know what, she should have thought about this and actually saying she's wrong. These are two different things. Yes, people can misconstrue what you're saying, but is she wrong? Huh?
I think both. I think what she said was wrong.
Okay, cool. Well, this is what we're diving into. But yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling. I wanted to read some, this kind of, I guess, we may have touched on this a bit already, but this is what somebody by the name of Fiona Sharp said. She's from the organization Labour Against Anti-Semitism. and this is her response to what Diane Abbott's letter is, said. She said, it creates this hierarchy of hate, right? It pits one minoritized ethnic community against the other. Racism, prejudice, this is what she did. I was watching this and I typed it down, right? She said racism, prejudice, it tries to suggest anti-Semitism and discrimination particularly against gypsies, travelers, and Romas, who she, Diane Abbott, managed to single out was somehow a lesser kind of discrimination. I think that's disingenuous. I don't think Diane Abbott is saying it's lesser. I don't think this is a hierarchy here. I can't always be responsible for your interpretation of what I'm saying.
I think she is saying it's lesser.
I don't necessarily.
She's literally saying stop comparing it to arting because it's lesser.
I think that's harsh.
Yeah, it's very harsh.
I think that's harsh.
No, but it's not the same. The words she's used, but that's what she broke it down to you. Them people, yes, them what got in trouble, but none of them could in apartheid. Yeah, none of them lot could vote. Yeah, you ain't never seen no white coloured people shackled up to no boats. She's done it in a nice way, but she literally said, yeah, don't mix us up with you lot's foolishness because our things are separate. That's what she said.
You see, and that's what I was talking about.
About the misinterpretation.
The drafting.
Okay.
I'm sorry. She should have been very, very clear.
I think maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but I think that's what she said.
A
A
lot of people
read it
that way.
This what I'm saying is so funny because when we went through the whole Kyrie Irving saga, you were basically translating what he was saying into whatever it is that you wanted it to be.
No, I knew what you were saying.
And now you're on the flip side saying, no, this is what she meant by what she was saying. And I'm telling you, brother,
I'm on the same side. I'm on the same side, bro. I'm not flipping anything.
What I'm saying is that based on, you just said just now that people are interpreting it a particular way, yes?
Yeah.
And Marx interpreted it one way.
Yeah.
And you interpret it another way, right?
Yeah.
And she's apologized for what? The way Marx is interpreted. Do you understand?
Apologize for
and
people
you're
who
saying
understand it the way Marx
she's
is
just doing that because she's trying to save skin.
I didn't say that, I'm just saying.
I want you to say something because I don't want you to sit on the fence here.
No.
Why did she apologize?
I think she's apologized because she understands now why people can see it the way Marx is seeing it. And she doesn't want to hurt them because she's not saying that. That's what I believe it is.
All right.
You are doing the words for me again. She's not saying it's lesser. She's saying it's different. Well, you can unpack that. You can unpack that in so many different ways. She's not saying it's lesser. She's saying it's different. Okay, different. What less? Like, what are you saying here? Like, she said what she said, bro. Like, different and lesser. She's saying the same thing. The message that she's putting out there is the same thing. Whether you want to use lesser or whether you want to use different, that's what she's saying, bro.
I don't want us to go into too much dangerous territory. Yeah, I don't want us to go into too much dangerous territory. Yeah, because a certain amount of time here. But if one wanted to say there was hierarchy, right? Would she be wrong in saying? Would she be wrong?
I ain't even saying she's wrong on what she's saying.
Wait. Let him finish his stupid sentence. Go on. Don't flick it to Mags.
No. I'm basically just trying to say. In fact.
Flicking it to Mags.
No, I was... again...
It's useless.
There's no point. There's no point.
Nonsense.
There's no point.
Absolute nonsense.
There's no point in basically saying what's this, this and the third. But I believe it's wrong for people to act as though she had malice in her heart and she was trying to say one is lesser and also saying because it's less, it maybe needs less attention. That's what, again, I think comes from that. And I don't think she was trying to do that. I think it's unfair. Good morning, caller.
Morning. Hello. Hi, everyone.
How are you?
It's Christy.
Hello, Christy.
Hey, girl.
Hi. Hi, Brent Hater. No, I just want to say, in terms of, I think it was definitely elements of oppression Olympics. However, I feel like the fact still remains is how racism is viewed for Black people is totally different from everyone else. I feel like there's definitely a hierarchy because if she left out the Jewish component, there wouldn't have been this much uproar. There really wouldn't have been.
Oh, facts.
The fact that she entered the Jewish component is why there's a lot of backtracking and why she had to apologize and all of that kind of thing. Once you add that element, it's clear there's always a hierarchy. It's been shown so many times that there's a hierarchy. There's never the same energy across the board at all. So I think just by how people react, it just goes to show there's levels to this racism. I'm not saying it's not racism, whatever, but there's levels. And I just feel like the bottom line is black people always end up at the bottom.
Yeah,
That's just my opinion.
I agree.
I agree.
I think that's a different conversation.
Different conversation, but I think it's
No, it's a different conversation. But I'm
point.
just saying in terms of, I think it speaks to the point of like everyone saying, "Oh, it's racial Olympics," and you know it can come as dismissive and all this kind of thing. I think in 2023, we're not viewed the same. We're not. Yeah. So just by her draft, just goes to show we're not viewed the same.
Do you like when it is that camera-facing politicians look to change what they initially said, Emmanuel, and call it drafts, mistakes, oops?
Oh, do you believe that it was a draft?
I mean,
No, I was asking you, Brent.
No, I don't believe it was a draft. 100% she put it out.
Yeah, I don't believe it's a draft.
She would have double-checked that, triple-checked it, and run it by a couple people before she put it out.
That's her excuse. Oh, sorry, that was a draft.
Yeah.
personally, I think.
Oh, that was her excuse. I thought that was what. Okay, well, I agree with Brent. I don't think it was a draft. I think she said. I think she said what she was saying.
What she said.
Yeah.
But again,
she didn't want to stand by it.
I think she said what she was saying. But again, the repercussions of talking about that community is going to get you every time. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
it's going to get you every time.
Man. I feel like we all should know. We all know this, though. Do you know what
I think people, if you're not agreeing, I think you're just pretending.
Yeah.
Everyone in this room would hold their tongues talking about certain people because they know the
100%.
consequences. There's a hierarchy there. It's clear to see.
And
Right.
obviously, it would have been her Labour counterparts that would have gotten onto her about this, because Conservatives are trying to mar the Labour Party as anti-Semitic off the back of Corbyn and his tenure or his leadership. And Abbott was right up there when it is at. So they're like, all right, you guys can't actually vote for these people because they're anti-Semitic. It's disgusting. That's why it is that she had to basically say, I'm sorry.
But remember, also within.
That's why.
Sorry, I was just going to say.
Just to add.
Yeah, go on, Chris.
Oh, go on. No, I was just going to say that's why when you read out Sadiq's response, why was there so much of him? Exactly. Is there so much of him with your own community like that? That you were saying you were angry? Like, come on, that was so disingenuous. Yeah. But it's again, he needs to show that kind of vim because of the community he's dealing with. That's the only reason why he showed that much vim, because I don't remember seeing that much vim when he was talking in Stephen Lawrence's case. I don't remember hearing that kind of vim about the actual institutional racism in the police force.
He did mention it though.
Against black people. Yeah, he mentioned it, but if you repeat what he said, I'm angered. It was come on, there weren't nothing like that.
He said I'm sick.
When he spoke there, there was no. Yeah, he didn't say anything about being sickened by the institutional racism in the police. So that's what I'm saying. There's so much. There needs to be added layers to what they seem to be perceived as anti-Semitic. But when it comes to actual racism against black people or even others, it's not given the same energy at all.
You know, while she's on the phone,
it goes to show that her suspension, like other people can say things and they won't get suspended. About other people, they won't get suspended. It will get talked about, but.
The thing is, Christy, just to be fair though, under the new party rules, which they voted on last conference, once an MP is under investigation, right, they're automatically suspended as an automatic matter of precaution. So this is not necessarily a case that's happened to just her. It's happened to other people where there was any type of investigation. You know what I'm saying? Just to be fair, just to be like, you know what I mean? But also, while you're on the phone, I want to read out the apology, and I want you to tell me what you think, So this is what Diane Abbott put out, in response to this whole stuff. I'm writing regarding my letter that was recently published in The Observer. I wish to wholly and unreservedly withdraw my remarks and disassociate myself from them. The errors arose in an initial draft being sent, but there's no excuse, and I wish to apologize for any anguish caused. Racism takes many forms, and it is completely undeniable that Jewish people have suffered its monstrous effects, as have Irish people, travelers, and many others. Once again, I would like to apologize publicly for the remarks and any distress caused as a result of them. What do you think about that?
It was clean up. That's all it was.
Okay, cool.
It was clean up. That's all it was. I think her original thing was what she said. This is just clean up. And even what she said in that apology, I feel like she kind of stated that, yeah, they've been through things, but she just now made a distinct point to say they've been through okay, yeah, we know this. Yeah. No one said they haven't. Mm-hmm. She just reiterated, I just feel like it's just clean up. It just appeases that community. Mm. It quells the talk, and that's that. Mm. Everybody wants to please them at the expense of everybody else. That's my issue. Everybody wants to appease them at the expense of everybody else. And we can't say anything else unless it has to appease them at all, anything. Even if it's given us deemed as can be a compliment, they'll find some way. That's my own issue. It just doesn't get looked at. The energy is never given the same. Mm. But I feel like that's also an internal issue with us as Black people. Don't really police anything anyway. So that's also a problem with us. That's we got to deal with. Also, we have problems policing even just the N-word. So kudos to them. They hold the line in it. We don't. So I'll just leave it there.
All right, cool. Thank you very much for your call.
Thank you, man.
Guys, can I just ask a quick question? Yeah. Do you believe anti-Semitism is racism? Nobody?
I don't know.
No, it's got its own word, so it must be something different.
Okay. Do you feel like it falls under the banner of racism? Or is it literally just distinct something?
No, because it's not about race, because white people could be anti-Semitic and get in trouble for it. So.
But you also believe that you can be racist to people of the same race, though?
Brent was unpacking that a bit more than me, but
okay.
I get it. Yeah, it's all weird, isn't it? But I just think...
I think it falls under...
What, under racism?
Yeah. Definition, hostility or prejudice. Hostility or prejudice against Jewish people. So the same...
against...
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
So it falls in?
So it's still racism.
Yeah. And if we make up a term for the hostility towards travellers, that will fall under racism too.
Okay.
Okay. I'm with you. I can see it.
Let me just read the definition real quick. On the 26th of May, 2016, the plenary in Bucharest decided to adopt the following non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. Hello, caller. Hello, caller.
We ain't never making it out of jail.
Take me to jail.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, we can't.
Yeah. I just wanted to.
What's your name?
Go back. Mo.
Cool.
Good morning.
Yeah. No, I'm just going back to just Gina's thing about Somalis not seeing themselves as Black. It's more of the. Obviously, it's for recognition, and as Somalis, we're very recognizable as Somalian.
Okay.
So growing up, it was more like we're Somalian, but you can tell that person is Somalian.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not even going to go back to the feelings between Somalis and certain other groups, where it's just obviously where we were the newest immigrants, really. So it's more about just sticking bad into each other. And obviously just being so easily identifiable sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm. So it wasn't like that, we didn't see ourselves as Black. It's like we were Black outside London, but in London, we were obviously Somali to everyone else.
I remember that time.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think it's more so how they were perceived by others than what they thought about themselves.
Yeah, I never remembered it as them wanting to disassociate themselves from people. It was always people trying to push them away.
Yeah.
Fair.
And again, obviously, the sentiments changed. East Africans are in right now. You get me? They are in. It's up and stuff. But I grew up with Somali people. I grew up with Somali people my whole life. I've never known any Somali person that I know personally.
Yeah.
I've never known them not to see themselves as black.
Yeah, no, same.
Like, I've never known that, so I don't know. Like, because what else could they be then? I don't know.
No, but you know what it is? I think it was when it was like in circumstances when like there was larger groups of Somalis. So there were more obviously Somalis, and then once there's confrontation or once there's beef, it kind of more separates. So it's like, the Somalian lot over there.
I'm not even talking. Do you know what? Yeah, I guess it's not even just Somalis. I'd even say I think. So, for example, yeah, I haven't grown up with a lot of Somalis, right? But the ones that I have come across, and when I've had conversations with them, and they talk about like their parents and stuff. So, for example, I had a client, and she said to me how her dad doesn't identify as black. Yeah. He identifies as Arab. And she said, to be fair, in her family, it's a thing. Obviously, for her, because she's of the younger, like this generation, she identifies as black. But growing up, there was a distinction between her being not being black, but do you know what I mean? And she was like, it's a thing that's within her community. And I was just like, to be fair, I've heard that and I've seen it. And obviously I've seen stuff on TikTok and stuff, but that was just my But at the root cause, is it because of their skin tone? Because I feel like this disparity between whether or not people are black or other, it always seems to stem from certain parts of East Africa.
But you know, it's not. It's mainly sometimes it's not even really Ethiopians or Eritreans that get it. It's mainly specifically Somali.
Okay.
And I think that is maybe.
To be fair, I feel like I've heard the same narrative about Eritreans too.
Yeah, so have I.
You know what I mean? I feel like I know Somalians is probably the most prominent narrative in regards to this, but I've heard this happen with a lot of East African countries. And the similarities to me is that the skin tones are like Somalis, Eritreans. You guys.
It's the same shit.
And for the whole,
anyway, you don't know how.
But then as the whole,
it's the same.
Yeah.
But then
you guys are very familiar looking.
Being described as the color. Someone said it in the comments. Being put as a color is kind of mad in 2023. But then it's how come Chinese people, obviously before they used to be called the actual color, we're not allowed to say that anymore. Do you get it? It's the whole, so we say Asian. So I don't know, maybe start describing each other by another character.
Ethnic group.
But is there anything wrong with the labels that we currently have? Like, we all understand how to play the game. We don't call people who are from China yellow, we call them Chinese. Like, is there anything wrong with how we address each other at the moment?
I think
that's not going to work because race is always going to play. So it's not going to work when you're saying with ethnicities and all that, because that doesn't work. That white kid that grew up in Ghana and does those TikToks and all the talks and like they're Ghanaian.
Yeah, but ethnic group is more.
But you don't see them as that.
No, because ethnic group is.
So if they describe themselves as Ghanaian, you're going to be like, you'd expect it to be a black person.
But this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm Ghanaian because of nationality, but ethnic group I'm not Ghanaian. You know what I'm saying? So in the same way, that white boy could be Ghanaian because of nationality. You may have a passport just like me, but he's European.
What's wrong with having distinctions and subcategories? Like, is there an issue with that?
I don't think there is.
Like, why does it have to be? You have to be labelled as one thing and that's it. Why can't people have subcategories and distinctions?
I think we do.
What's the issue? What's the issue?
I think we do have subcategories anyway.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I think the race thing, because it's a social contract and because social construct. And because we know the evil that was behind using them type of things to categorize people, right? I think the race thing is nonsense, pretty much. But ethnic group is something that's real. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's an easier way to categorize. But like Mark is saying, we live in a world where people still use race. People are still doing bad things to people of completely distinct ethnic groups because they look the same.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So race still exists. You know what I'm saying? We still operate as if race is one of the main things in society. But I think the caller's gone, right?
Thanks, Mo.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Brent, if you don't mind, can you play the Sadiq Khan's comments, please?
Sorry.
What happened?
Nothing.
They want to push on.
We ain't never making it out the hall.
This is you guys fought for Snowfall.
No, it's the way.
And this is more important.
We gonna be forever, master. I'm just a little pole boy trying to make my way in the world.
I just keep working this.
It's just for those who never saw, or you know what I mean, Sadiq Khan's comments pretty much.
Read the letter that was published in today's Observer from Diane Abbott. Her comments are unacceptable.
Check out his t-shirt.
What's this t-shirt?
Nice one. Nice one. Yes, Mr. Khan.
And his little badge.
They like you, bro.
To diminish the racism, the anti-Semitism Jewish people face both today and over yesteryear beggars belief. Every year in our...
irony of this stupidness is he's on GBN News, right? They don't like Jews at all. This world is messed up.
Great country, unfortunately, there are more than 1,000 reports of anti-Semitism. Last Monday was at a Yom HaShoah event where we commemorated and remembered the 6 million Jewish men, women and children who lost their lives in the Holocaust. I was indeed with Holocaust survivors. Diane Abbott's comments are unacceptable.
Yeah, pretty much everyone who read it was thinking, what was she thinking? Now, you know Diane Abbott pretty well. Have you spoken to her today? Can you even begin to try and work out what she was trying to say?
I'm too angry. I just...
Oh, knock it off.
Yo, guys, no, because the thing, it was that bad. So angry. So angry. I couldn't really think correctly. It was hard
I don't
for me.
understand how anybody can think that, how anybody could say that, but even worse, write a letter to the Observer to publish that it's right she's apologised. The Labour Party's done the right thing to suspend her at beggars belief.
But can she still come back from this? Because she's been suspended. Do you think that she needs to be expelled from the party, or in the same way Jeremy Corbyn has been, maybe the NEC should stop her from standing in next year's general election?
Well,
all he means is get this black out.
Yeah.
I've got to respect the due process that I'll have to follow because she's been suspended now. But I just don't understand how you can diminish what's happened to Jewish people today and in previous decades. It's arguably anti-Semitism, the oldest form of hatred there is. There needs to be an investigation. I don't want to inadvertently prejudice that, but her comments are unacceptable.
He said the oldest form of hatred?
Yeah, bro.
Jeez.
You heard it. That's why I wanted everybody else to hear it.
That's inaccurate.
Nice one, Mr. Khan. Nice one, Mr. Khan. So, yeah, the last thing you just said is him trying to say that Miss Diane Abbott, I wish I remembered the words, but basically diminish what they went through, this, that, and the third. Again, I think that's harsh. I don't think she was trying to diminish any injustice for any people. Again, she's Britain's first female black MP, right? And she said she wanted to be the voice of the voiceless, and that promoting racial justice throughout her almost 36 years in Parliament has been her focus. 36 years she's been putting in the work. I don't believe something like this should be allowed to tarnish what she's tried to put out there. And also, last thing before we move on, if you don't mind, for the black people out there, obviously, who love Labour to the core, let's see what Labour does. Let's see what Labour does, how they treat Miss Diane Abbott, the very first black female MP, right? Labour, that's for black people, guys, who vote for Labour and don't think about any other thing.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, I have to do it, man.
No, you can't do that.
I do.
Brother, this is politics. This is not even race anymore.
All right.
They're getting her out of there
Yes.
because they're thinking about the next election.
You know what's crazy? I didn't know Diane Abbott was black until just now.
Are you
Don't know who
joking?
Diane Abbott is.
He's
You don't know
joking, man.
No, I'm not joking. I
You
know.
don't know who Diane Abbott is?
Miles, say what you said to the...
Guys, this is for entertainment purposes
No.
alone.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I don't know who Diane Abbott is.
He's joking, guys.
No, I'm not joking.
He's joking.
I don't understand why it's egregious that I don't know. I'm not into politics.
Do you know who, what's his name, David Lammy is?
Yeah.
Oh. So you only
No, I've heard Diane Abbott's name.
You only care about black men in politics.
Don't do that, please.
Oh, yeah, no. I've heard Diane Abbott's name.
I mean, at least that wasn't racist. Come on, guys. Let's move to the headline.
Oh, now you want to move on.
All right, guys. So I think there's a bit of a trigger warning here. Again, this is an update of what is happening in Sudan. And basically, a growing list of countries have evacuated diplomats and citizens from Sudan's capital as fierce fighting continues to rage in Khartoum, which is the capital of Sudan. The US and UK announced on Sunday that they have flown diplomats out of the country. France, Germany, Italy, and Spain are among other nations that also carried out evacuations. A vicious power struggle between the regular army and a powerful paramilitary force has led to violence across the country. US authorities said that they had airlifted fewer than 100 people with 3 Chinook helicopters on Sunday morning in a fast and clean operation. The US embassy in Khartoum is now closed, and a tweet on its official feed said it is not safe enough for the government to evacuate private US citizens. The UK government managed to airlift the British diplomats and their families out of the country in what was described as a complex and rapid operation. Foreign Minister James Cleverly, like we said earlier, said options to evacuate the remaining British nationals in Sudan were severely limited. So it's tough out there, man. Next headline, the US Supreme Court has preserved access to a commonly used abortion pill, ruling the drug can remain available while a legal case continues. In a split decision, it also rejected restrictions of mifepristone, it's the name of the drug. I may have pronounced it wrong, but implemented by a lower court, essentially maintaining the status quo. The future of the drug was called into question after a Texas judge sought to invalidate its long-standing approval. The case would have wide-ranging implications for abortion access. It comes after the Supreme Court, which we know spoke about this last year as well, which has a 6-3 conservative majority, overturned the Roe versus Wade court case in June last year, ending a nationwide guarantee to abortion and giving states the power to ban the procedure. So yeah, with Friday's ruling, basically the whole case now returns to the lower Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. It's likely that the case will come before the Supreme Court once again, setting up the most significant ruling on the issue of abortion since Roe was overturned. And the last headline, we spoke about this before when this was in the thick of it, pretty much, and the self-styled preacher Amritpal Singh, whose cause for Sikh independence riled India's authority, has been arrested in the Punjab state. The 30-year-old had been on the run for more than a month after evading arrest in Punjab on the 18th of March. He and his supporters have been accused of attempted murder and attacking police officials. Punjab police officials confirmed news of the arrest on Twitter and also appealed for peace. Mr. Singh was arrested from Road Village in Punjab's Moga district at around 6:45 a.m. on Sunday, and this was confirmed by the state inspector at a press conference. The same person said, he said that he had been arrested under the stringent National Security Act, which the NSA, which allows for individuals, imagine this, to be detained without charge for up to a year. He will be taken to a high-security jail in Assam State, where some of his supporters have already been kept. And that's it for the headlines.
Do we have any word on road?
No, I think we should go straight to the rotation.
Okay.
Thank you, Brent.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. So I've got a whole backlog of music to listen to because obviously I was fasting and I tried to refrain from listening to music during Ramadan. So got a whole backlog of music to listen to. The first one I decided to give a spin, and I want to know if Mark's heard this as well, is Avellino's project.
Oh, no.
Never heard it yet? So Avellino released his, I believe it was his debut album, God Save the Streets. Give me 1 second. Yeah, God Save the Streets, 11 tracks, 37 minutes long. You got features on there from Getz, R.A., Wretch, Back Row G, Tigers the Author, and an artist by the name of Raf Riley. I actually thought, Brent, we could play a little couple of snippets if it's possible, just to give the rotation a little bit of depth.
Is he signed?
I believe he is not signed to a major. More Music, Odd Child Music, I believe he's independent.
Who? Rich?
Avellino.
Oh, that's going to get flagged on YouTube.
Avellino's project, do you think?
Yeah.
So?
Yeah.
Positive?
They would have had distribution. Who put it out?
Yeah, no, this is the label I'm reading that. More Music Records, Odd Child Music. No, we don't have to play it. I just thought, just give it a little bit of oomph in it.
Cool.
It's a dope project, man. Obviously, Avellino is one of the, I guess, or I would say one of the premier lyricists we have in the UK. Dope beats, great lyricism, wordplay, just cadence, the whole shebang. Favorite tracks on there, Twin Flame, which actually samples Kano Brown Eyes, which was quite a dope track. Another track called Acceptance, and another track called Through My Eyes. Those are the songs that I recommend. But yeah, it's a dope project. I recommend it. Give it a spin. What else have I got to listen to? Swiss Beats released an EP that I'm gonna give a spin as well. Actually, I want to know, Gina, have you listened to? I'm not sure if Esther touched on this. Have you listened to Davido's album?
Not really.
Anyone listen to Davido's album?
I gave it a brief spin.
Yeah.
Brief.
Yeah.
But I can't really comment on it besides Unavailable and
There's one song that's making its rounds on Insta.
Unavailable.
Is that Unavailable?
Yeah.
Right? I listened to it yesterday while I was driving, and it's a lot of Amapiano, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like it's a lot.
The thing is, when I look at Davido's clever, right?
Yeah.
Because he's, I'd say, one of the Afrobeats artists that has collabed with a lot of Amapiano artists, and obviously where Amapiano is quite popular at the minute.
Yeah.
It's making waves. So there's a few songs I can name basically that have been like the heavy hitters of like I'd say Afro piano in a sense where it's a mix of Afro beats and Amapiano, and I feel like he's leading that, to be fair. So Unavailable is just another version, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And again, they're all collabs with Amapiano artists, or his songs anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's about it. Let me just even list the stuff I'm going to listen to. So DJ Drama, he released an album. I really like that. I'm going to check that out. Larry June and The Alchemist, The Great Escape, that's on my list as well. Currency and Jermaine Dupri released a project I want to listen to. Jordy, Moses Boy, he released a little EP as well. I'm going to check that out. Called Prophets in Their Own Town. So yeah, I'm just basically catching up with all the music that I didn't listen to during Ramadan. So I'll give you guys a bit more as the weeks progress. But Avelino, God Save the Streets, check that out. Dope project, dope beats, dope features. And yeah, man, let's go to the next headlines.
All right, so the next headline, the former Peruvian president, Alejandro Toledo, has surrendered himself to U.S. authorities in order to be extradited to Lima. Mr. Toledo, 77, is accused of taking $20 million in bribes from a Brazilian construction company while in office between 2001 and 2006. He fled Peru to live in the U.S. several years ago, but was arrested by U.S. authorities on Peru's request. He is denied soliciting or receiving bribes. Peruvian authorities allege that Mr. Toledo received millions of dollars from the Brazilian construction company Odebrecht in return for awarding public works contracts. They provided the US with an extradition request in May of 2018, and prosecutors are seeking a 20-year prison sentence. Next headline here, I'm probably going to butcher some names here, please forgive me, and there's a trigger warning as well, and this is basically about Kenyan police and how they exhumed 47 bodies near the coastal town of Malindi as they investigate a preacher who is said to have told followers to starve to death. The bodies of children were among the dead, police said, whilst the exhumations are going on. The shallow graves are in Shakahola Forest, where 50 members of the Good News International Church were rescued last week. The church leader, Paul Mackenzie Ntenge, is in custody pending a court appearance. State broadcaster KBC described him as a cult leader and reported that 58 graves have been so far identified. One of the graves is believed to contain the bodies of 5 members of the same family, 3 children and their parents. Mr. Ntenge has denied wrongdoing, but has been refused bail. He insists that he shut down his church in 2019. He allegedly told followers to starve themselves in order to meet Jesus. Kenyan Daily, The Standard, said pathologists will take DNA samples and conduct tests to determine whether the victims died of starvation. Police arrested this man on the 15th of April after discovering the bodies of 4 people suspected of having starved themselves to death. Very sad news, man. And the last headline takes us all the way to Argentina, where they are battling a record outbreak of dengue fever, which has killed more than 40 people and infected more than 60,000, mainly in the northwest. The infection is spread by the Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, the type of mosquito, and the last big outbreak to hit Argentina was in 2020. The health ministry says dengue cases are starting to plateau, however. Biologists are irradiating thousands of male mosquitoes in labs to be released later in the hope that their offspring will be unviable because of the DNA damage. The biologist Marianelli Garcia Alba, she was quoted saying to Reuters news agency that this mosquito, due to the rise in temperature in our country and the world, is able to spread more. The population keeps on moving further south. So the aim is to make the mosquitoes that have been exposed to radiation the dominant type to curb the spread of this particular disease. The symptoms for this disease, for those who care, include fever, headaches, nausea, and aching joints. Pretty much like malaria, it seems like. But yeah, that's what's happening in Argentina. Hopefully they can sort it out, man. And that's it for the headlines.
They're trying to get me to go and do some filming and they're killing me. Sorry. Is this rotation?
Reaction.
No, reaction.
That's what I meant to say. I just heard you do the
Oh,
rotation.
yeah. No,
I
it's-
meant
yeah.
to say reaction.
Yeah, it's reaction, yeah.
All right, so this is
I've been waiting for this.
this is
I've been waiting for this.
this is
The row
reaction.
There you go.
Bro.
Sorry, Marks, can I just say one thing, yeah? Only because I may have to leave, yeah. Let's start with the tank thing, and then I'll leave the football to you guys. If that's all right. If you guys don't mind.
Okay.
Is that okay, guys?
We can go. I missed the tank fight,
I didn't
though,
watch it.
man.
Serious?
Yeah.
Russell was a couple of knockdowns when he hit him on the ribs.
My guy, Tank. This guy's the face of boxing.
Got him in the solar plexus. Did you see? I see people talking rubbish about him, but he ain't fought no one.
What, Tank?
Yeah, he ain't fought no one with no real power. Man's telling me Garcia's got power. Why is everybody gassed up this Garcia like this? It's just because he's Mexican. It's just a racism thing.
Hey, it might be.
Is that what it was?
Maybe prejudice. I
That's
don't
fast
know.
hands, man.
No, but you know the thing is, Garcia is a good fighter. He's beaten everybody. I think he stopped 18 out of 23 fights he's had. 18 boxers. He's fast, powerful left hook. He's durable as well. He's got a good chin. So he was definitely going to be like Tank's biggest, you know what I mean, competition. At least on paper, anyway. It seemed that way. But Tank sorted him out, man. Tank sorted him out.
I see everybody saying that he gave up and all that.
Yeah, it was a solid body shot.
Why?
When you're hitting the liver, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it was like a delayed reaction as well. You get what I'm trying to say?
Exactly.
That he's like, he thought he was all right. When he was taking that knee, he's saying,
Exactly.
This Tank guy, you said he was a face of boxing. Is it the guy who beat up his missus?
No, allegedly, Brent, please.
Oh, okay, go. So it wasn't the same guy?
No, it's the same guy.
Yeah.
He's saying it's the
Allegedly.
same guy.
Oh, it
but
wasn't
it's alleged.
proven.
Yeah, it's not proven. He's out free and nothing's happened to him, so I don't think he did it.
Okay, good.
It's boxing, man. You can't do that. Mike Tyson was the face of boxing one time. Like, it don't matter about all that. He's the face of boxing.
Exactly.
It does matter.
And he's a great
No, it
boxer.
don't.
No, what he means, it doesn't matter him being the face of boxing if that happens, if that means.
He's
No,
also a human
it doesn't
being.
take it away from him.
you
So wherever he's
You
going through,
mentioned
he's
Mike
going
Tyson.
through.
Mike Tyson was way back then, right? Where everything was different, right?
Yeah.
Now it can't run like that, right?
No, he can still be the face of boxing, regardless of whatever. Even if he's guilty. If it's allegedly or whatever, he can still be. They'll take his face away then, if that's the case. If he's guilty, then.
Yeah, if he's guilty, I'm sure he wouldn't be the face of boxing.
Yeah, if he's guilty, yeah. But remember, like it's just like most things, isn't it? Like it was alleged to have happened. He got arrested and he was released. You know what I mean? So I'm not too sure if the case is one of those things that's you know, they're looking into later down the line or whatever. But as far as I'm aware, I thought that the whole thing was dismissed.
Yeah, because like Jonathan Majors, isn't it?
No, not dismissed like Jonathan Majors. There's no texts. There's no proof. There's no.
What I'm saying, I'm talking to Margs.
Okay,
being
okay.
the face of something. If it is that is now proven, you're gonna get removed.
Are they going to bring Jonathan Majors back as Kang?
Apparently, I'm hearing rumors that they're trying to cast Damson Idris as Kang. I really hope not, though.
Damson?
Yeah, I don't see him as Kang.
Can't go from Jonathan Majors to Damson.
he's far too, you know who I'd prefer if they were going to go that route? John Boyega. He looks more like he could replace Jonathan Majors than Damson Idris.
You know, I'd prefer they just let Jonathan work.
Same.
Give the man his role. He was good as Kang.
Yeah.
You get me?
Who's Kang? Sorry.
Kang the Conqueror from
Marvel's thoughts.
Okay.
Marvel.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But Tank got him out of there, man. 7th round. I thought it may go up to like 10. You know what I'm saying? But again, he got him out of there. But one thing,
Is it true Floyd Mayweather punched up Bear Grylls?
Yep.
allegedly though, man.
Oh, so it's not proven either. It's the same as Tank.
It's the same. It doesn't. It's
It's
like
not the
it
same
doesn't
as
matter.
Tank.
Oh wait, talk to me.
It's just not the same as Tank.
What's the difference? The
Um,
plural?
I haven't heard any of these Floyd allegations. You know?
I don't know, but
That's what the comments are saying.
We have to have a different conversation one day, and I don't know how we're gonna have to unpack it, but we need to have a different
You have to have
conversation.
a new behavior.
We can have it here, but I think we should have it here because at the end of the day, yeah, two things can be true at the same time. So judge him for whatever his crimes and indiscretions are for, yeah, that shouldn't be able to take away anything he's done in boxing. I don't understand why we're talking about them for that. He is who he is as a boxer. We're talking about the boxer, and that's who he is. Whatever he's done in his personal life, if we don't want to judge him for in his personal life, is his personal life. I don't know him personally. I only know him about boxing, so I will judge him on his boxing. So anything that he's done doesn't matter.
You could be judged separately, but I don't feel like society would deem you the face of anything if you've been
not the face. But
dragged.
He was talking about Tank, and then he went and done. And then someone said something about Mayweather, and then brought Mayweather up, and then it's like, what are you doing? Bringing his obviously his reputation is reputation. But you're bringing his whole career and his credentials into disrepute because of something that happened in his personal life. It's like, no, you're not going to do that.
Is this all across the board?
No, I think it's more.
Are you saying this all across the board?
I don't know yet. I don't know
some examples.
I don't know yet. I don't know.
No, not yet. You don't know yet.
No.
You can't be saying this all across the board.
I never said anything. I'm just talking about Mayweather. Just stay in the car.
He said stay in the car.
Go on, Tank. Go on.
Well, getting hit in the solar plexus, I see bare people talking. I definitely could tell they ain't been in a ring before. Yeah,
solar plexus. Where's that, please?
That is just.
Is that what's called?
You get what I'm trying to say? Like that will discombobulate you, boy. His body said no. You get what I'm trying to say? So there's a lot of people looking at him, taking that 10 count on the knee and thinking, man, you're a wuss, man. You didn't this, and it's like.
You know what the thing is though, yeah? And yeah, for people who don't know, yeah, they should look up how Bernard Hopkins knocked out Oscar De La Hoya. Same body shot. Oscar De La Hoya was on the floor screaming. This guy was like this. He wanted to get up. He said afterwards, I wanted to get up. I just couldn't get up.
Crazy.
The only person I've seen get up from a serious shot like that is Mickey Ward. Sorry, Arturo Gatti against Mickey Ward. One of the best fights you could ever see in your life.
And again, if someone hits you that bad in the stomach and it affects you that bad, sometimes it's not even. Well, I don't know, because if you can power through and get back up, you're going to be a disadvantage anyway moving forward. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? So sometimes you might just have to cut your losses. Yeah. Like, especially if you're the one feeling it, innit? Like, well, that might have cracked a rib, but I might,
100%.
I might be done.
100%. Someone in the chat, Mark said Gervonta's going to be sentenced next week, you know?
What?
Yeah.
Are you? We got charged.
I'm not sure. I need to look into it, innit? But apparently this is what has been said.
Maybe he's not going to be the face of boxing for long, is he?
Yeah. I think, to be fair, he's like the future face of boxing. Because Canelo's still the most known guy, you know what I'm saying? Canelo's still the guy. Still the most known guy. But what I was going to say is racism, man. Either it's racism or incompetence. But yesterday, when the fight was happening, they looked at the scorecards. So for those who don't know, in the second round, this is basically when everything heated up, innit? Garcia came out swinging mad aggression. Like Tank had to hold him a few times, disrupt the flow of the fight and whatnot. But in that very same round, Tank hit him with a beautiful counter. That was the first knockdown.
Oh, the one in the face?
Yeah, so it should be like a 10-8 round. Come to find out afterwards now, 2 judges out of 3 said it was a 10-9 round. 1 judge said it was a 10-10 round.
No way.
I'm telling you, 10-10. I don't understand what's going on there.
If it went all the way on points, they was going to try and make him lose.
Rob him. They was going to rob him.
The power dynamic, innit?
Thank you very much, bro.
Where's he from?
Who?
The other one.
Garcia,
He's from Mexico.
Oh.
Mexican-American, though. It's not Mexico like...
he's American.
American, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
There's a difference, man.
Let me know.
Okay.
Hierarchy-wise.
Okay.
Who's on top and who's on the bottom with the whole Mexico and blacks? African-American and Mexican-American.
I think Mexican-Americans are seen more favorably, you know?
Oh, serious?
I think so.
What do you think?
What, in America?
Yes.
Of course.
Serious?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mexicans are just I haven't been to America, but they got what's this? They're like hard workers and that, and they're gonna do a lot of the jobs that people them don't want to do and stuff. But
I don't agree. I feel like,
but I don't hear them. I don't hear them going through nothing like what black people in America go through. So why would they be below black people in America?
I don't think they've experienced the same level of racism, but I don't think Mexicans are even looked upon as being above black people. I feel like both parties are,
Just ask the police how many Mexicans did they shoot for no reason. Ask them. Let's do that metric. Let's go on that metric. How many Mexicans get shot for no reason? And then you tell me whether you think they're below them or not, or how they're viewed or whatever. I mean,
I don't think it's necessarily a case.
No,
of,
but that's not the measure. I'm not saying that Mexicans are above. I'm saying I feel like they both have their plight, and I don't see Mexicans as being above or below. I kind of see them. I see black people as being treated worse for sure, but Mexicans are not looked upon as being favourable in America. I don't
know. You have to talk to Americans. You have to talk to Americans. I don't know about.
You know what I mean?
I don't know about the I don't know about the Mexican American struggle. Obviously, the people that come over, they're illegals, so they're running around. So there's a lot of illegal people trying to do illegal work. Like, all right, cool, but they're in a country doing illegal things. They're there illegally. So if you're going to be chased by ICE and them thing there, then that's granted. I don't know about no.
Trump wanted to build a wall.
Okay, cool, but that's for immigration and migration. That's like I don't know about the Mexican American plight. I don't know what they're going. They're not going through nothing. What are you talking about?
If Mexico was a black country, there would have been a wall already.
Well, I don't know. I used to talk to some Americans, and some Americans tell you, but from me, I don't know. But for me, looking over there, Mexicans look calm. They're straight.
Yeah, it's definitely. You know, I think
I'm not saying this is worse, but I don't think it's as hunky dory as you're describing.
I think it's.
What are they going through? What? Speak on it.
But I'm just getting to football, bro. I'm not getting into a race debate.
Yeah,
I
was just interested in my own saying it was racism.
it was
there were two niggas in that ring. From the white person's point of view, there were two niggas in that ring.
No, but you know that there's some people that you like to give a certain status to above others. You know what I'm saying? This is why during slavery they had those fights between.
But you weren't serious. You just tongue in cheek, right?
Yeah, of course. But there's obviously some corruption in boxing in it, and that again speaks to that in it. They wanted to give it to Ryan.
Maybe the judges who voted for the Mexican didn't like the fact that Tank was the face of boxing and he was a woman beater.
No, to be fair, it was more so the fight would have determined who becomes the face of boxing. Because Garcia is a huge name on social media. I don't think there's anyone in his weight class, that age as well, who's more popular than Ryan Garcia when it comes to boxing.
Yes, Maria, I said nigger, but as an Nigger.
Also, who was the last white face of boxing, or anyone that came close to being a face of boxing? That's white.
Tyson Fury, but
Tyson Fury.
But face of boxing, like, can really only go to like one person. So you're right. Like, who?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't feel like white boxers have ever been the face of boxing ever.
I mean, you're talking about back.
Yeah, but I ain't
back
talking
in the
about
day. But exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like in our era.
I don't think so. No.
Whatever.
Yeah. What white? What Ricky Hatton?
Rocky.
No, I think you can go through. You can go through periods. When my man knocked out Wilder, they weren't a bigger boxer than Fury.
Yeah.
But do you think he was loaded as the face of boxing?
He was at that point in time. He was the face of boxing.
Canelo was there though. To get like
that's true, but he never had the
Canelo's
hype.
era.
I mean, obviously, it depends on what circles.
think
We're
Tyson
speaking
Fury's
because
ever been
we're
a face of
English as well, so it's a bit different for us.
Yeah,
we probably see things different, but
Klitschko is a good shot.
face of boxing though.
What's
at that time,
the definition of the face of boxing?
Wasn't great.
I think just being the guy.
As being the champion at the moment.
No, that's not. I don't know. Just being the guy. It's not even heavy. It's not about just if there's a guy. There's certain men who have at some point in their time they have been.
Who's the biggest draw?
Yeah, I guess so. They've been.
Box office draw.
They've just been the guy, innit? Like
who's getting people? Who's getting the pay-per-view numbers in?
Do you know what I guess obviously I'm not like a sports like fan, yeah. So I guess for me, when I think about the face of something, yeah, it's even people like me who are not even invested, like know who that person is and associate that person with the sport.
Yeah.
So for example, Mike Tyson, I would say is the face of boxing. If I think about boxing, the first person I'm thinking of is Mike Tyson. If I think of basketball, Michael Jordan. If I think of football, David Beckham.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna think of, obviously you lot are gonna say Pele, like all the greats, but in my head, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how I see the greats, because I'm not in that space. I'm not invested, but I will think of certain people and like straight away when I think of whatever.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Tank could be. He might be the most popular right now. But obviously, in other sports news, importantly, you get me. We've got another cup final day. You get me.
Oh, is that the most important thing? We to start with is the Man United result, yeah?
Another cup final day, man. You get me. Hopefully, it's going to be another trophy party. The boys go down to Wembley, and you know what it is. This is what it's like when you're a big team, when you're a mentality monster, when when you've played in damn near every game up until this point, because there ain't another round of the Europa League yet. Up until this point, we've played in every single match round of football that is available to anybody in this country. We've played it right now.
Oh, go away.
What are you talking about?
Go away, bro.
I'm just.
I'm not buying any of this you're saying, bro.
What do you mean not buying it? It's the truth.
I'm not buying it.
It's true.
No, I don't like.
We've just
the way
played.
You're
We've
trying
just
to
played.
give your team props, man. Move.
We've
We've played in every single round for every competition, bar none.
every match that's available of football to be played. We've played
We
it, bro.
don't care, bro.
So it's just been a
We
long.
don't care.
It's been a long, grueling season. You get me, like, and I just hope that we've got
But
something
I have
more
to address-
substantial than the League
I
Cup
got
to
to
show
address,
for
I
it.
got to address you though because I wasn't here to address the Europa League defeat. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because we've got other things to talk about. But yeah, man, the quad was on. Then the treble was on.
Nah, the
and
double's
now
on.
maybe the double's on. I'm hoping
No, the double is
that
still on.
Man
We're
City-
in the final.
Man,
Once again. We're
Spank-
in the final.
Okay,
The
cool.
double is still on.
No, it's still on. What is your, in terms, honest opinion? Forget your Man United bias, right? Do you think you've got enough to beat Man City right now?
Of course, we beat them already this season.
What's the score?
Can't remember.
It must have been a memorable game. You remember the score?
No, but we beat them, so it doesn't matter. The W's was important. We've played them twice. They won one. We won one. Of course, we can beat them.
All right, Brent, what's your prediction for the final?
City.
Yeah, same.
I don't think you'll have enough.
Yeah, I don't think you got enough. I think you're gonna get spanked still. I don't know. I'm not saying spanked as in crazy scoreline, but I think.
Oh, but you've not got enough for them on Wednesday, right?
He wasn't talking about that right now.
I'm asking a question. You've not got enough for them on Wednesday, right?
We'll get there.
Nope.
We'll get
Answer
there.
the question.
No,
You've
I'm
not have
I'm
enough
asking
for them
a
on
question.
Wednesday, right?
I want to talk about the 3-3 draw first.
Do you have enough for them on
I
Wednesday?
want to talk about the draw against
Can
Southampton
you see
first.
this? Can you see this?
And then once we talk about that,
Matter of fact,
I'll
it's
speak
so
about
matter
Wednesday.
of factish. We can't do
no,
nothing.
because you're
do you
you're
have
jumping.
anything for them on
You're
Wednesday?
jumping.
Okay.
We need to address. I'm lying, Brent.
Tic-tac.
We got to address
Let
the
it cook.
Southampton game first.
Cook.
Then we can
11
address Man City.
11 o'clock.
Then we can address Man City. All right, if you guys want to wrap it up, we
I'm
can
not
wrap it
trying to
up.
rush. No,
No, let's do it.
I'm
Cool.
not trying to rush.
I'm just saying.
I'm not trying to
You
rush.
like it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, so okay, go on then. Go get where you want to get to then.
All right, so Arsenal. What's going on, man? What's going on, bro?
I said it, man.
3 draws in a row. I'm sick.
Did I not call this?
No, you didn't call 3 draws in a row.
Did I not call about this whole the run that we're talking about?
This
Where everything
was-
matters.
no,
this
but
whole
this-
run.
this-
This is what I was waiting
no,
for.
but this isn't the run you're referring to. This isn't the group of games you're referring to.
April. It started from.
You were referring to a specific group of games. You wasn't talking about this run, the Liverpool, West Ham.
This whole run, you still got to
Southampton
go Newcastle and Chelsea, bro. The whole run, what I was talking about.
No, you wasn't talking about the whole run. You wasn't. You didn't talk about Liverpool, West Ham, and
Liverpool and West Ham weren't involved.
you wasn't talking about that.
Okay,
Liverpool maybe as an
okay.
isolated game.
Okay, I thought you got someone going because someone you
Wait,
got
wait,
going.
I'm here.
Is there a
I'm
community?
here.
You
were
got
talking
go
to
and
me.
get me
You
the
were talking
footage,
to me.
please.
Wait.
You were talking to me. You mentioned it, yes, but he wasn't here. But he doesn't know.
All right, cool.
Oh, okay.
All right. I don't know what's going on right now, bruv. Like, I don't know what's going on right now.
Saliba.
Like, Southampton are bottom of
Gabriel.
the league.
I told you when he comes back, changed.
No, Saliba. It is not a Gabriel
he's
thing.
saying, he's
It's
saying
a
Saliba's
Saliba.
absence.
I'm saying this Gabriel's addition changed
That's
it.
a very stupid.
Gabriel's
Never mind.
addition.
You ain't scoring like
It's a
that.
stupid tick.
Oh, you
Go on.
talking about
You
James
was
Zeus?
winning when Eddie Nketiah thing.
There was a joke when it is that he wasn't scoring. What are you talking about?
Eddie weren't scoring, but you was winning. You were playing
Marks-
better. You are playing worse now with Gabriel.
Marks.
Saliba.
Saliba's got. It could be the Gabriel addition,
No,
bro.
Arsenal are not losing games because of lack of firepower up front.
Okay.
We're losing games because of defense. Arsenal shouldn't have to score 3 goals every
all.
week to beat a team. We should be able to score 2 and win the game.
Remember, we've been up how many times?
This whole narrative of we
It's not the attack.
should have killed them off for 3. Why should we have to score 3 to win? We should be able to score 2 and hold the lead.
Chill.
We're capitulating at the back.
2-1's the worst scoreline in football.
No, it is. But what I'm saying is, what's Arsenal's
just saying.
What's Arsenal's old thing? 1-0 to the Arsenal. You can win a game 1-0, 2-0. We shouldn't have to score 3 to ensure victory. That's what's annoying.
To take a 2-goal lead, yeah, and not win that game 2 weeks in a row, yeah, and then
Okay, let's dissect this
and
game.
then get battered by the bottom of the league.
Let's dissect this
3.
game, right?
So you've conceded, what's that work out to? 7 in your last 3, yeah, and your next game's against Man City.
Relax.
We didn't get battered.
So, first of all, Ramsdale,
This is it.
what are you doing?
Thank you very much.
Brother, Ramsdale's been your saviour. Ramsdale, them 2 draws.
He's talking about the game. He is
be
talking
quiet,
about
bruv.
the
I'm
game.
talking
Just
about
focus on the game. Listen to him.
Stop. The thing is, no way he hates. He thinks that Arsenal fans get onto their players when they do bad and they throw out everything they've done. Ramsdale's done well this season, but in that game he gave the ball away after 20 seconds and they scored.
Yeah.
So he has
the
to
Liverpool game, you walked out of there with a point
he has
because
to
of
be
him.
just for that.
Yeah, but he ain't got no cachet. He's gonna beat up. He walked out. You walked out of Liverpool.
Mark,
You walked out of Anfield with a point because of him.
I'm not saying start Turner next week. I'm not saying drop him. I'm addressing the mistake he made.
All right, fair play.
He made a silly mistake.
Silly boy.
He made a silly mistake. Like you're passing the ball out, yeah, to Zinchenko.
Very stupid mistake.
Lackadaisical, and you didn't see that there was what was the name? Alvarez, whatever. It's right there. We're down within 20-something seconds.
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, to the bottom of the league, Southampton. And
that was a tough finish as well. You think keeper should have done better?
Have never,
with the save.
Yeah, that's why he's talking about Ramsdale.
Who have never.
Yeah, the pass that was Ramsdale as well, wasn't it?
And so was the floppy hands.
Okay.
No, but according to Marks, he done great against Liverpool, so we should let him off the hook. What was I saying? You know, this team, they've never beat us in the Emirates, you know. But today is the day you want to lose, the bottom of the league, Southampton. The day when it's a crunch time, have to win, must win, 3 points game. This is the game you choose to lose.
It's storylines. People, there's rumors going around that they write that they script the NBA and stuff like that.
No, that's BS.
I don't know. Yeah, if they could script the Prem.
It's not scripted.
You see the Prem. It's not about results, and sometimes form and all this stuff goes out the window. It's all about storylines and narratives.
I'm telling you,
and I was telling you about this Southampton game because I said if you lose to Southampton at the Emirates, yeah, the fans are going to turn on them, and that place is going to be crazy. And I'm saying it's the best storyline for the league moving forward, not for Arsenal.
What do you mean?
But it's the best storyline for the league. You get me? And it nearly happened. A loss would have been sensational, but the draw was still good enough.
I
for the
agree
league.
with what you're saying. I agree that there is a narrative that's being plugged by mainstream media, and it has been plugged from different sections of our season. When it is that Gabriel got injured, what was the narrative?
Right. But the narrative is based on what is happening. This is not scripted. So whatever we do on the pitch is a narrative that comes with that.
No, I'm just talking about media. Because it all boiled down to what Neville was now saying, which is now the truth, right?
Which is what was he saying?
That they're gonna
we're gonna flop.
We're gonna bottle it, basically.
Yeah. And that's where the whole bottling consensus comes from, right? Even now, before we went into this particular stretch that you said we were gonna have trouble with, and I agreed, it's tough games. I don't know why people are now saying if we beat Liverpool, it's a shoo-in. That's bollocks.
Yeah.
We still have so many dope teams to play.
Tough games.
At the tail end, so that was bollocks. But that was the entire narrative because Neville said if we beat Liverpool. So when we didn't know, it now became a thing of we balled it.
Yeah.
After going up 2-0 up, it's Liverpool you've gone to Anfield.
Yeah.
Then it became about it's Xhaka. He's walking up the cup. Do you understand? So 100%. I think everything is on narratives, and this is great for the Premier League because right now it's Arsenal's finished now, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the narrative right now.
You guys are reading too much into what people are saying in the narratives. The narratives is based on what is happening on the pitch. If Arsenal don't throw away 2-0 leads twice in a row, they lose to Southampton, then there's no narrative.
Yeah, but these narratives are being pushed. Right? These narratives are being pushed in the media are important because the players hear them, bro.
100%.
So the players have got the bottle in the back of their head. Like the pressure's building, bro. These stuff that's being said and all that, it all matters. We're in the business end of the season now, bro.
Yeah.
There's 6 games left, bro.
Yeah.
Like this ain't a joke. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So all that stuff that's being said, all these guys, Monday Night Football, they all watch. They all watch it.
That's football. Pundits are gonna pundit. That's the game.
Yeah, but you got a new. It's a young team.
Element. You must agree this is an element.
I'm not saying it's not an element. I'm saying what Arsenal do on the pitch, we write our own narrative is what I'm saying. If we win, we change the narrative. If you lose, the narrative is there, innit? Gary Neville saying that Arsenal are bottling it. Do you think Arsenal lost because of what Gary Neville said? Or are Arsenal on the pitch being complacent, being arrogant, yeah, not having that killer instinct, being lackadaisical and making mistakes? Is that Gary Neville's fault or that the players? Gary Neville is talking about what we are doing on the pitch, right? We are giving Gary Neville the fuel to say we're bottling it. Why? Because we threw away 2-0 lead against Liverpool. We threw away a 2-0 lead against West Ham. We went 2-0 down to Southampton at home. This is not because of Gary Neville. It's because of us.
I think confidence is affected based on what the players take in via social media.
Oh my God, bruv.
It's a mentality thing.
No, listen.
That's why we're building mentality monsters.
You can't, yeah. I'm not saying social media doesn't play a part, but tell me what the percentage is, just so I can understand where you're coming from. Because let's not act like Arsenal are losing and capitulating because of social media or pundits. Give me the percentage.
Of what?
Of how much you believe narrative, social media, and pundits affects the players?
I think right now, at least maybe 40% is in the players' veins
you
based
think-
on what it is that they're seeing and reading
You
online.
think Arsenal's 3 recent games, 40% of the reason why we have drawn those games is because of narrative and social media?
Mentality, yeah.
No, mentality is mentality.
It's connected.
Yeah, but mentality could be, if you remove social media.
And when I say social media, I'm talking about mainstream news.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, information in the
Mentality isn't just what's happening on social media or pundits. Mentality is that team, their spirit, what they're discussing, what they're doing, how they feel. It's not all about what's happening on socials.
No, but they're inexperienced. They're young.
No.
They're
They are
inexperienced.
the youngest team in the league. But to put 40% of our capitulation down to social media or media is BS.
Well, you lot, are probably like the biggest social team. And I don't mean that, say like with your socials numbers, because obviously
You did
like
a whole
United and that.
documentary.
But I'm saying like, look, like with the AFTV, with like the way your fan base
Spurs done the
moves.
same documentary and so did Man City.
No, but I'm saying though, but you
But
are different.
We're here right now.
You are different, innit? And I'm saying like with them being such a young team, being so inexperienced, that naivety in them, they're of this culture.
I'm not saying
the
it doesn't-
Sakas and that
I'm not
of this
saying it
world.
doesn't play a part.
Nothing ain't being said. They're not missing nothing.
No, but I'm not
When Saka
disagreeing.
missed the penalty, what happened?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm saying let's not come here and talk like Arsenal are losing because of narratives.
Not because of narratives.
We're losing because of the play on the pitch. We're losing because our best defender, William Saliba, is out, right? And because of that reason, the whole of that
It can't
defense
be just because
is-
But you
Saliba's
see what
out.
you just did?
Wait, did
you
that say-
just said it's
yeah.
all down to Saliba.
I'd say it's all down. One of the reasons why.
It can't just be because
One-
Saliba's gone, man.
One of.
Go on.
It's one of the
because Saliba didn't ask Ramsdale to pass that ball to that guy.
Are you telling me that one of the reasons, not the whole narrative, one reason that Arsenal are drawing games is because arguably our best defender is out? Yes, it's a part of the reason.
Oh, now we're factoring in elements, right?
I asked you what the element was. With social
And you
media.
asked me percentage. So what do you think the percentage is with Saliba?
Of Saliba. Oh, okay, cool. I reckon Saliba probably about 30%.
So what's the other 70?
How, fam? Okay, cool. No, but you're acting like this is some one size fits all. I can break down. For example, why did Ramsdale make that pass? Ramsdale could have been not focused. He could have had his heads in the clouds. He could have had just a capitulation. I can't tell you exactly why Ramsdale passed it like that to say that's the reason. I can't tell you exactly why Partey thought this flick that I normally do over players isn't going to work this time. There's so many nuances. I can't tell you all the reasons why Gabriel Jesus misses chances yesterday. There are so many factors that contribute to us losing games. I can't tell you exactly why Saka shot a penalty wide. There are so many reasons why we lose games or draw games. It's not just about this, down the third. There are so many elements to it, bruv.
I agree.
There's so many elements to it.
I agree.
Yesterday, if Trossard didn't hit the crossbar, guess what? It goes in. Guess what? If Gabriel Jesus scores one of his chances, guess what? We win the game. If Saka scored a penalty last week, we win the game. Like,
So now it's Saliba. Remember Casemiro? So it's Saliba. That's it.
see, you don't want to be egregious. I just said one of the reasons. Do you want to listen or do you want to just be funny? One of the reasons why we are not playing well is because a player who's played every single game for us up until a certain point is out the team. Rob Holding is not as good as Saliba. I'm not blaming Rob Holding, right? He's not as good as Saliba. So many different things that Saliba might do. Ball retention, pressing, positioning, even getting the ball from Ramsdale, who Ramsdale normally passes to.
Honestly,
right?
yeah.
They all play a factor. Stop acting like they don't.
You're
play
gonna
a
move
factor.
like this is a reductive argument or whatever. You're just focused on Saliba and you're talking about, okay, cool, we're not losing
I'm
the
not
games
focused
because
on
we're not
Saliba. I
scoring the
mentioned it was
goals.
one of the reasons.
I'm saying, yeah, and I know because obviously you're not gonna tell me I'm being stupid. If you want to highlight Saliba's exit, yeah, we really got to look at Gabriel Jesus' introduction into this team.
I just said he is missing chances. If he would have scored some of his chances yesterday, guess what? We probably win the game. You're not listening to me.
But it's not just missing chances; it's the whole football. You were clicking the other day.
So, okay, cool. So before he got injured, he was playing well. When he was out...
He was gone for longer than he was here.
Okay, cool. When he was out, we still maintained top four.
Played better.
Wait.
Played better.
Wait.
Got better.
Don't do that.
Got stronger.
Don't do that.
No, we didn't.
I'm not. My memory is not just based on what it is that you want to use for this particular argument. I can remember a spate of games where it's like, oh my goodness, we have nobody to basically mesh the play together. The whole framework of our team was foreign. We need to get rid of Nketiah. When is Jesus coming back? We were pleading for him to get back. So don't try it as if it is that everything was running fluently.
We aren't capitulating because of Jesus' introduction. Jesus just needs to finish his lunch more, and maybe we can win games convincingly, right? I think we're losing games because of our defense, and what's happening in the midfield. Like,
it could be Arteta's naivety
in terms of
the starting team.
Also, Vieira put on a
substitution
performance yesterday, but I can't blame him. He don't play too much football. Yeah, I would have started Trossard.
In my head, sorry, the team lineup, it was a given apparently that we were going to basically just win this. Him starting Vieira.
The thing, you know what it is, right?
When it got to 3-1, I thought
Arsenal's team is better than Southampton's, right? So we should be able to beat Southampton with that team, right? We didn't, so we have to answer to certain things, right? Vieira on paper should be enough, right, in terms of coming in for Xhaka, but his lack of game time and confidence, and also he's so frail, bruv. Like, and he was rushing every time he got the ball. He was just rushing. I feel like he was just nervous. Like, there was a couple of times when he could have taken his time and had a shot. He just rushed. He needs to calm down. Even Ramsdale, maybe Ramsdale was just panicking. He didn't have to pass it out then. Take your time, calm down a bit. Maybe we were trying to be too rushy, trying to be too assertive, and we just going in our own heads. Like, I'm not saying that all these other factors don't play a part, right? But it's I don't think it's as big as you're saying in terms of, like, I saw a quote the other day that said an insider said a lot of the time Arsenal have focused on what they've been doing, but recently they're focusing on what Man City are doing, and that's been a reason why they're capitulated, because they've been focused on themselves. But now,
is Zinni still the best left back in the league?
Yes.
Why wouldn't he be?
Maybe you're now saying that
what Man City
it's going into our heads, yeah? Mentality things.
I said to you, mentality is more than just what's happening on social media. Mentality is comprising of a lot of things, and one of the other things about mentality is focusing on your opponent. You're smiling like you've proved the point. Mentality is not just about what's happening on social media and pundits, is why I said there's so many different elements to mentality, and that's one of them. So is focusing on your opponent as opposed to yourselves, and so is your own individual confidence. There's so many factors, bro. That's what I'm saying. So you're smiling for no reason. Like, they're smiling like you've done something. But yeah, okay, cool. You asked me a question earlier, right? We have to win on Wednesday. We have to win. If we don't win on Wednesday, it's over.
Once again. So are you just? These are just being so dismissive of the chances that we had. We have to win in the cup final too.
For what? To win the FA Cup?
FA Cup.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, but you said we don't stand no chance.
I said we have to win. I didn't say we're gonna win.
Oh, so do you think you stand a chance? I know I don't know. We have to do. Do you think you stand a chance?
Do I think that we're going to get battered by Man City, or do I think it's going to be a competitive game that we lose?
Do you think you stand a chance of winning that game?
In football, there's a percentage of chance that we're going to win. Yes, so
what's the percentage?
So I do believe that there's a chance that we're going to win. That it's not. I don't think it's as high as Man City percentage.
Okay, so what percentage do you think United have of winning the FA Cup final against?
Because it's a cup final one-off game, I'll give it about Man City a bit than you, so I'll say 60-40.
So you think you got a 40% chance of beating?
I said 60-40 Man United, Man City.
So yours is better then, because you are better than us at the minute.
Ask me again.
What percentage do you think have of winning the City game?
And it's a cup final.
Wait, and now...
And it's a cup final. It's a cup final.
Let me break it down, because you guys are not engaging brain. You'd ask me a question, and what did I say? I said it's a final.
But so
it's yours is a final.
Yours
is that's a
you
cup
just said
final.
if it is we lose, we finish.
You and City, that game, that's a final. Winner takes all, bro.
Every one of the last 8 has been a final now.
Winner takes all, bro. That's a cup final, bro.
The difference is yours is an actual final. Yours is an actual cup
final.
You
just said you have to win it. There's jeopardy there. The same kind of jeopardy.
All right, cool, whatever. I'm not even going to let you guys, whatever. Your match is an actual final by definition, as in if you lose, you've lost the cup. Mm-hmm. Our game is not an actual final, but we are going into the mentality of it's a final because we've only got the league to play for. For example, if we lose to Man City, right, and let's just say by God's miracle, Man City lose 4 games, right? That's not going to happen. But for example, that's why it's not a final, because Man City could capitulate and lose 4 games. It's not going to happen, but that's a reality, right? There's no comeback. If you lose to Man City, you've lost the cup. If you lose to Man City, God knows what could happen. God knows. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but God knows. So that's why it's a final. We know what this whole it's a final is. It's a mentality thing. You've only got the league. So treat every game like a cup final. It's talking to the mentality. Go all out. It's not an actual final. Okay. Like, come on, man. Let's stop being silly. It's not an actual final. It's more so talking to, let's have the mentality. Let's go into this game like it's a final. Let's take it all.
That is a cup final. That might as well be Champions League at the San Siro. That is the biggest game.
I hope Arsenal treat that game like a cup final.
I think it's bigger than the FA Cup final.
I think it is.
I hope Arsenal treat that game like a cup final and go all out. Of course I do. I hope Arsenal treat that game like a cup final, yeah.
You'd have to score 3 goals to win.
Not necessarily.
You've conceded more than 2 in your last 3 games. You're
thing
going to
is,
do it. You're going to do it
I
again.
feel like one thing
I'm
you
gambling,
lot,
man. I'm going to put money on that.
I think one thing you lot are not accounting for is, bruv, you know, in football, crazy things happen, you know. You guys got battered 7-0 by Liverpool. No one thought that was going to happen. And if Arsenal beat Man City, I'm telling you, and we play a blinder, like we've been playing, yeah, I don't think it's going to be, oh my God, how did they do that? You know, prior to this little capitulation... Wait, you know, prior to this little capitulation we've been going on, right? For example, even in the FA Cup game, everyone was saying that we play better than Man City, even with our second team, right? The narrative that City are going to blow us out the water at the Etihad is solely based on the form we're coming into the game with. If Arsenal would have won these
In what world do you think...
Listen to what I'm saying. If Arsenal won these 3 games, the narrative will be a bit different. The reason why the narrative is changed because we have proven 3 weeks in a row that we are bottling it. So
if you get
confidence is
anything
gone
from that game, yeah, it's going to be a smash and grab, bro. Yeah, if you take into consideration the form,
not necessarily.
If you take into consideration the form, yeah, that City are playing in as a whole,
not necessarily.
Forget the individuals, yeah. Forget Rodri, forget De Bruyne, forget Grealish, forget Haaland, forget Gundogan, Stones, Mahrez, forget all of that, just as a whole, the form that they're running, the mentality and the way that they move, Plus it's in their house, plus they have to win just like you have to win if they want to win something, I don't know what world do you think you walk in and you dominate that City team. It's impossible.
Who said that?
No, but if you take anything, a point, it's football. You can get a point, you could win it, anything can happen.
What I said was...
It'll be daylight robbery,
what I said was
smash
Arsenal
and grab stuff.
Have to win. You are adding all your extra spice and sweetness. All I said was Arsenal have to win.
Yeah, but you're moving like you can go there and do something.
Arsenal, okay, break it down for me, Brent. What does the statement Arsenal have to win mean? It means that we need all 3 points. I'm not saying Arsenal are going to go and blitz Man City. We have... It's like going for a job interview. Yo, you better go at a job interview and you better smash it. I'm talking to what you have to do.
I don't know if you walk out of St. James's Park with all the 3 points, bro. And he's talking about Etihad like
Brighton
it's some
home?
joke.
Okay, hold on. Can we
like it's some joke.
I don't know if he's trolling, right? Who's talking like it's a joke?
I'm just saying.
Who's talking like it's a joke? No, the thing is, I want to have a proper conversation with you, innit? So stop making things up. Like, listen to what I'm saying. No one said that this is a walk in the park. So let's have a real conversation.
All right. Well, I honestly believe,
Are you talking about other Arsenal fans or are you talking about me?
No. Forget the fact. I just talk about that in that game, Obviously, it's a must win. It's a must win, but it's a must win for both of you. Then it's not more important for either one because of where you are in the league and because of...
I would say it's more important to Arsenal because of these 3... Wait, hear me out. Because of these 3 results, prior. Remember, we've dropped 6 points in 3 games, City have a game in hand. City are on the form. They are the stronger team. So I think it's... You guys are talking about narrative. Coming into the game, coming off of these 3 defeats, the narrative is going to be more on Arsenal have to win this game. Come on, you guys have to agree with me. That's the narrative. Arsenal have to win. We've just drawn 3 games in a row. So the narrative is this is do or die for Arsenal now. If Arsenal don't win this game, it's curtains.
Win? No, draw. We can draw.
I'm not... 4 draws in a row,
Yeah, but wait. You just said that we have to win. We don't have to win. We can draw.
I believe we have to win. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I can't be happy dropping 2 points every game and think, you know what, it's enough. Brent, it's not good enough. I can't... Wait, hear me out. I can't be happy with a draw, and think we're all cushy. Man City, and anything can happen in football, right? Man City could draw a game. They could draw 2 games. They may lose 1 game. So Man City can still drop points, especially because they still got FA Cup final, they still got Champions League games, right? But I hate this narrative of, oh, nothing's changed because we're still top or we still got a buffer. No, we have drawn 3 games in a row.
If we walk
It's
out with
not
the draw,
good billing.
I'm not disheartened. 100%, I'm not disheartened.
So you're not disheartened if your team who are pushing for the league draw 4 games in a row and have dropped 2 games 4 weeks on a trot.
No, I'm
8 points.
I'm thinking about context.
You're not happy with 8 points.
I can't be in your delusional world. I can't.
What's
If we walk out of
what's
the
delusional about what I'm
Etihad
saying?
with a draw,
What's
I'm happy.
What's delusional about what I'm saying?
The fact that if it is that we don't get a win, then you'll be disheartened.
How is that not? How is that delusional? Why would I be disheartened with a draw or a loss?
I'm saying I'm fine with a win and a draw.
Okay, cool. You're fine with that. I'm not.
That's
fine
what
with
you
that.
said.
Wait, no, but that's not delusional.
This is my opinion.
A draw moves you forward.
And I think your opinion is silly.
And that's fine for you to say that.
Yeah, and to call me delusional because I'm not happy with a draw.
Oh, so you say if you think if you get a draw, you've lost it. You're saying it's over.
I think this is an egregious conversation. Why should I, as an Arsenal fan, be happy with a draw
at the Etihad?
When think about the context, we've just drawn 3 games in a row, right?
Yeah, but it's at the Etihad.
I don't care if it's
West Ham. You shouldn't have drawn. Yeah. West Ham, you shouldn't have drawn. West Ham, Southampton was bottom of the league. That's an outlier. The exception never proves the rule. You can't go with that. It's the Etihad.
Listen. If you're talking about maths, talking about numbers, okay, if Arsenal still get a point, it's better than no points. Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm going to be happy.
I'll be happy.
Doesn't mean I'm going to be happy, and it's not delusional for me not to be happy. Delusional is not even the word to use. Like, why?
I'm sorry I used that word.
Why would I be?
Sorry I used that word.
Why would I be delusional if I'm not happy with a draw?
I'm sorry I used that word.
Like, you're delusional, to be fair.
I don't mind you saying it.
You're delusional.
I don't mind.
You're delusional.
Because I can see City winning all their remaining games.
And I can see us dropping points with our remaining games.
Yeah,
so why are you happy with that?
With Jesus fixture,
why am I happy with us walking away from Etihad with a draw?
Why are you happy with us?
Because it keeps us on top.
Points.
It keeps us on top.
Do you know 3 points is better than 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd prefer a win.
I think you're.
I wouldn't be disheartened with the draw.
It's like imagine Man City lose. Imagine we lose the league to Man City by 1 point. You know all these 2 points drop. You know that plays a part. You know, like this whole notion that dropping points doesn't matter because we're still 4 points above is so stupid. If Man City win the league by 1 point, guess what? One of them games that we drawn, that could have been a title. Like, let's stop being silly here, man. Let's stop being silly, bruv. Like, if Man City win the league by 2 points, guess what? That's one of them draws we had. I'm not going to be happy with a draw in any circle. I don't care if it's the Etihad, Old Trafford, or whatever. I want to come away with 3 points. So what are we talking about here, bruv? Like, let's be sensible.
I don't know if it's rational to just expect Arsenal to be beaten.
What's the point?
If
they draw with you, sir, and win
I didn't say that though.
And win their game in hand.
You're going on as though like a win is only the acceptable thing in any single flipping game.
No, Arsenal are going to lose. Arsenal are going to lose games. I'm talking about.
You said football is football. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. But you're forgetting about what's happening. We have drawn 3 games in a row, so we need to buck up.
I
now.
don't feel confident going into the Etihad this game on Wednesday.
And neither do I.
Without Saliba.
But if you stay
off the back of 3 draws.
And neither do I.
If you draw, you're still top.
100%. That's why I said I'm cool with the draw.
And even with their game in hand, even if they win their game in hand, you're still top.
Still top.
When you go into a situation, yeah, do you want the best possible results?
Of course.
Okay, cool. So is it egregious for me to want the best possible result for my team?
No.
So therefore, I want Arsenal to win.
Yeah, but why would they?
I'm not saying if we draw mathematically, depending on what happens with City's other games and our games, but why do I want to leave it to chance? Why do I want to be like, you know what? I'll take a draw in case City draw or lose or we might win the rest of our games. No, I'm going to talk about this game in isolation. I want to come out of this game with 3 points because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or next week. What are we talking about here, bruv? When you go into a situation, you want the best possible result, and the best possible result is a win. If we get a draw as a second best possible result, it is what it is. But going into the game, I'm not thinking, yeah, you know what? Take a draw here. No, let's win. If we draw, we draw. But I want to win. Like, what are we talking about?
I also want to win.
What are we talking about? No,
I
you
don't
don't.
think I'm arguing with you in that sense. I said if it is that we draw, I'm not disheartened. That was my statement.
And that's fine. But I feel not being disheartened by 4 draws in a row is silly.
Let me tell you what's mad, yeah, because you are just talking and just saying City. After City,
yes,
you've got
big games.
You've got Chelsea.
I am focusing on the game on
huge.
Wednesday.
And then after Chelsea, yeah, you have to go up to Newcastle, and then after that, the Zerbi's coming into town.
And guess what?
You see these four games that you're about to play now.
And guess what? We will address those games when they come up. But for now, it's a Wednesday thing. It's a Wednesday thing. Like, why am I going to talk about Newcastle or Chelsea now? Man City's the next game. That's like you guys said. That's the biggest game in the season. That's the cup final. So I'm focused on Man City. After Man City, now I can talk about Newcastle, Chelsea, and the rest. Call up.
Let me tell you something now, yeah?
Oh.
Forest is still going to be down there, innit? Can they do anything? I don't even know. I need to go and check the numbers and see whether they can get out of there. I don't know what their results are going to be, but they're going to be playing for something, and they're going to be at home, or they might be playing for something. The chance to escape relegation, and they're going to be at home. Normally, I would just write that game off.
And also,
but when it's coming at the end of that little run, it could be a thing. It might not be because they might be down by then. I don't know how to see how it works out. I ain't got the numbers in front of me. Yeah. But it could be a thing.
And also, even just optics-wise, right? If Arsenal win the league but lose to Man City 3 times, I'm not saying it's an asterisk because it is an asterisk, but it stinks a little bit.
Yeah, but you take it.
No, I'll take it 1,000%, but it stinks. It stinks.
Yeah, it's yucky, but that's playground arguments. It's not going to hold no weight.
Yeah, no,
it will sound bad. People will be saying it to you, but it's like, okay,
I'm not asterisk guy.
But we won the league, so
I'm not the guy who's saying that the bubble championship is an asterisk. I think that's a legit championship, innit? So I'm not even an asterisk guy, right? But to win the league, but
no one cares about that bubble championship, you know.
I want to have a whole debate about that, you know.
Even the way they do it, it's like it didn't happen. Nobody cares about it.
I feel so passionate about it, right? You know why? I won't spend too long on this. You know, if someone wins something outside of their normal comfort zone, I feel like people feel like COVID and the bubble was like an easier ride. I don't think it was. I think going to Orlando, being away from your normal comforts and everything, I think it was harder, even mentality-wise.
It was hard being in that mentality, being away from your family, staying focused, being in that thing, yeah. There's a lot of people in that bubble that turn up that ain't nowhere to be seen now. Happened in the Prem, bro.
No, it is.
Happened in the Prem. There's bare young players who were corking with no crowds, bro.
Yo, here's an analogy I got.
Crowds come back, they're meaty.
This might not be a great analogy, but anyone seen Iron Man 1?
Yeah.
So Iron Man 1, yeah, Tony Stark built his first suit in a cave with scrap metal, blowtorch, all of that, right? His later suits, he built that in his lab, It was harder for him, even though people don't rate the first suit, they think it's meaty compared to his other suits, because the other suits are high-tech, made in his lab, whatever. It was way harder for him to make that suit in a cave with rocks and scrap metal than it was to create his bad boy suits in the lab. But people rate that higher. That's how I see the bubble. I see the bubble as trying to do the best with the bare minimum and winning. Right? But people don't rate it because, you know, I don't know. I don't know why people don't rate it, to be fair. I don't get it.
It's inflated numbers. It's
and
false.
feels not the same if you don't have the crowd.
No, none of the clubs are. You can go and look. Look what Pulisic was doing. You can go and watch COVID football, yeah? The players at the top of it, the man that was corking, the young boys slamming out goals.
Yeah.
The crowd come get on your back. It's different. It's gone now. It's done. They're not the same. You get me? So in that sense, these these nobodies, these role players, is putting up 25 points a game. They're not doing that.
All right, so that means all the Premier League games that were played without fans. Do we take that? Do we say Liverpool's league is asterisk?
I like to chat shit to Liverpool about that.
Yeah.
About
and
that
if it is that
I love to chat to Liverpool about
positive for COVID, you can play.
No, but what I'm saying is Liverpool's title win asterisk?
I don't think if we was as competitive as Americans, would be asterisk all over that, would be on them. I don't think we vocalize it, but in arguments with my friends and stuff like that, I let them know that title that season was, you won a COVID title, you got a COVID title.
Fair enough.
Come on, just have it right. You got a COVID title.
Yeah, Arsenal have to win.
Whack title.
Arsenal have to win, man. Have to win, bruv. This is it, bruv. You have to win.
So I'm already kind of seeing what might be in the future, which is us just being pipped, right?
Yeah.
I've already made my peace with that.
I made my peace after the West Ham game. Like I'm
on Friday?
Yeah. I'm telling you this right now. I know you're gonna come in and troll me
Friday.
and go crazy, right? If we lose.
Yeah.
You know, I'm genuinely cool with us not winning the league.
Wait, I don't understand. I don't get what you just said.
What I'm saying is, if we don't win it, like for example, you just said you came to peace with it, right? I want Arsenal to win the league. Of course I do. But if we don't win it, I'm not gonna be like Franklin say, down bad crying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I've come to peace with it. You know it is. And I know people act like, oh, you're just saying this. But you know, I feel like this team is, I feel like what's happening right now, like for example, this is our first rodeo. This team, right? And to expect us to win it on our first rodeo, it'll be great, but it may not happen, innit?
There's several times when I expected it because...
How many times did Liverpool finish behind Man City before they won the league?
every time.
I don't do comparisons
No,
like that.
what I'm saying is, this is the youngest team in the Premier League, right? This youngest team in the Premier League. This is not even. They haven't even peaked. Saka and Martinelli are 21 years old apiece. They ain't peaked, yeah. This is not the be all and end all. I know he thinks that we're not going to compete next season, right? Brent, Saka and Martinelli aren't even 25 years old each. Like, this is just the beginning, bro. If we build on this season, the experience of the season.
When we build, because that was a very bad take from him, and I told him about that.
If we build from this season,
What, are not going to move forward?
Yeah, we're not going to compete next season.
What do you call compete? Top 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be top 4.
Cool.
Or, like, you'll be challenging for a top 4 place. You're not challenging for the league. You're not doing what you are doing now. It's impossible.
Right.
You'll be in and around 4, 5, 6.
Brent, if we buy the right players,
when?
You say when? Every summer.
No, as
when
in,
you buy the
when
right
you
players.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, when we buy the right players and we just keep this crop of players together, fam, this team's going somewhere. This ain't no.
I'm aware.
So what I'm saying is, if we don't win the league this season, I believe we're gonna win it soon. That's what I'm saying. I don't think this is Leicester thing.
I think we have a good chance.
This ain't Leicester
This season.
This ain't Leicester.
I think we had a good chance this season.
Yeah.
I think that we shot ourselves in the foot several times.
Yeah.
I believe that the season hasn't finished yet. I still think that they're going to be a little
there's twists and turns. I think the narrative is that City are going to win every single game, and it's to me it's a silly narrative, right? That's why people think it's over.
Why do you think it's a silly narrative?
Because
they have an easy running.
Because why do you think that, have you seen Man City lose teams you didn't expect them to lose before against?
So I've said this past, yeah. Anybody who's watching me at home, if you've heard me repeat myself, I'm sorry, yeah. But listen to this, yeah. Just listen, yeah.
I'm all ears.
The last two seasons, yeah.
And they have the squad to do it.
Each season, yeah, City put together a run of 20 wins in all competitions, yeah. I think that I'm nearly sure. If I'm wrong by a few, then whatever. But it's about 20 wins, yeah. All competitions, 20 wins, yeah. They done it last year, they done it the year before.
Yeah.
It's usually like November times. They get cooking in November.
Yeah.
They go through December, through to August, and they just fire up and then for the home straight. This is what they do, yeah? Put together 25 wins, all comps. This is their story. They done this shit. They do this.
Something's going to happen every year.
This year, it never happened in November. The World Cup come, messed everything up. This year, they've looked shaky. They haven't looked like the same City. All when User was at the front winning and they was moving shaky, this is why it was even looked feasible for User, because they haven't looked like the same City. But here's what's happened now. Now, yeah, like 3 or 4 games ago, yeah, they've got to that point where they usually get to in November. They've got there now in the business end. They've won their last 9, bro. Winning another 10 is not inconceivable because they do this.
It's not inconceivable, but it's not necessarily going to happen.
It's more. If you was a betting man, you'd probably bet that they're going to do it.
But the thing is, we can do the whole probability thing, and but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean they're going to win every game, bro. It doesn't. It doesn't. We
can just go off what we know. They're good for it.
Man
they
City,
do it,
Man City,
and now
Man City, they're good for it. But you telling me Man City ain't got a draw?
No, because if I was telling you they was going to do it 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I could understand pushback. Now, from what we've seen, from how they've been moving the past week,
you're telling me Man City ain't got a draw in them. You're just telling me Man City ain't got. You know what? This is a bad game.
The stumble that I can see is if anywhere will be Real Madrid because I think they're better than Real Madrid, but it's a Champions League game.
Talking about league.
I'm saying they're going to win any game they play apart from United in the final.
Right.
Woo!
So
Caught myself there.
So, but why is that different?
Because we're United.
No, stop the bias. Why is it different?
It's a cup final. It's different. The form guide goes out the window. Cup final.
So
it's because they beat them.
So
even though they cheated.
All right, cool. Let's remove United's game for a second, even though I think you should add it in. You feel like City are going to win every single game from this point. So that means, in your opinion, City are going to win Champions League, Prem.
I think Real Madrid. I've seen Real Madrid in games where they haven't played good and then turn it up for 10, 15 minutes and they just know how to win. They're a top team. Innit? So Madrid could do them.
Yeah.
But just going off form and how they're moving at the minute, I'd put my money on City.
Yeah, the thing is, we can all put our money on our favourites, right? What I'm saying is, it is not beyond comprehension that City drop points. It's not. So this whole narrative of it's done because City are not going to lose any games. Yeah, you can say based off of previous seasons, but big man, you know how football works, bruv. Anything can happen on any given day. They could just not show up one day, man. Another team could outplay them. Let's not take away from what other teams can do. Let's not remove that.
Yeah, Leicester even looked good against them just the other day.
Yeah. So I don't like to put my eggs in another team's basket, but I am hoping that City don't go on a perfect run and we can claw back some points from games that they've lost. But we have to try our damn hardest to get all 3 points on Wednesday.
Yusuf, if we beat City,
or
if we draw against City, the remaining games,
Yeah.
are you confident that, again, let's say we have Saliba back.
Yeah.
Are you confident that we can beat every single remaining team?
You know what it is? You know what I've noticed,
Based
right?
on form.
You know what I've noticed, right? Arsenal have these 3-game lows. I've noticed it. We have these 3-game capitulations. It happened earlier on in the season with Man City and there's 2 other teams that we lost to, right? Then after that game, I think after the City game, we won 7 or 8 on the bounce. Arsenal have and they always seem to come in threes. It's weird. And it's a shame that after this 3, we've got Man City because they could extend to 4. But it's not inconceivable to say that we could find form again and win the rest of our games. It's not. It's the same way he's saying, but we still could lose some games. The same way he's saying, oh, look at Man City's track record. We have a track record of going on good runs. So I'm hoping that this little blip is the blip, and now we can go on a charge and try to win every game from here on out because. This is our suffering.
City, Chelsea,
these 3 games.
Newcastle, Brighton,
Yeah.
and you're gonna go and win. Because you know what? Because if you go and win all them games, you should win the league, bro.
Question.
You know
Question.
what I'm saying? If you go and win all those games, you should win the league.
Have we been the best team in the league this season? Because we've been top of the league the whole season, right? This is state facts.
kind of.
I know.
City
I
now.
know. There's factors like that ground's a hard ground to go to. That team's on form. Defenders are out. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Arsenal are a better team than Brighton, Chelsea right now, Newcastle, and whoever, right? So we can win those games, especially if we stop the BS, stop the foolishness.
Hello?
Hello, good morning. What's your name?
Morning, it's Ed.
Hello, Ed. What are your thoughts?
What's good, everybody? What's good? I'm just tired of hearing just talking about his dead team, bro. It's just, I'm trying to end this talk, bro. It's like, the title's done, bro. The title's done, bro. It's calm, bro. Title's done.
What team do you support?
Title's done. It's United all day, bro. Title's done.
What team do you support?
Teams are gonna win a trophy.
He said United all day.
This man that cool, bro. Get the hell out of it, Ed.
Sorry.
Hell out of it, Ed.
Yusuf has just cut you off.
The thing is, yeah, Man United, where are you guys in? I feel like, you know what it is? Because we talk about Arsenal so much, and it's we forget about the fact that their team is not even anywhere near us in the league. So what's Ed talking about?
So how come you get so emotionally invested?
Because I love this shit.
No, in him saying what he said.
What do you mean?
You didn't look to cut his mic off when he was talking to you.
He's my co-host. I can't cut his
Oh, so you would like to, but
Listen,
that's not discussion.
This is my co-host. This is someone I meant to talk to. I don't meant to talk to Ed. And also, let's not forget about me doing theatrics. Banging the call, it might be a little funny moment. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't read too much into things, bro. I know you like to do psychoanalysis all the time.
All right. Fair enough.
It's something that
I apologize.
We've had a tough season, man. We've been through it, man. Some of them results that shouldn't have, that's gone our way. A lot of things have happened. We should be much closer to you in the league. You get me?
We're finishing above you next season.
Okay, if you believe that.
Yeah, I do.
That's fine. You probably won't even beat us next season, but that's cool.
That's possible, but we'll still finish above you.
I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I just do not see it.
You don't see it because you look at things through your Man United eyes.
No, I don't think he does.
No, I don't see it because I believe in Newcastle. I've been backing them from beginning of the season, and I think they're going to grow from strength to strength.
Yeah.
I think City are also going to improve, and they're crazy.
You don't think Arsenal are going to improve?
I believe in my team and what Eric's doing, and I believe we will get some funding and we will be better. I believe Liverpool will not be like how they was last season. I believe if Brighton keep De Zerbi, they're still going to be good and challenge us. And who knows what them other teams around are going to be doing, like the Villas with Emery and Brentford.
They will lose some
coming
players
back.
though. Brighton's going to get teeth.
I'm just saying, there's so much going on in football here that I do not believe you are going to be in the same position. Like, look, Chelsea just need to get a manager and figure out that puzzle, that piece of the puzzle.
Don't go like it's so easy with Chelsea.
No, but
football man, don't say that.
If they get the right manager and they can make it, Chelsea. I would love to try and tackle Chelsea. They go get a manager. That's fun over there. That's a field day. What are you talking about?
Right? Do you feel like Arsenal are not going to be where we are next season because of other teams or because of our own performances?
Because he's jealous. He's jealous.
So
envious.
do you feel like our performance levels are going to drop?
Yeah, you are going above and beyond anyway. If you don't understand that you're overachieving,
How?
water always finds its
100%
levels.
we are.
Because that's not that's not a title winning squad, bro.
Tell me.
It's not a good enough squad. It's not a title winning squad.
Tell me.
If you win it, congratulations.
Tell me.
But it's not a good squad.
Tell me based on performances, on the pitch, what our players are doing where we're overachieving. So, Saka and Martinelli, Are they overachieving by getting the amount of assists and goals that they're getting?
Yep. I ain't seen Martin. This is Martinelli's best season. They're young.
So is that because you don't believe that he has the ability?
No, it's not.
Is
this Martinelli's best season? Because if it was in keeping with what he done, then it wouldn't be. If it's his best season, then it's the best you're getting out of him. Then it's overachieving what you would expect from him.
Are you saying this is a fluke or something?
Your team's overachieving, bro. Yeah,
no,
your team. Okay,
no,
cool.
No,
you could feel.
I think we are.
Look, one second, stop. You can feel, however you want about your team, because you're entitled.
We don't have a squad.
Yeah,
that is not a good. And when I say good, maybe that's over. Maybe that's understanding.
It's definitely good.
It's maybe good is all right. Yeah, it's not a great squad. It's not a title.
Arsenal
squad isn't. Yes,
it is not a title-winning squad. That squad of players should not be winning the Premier League, bro.
Arsenal,
right.
So you're overachieving, bro.
100%.
Arsenal are overachieving based off of expectations coming into the season. But guess what? Goalposts change. And based on our play...
Okay, so you can keep the same team and not improve it and challenge again. Is that good?
But we got to keep up.
We are going to
we got to keep up with other teams, though. Other teams are going to change, though.
It's not...
Okay, cool. Nah, listen.
You think the squad's that good? Your players are that... So this is what you just told yourself. All right, you deserve everything you get. Everything. I can't wait.
Have I finished?
I can't wait. Keep going, man. You deserve everything that's going to come your way, man.
Right? The goal was top 4. Qualify for the Champions League, right? That was the goal, right? The goalpost changed because we've been on top of the league for the entire season. So, based off of results and what is actually happening on the pitch, not Margs' theories, we are actually the best team in the league right now. Guess why? We've been top of the league for the whole season. Yes, we're overachieving based off of our initial expectations, but guess what? Those have changed. And you can only address what's happening. So this team you deem not good enough, guess what? They've proven good enough thus far. We may not go all the way, but we've proven good enough thus far. You said that when Jesus was out and any Nketiah would come in, we'll fall out the top 4. Guess what? We didn't. So this squad depth, and I'm not saying our squad is on.
He moved the goalpost there.
Is on a great level, right?
It was a great.
You also said that United would finish above Arsenal.
It was a great take. It was a great take. It was just wrong. But it wasn't a bad take.
But Eddie Nketiah,
it was a sensational take. It was a terrible take. It wasn't a terrible take. It was a great take.
I'm not gonna lie.
That wasn't a bad take. That was just wrong.
Of course, that was a bad take.
It wasn't a bad take. It was just wrong.
Caller. Give me the phone as well, Brent. I
don't like how it ended. That was too cool.
Hello,
too
Ed.
cool,
please respond to.
Is it Ed again?
No one cutting me off. No one cutting me off, brother. That's too cold, brother. I was trying to help you, bro.
Help me. You started the conversation by saying talking about their team. I
was trying to help you, bro. I was trying to move the convo forward. Like, let's unite and start talking shit on Spurs, brother.
Yeah.
Talk on Spurs.
5 seconds left, Ed. Make it
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll reach over to Brent now and bang that phone, bro.
You can go and mark on them. You can go and mark that team.
Brent,
I'm just saying.
Ed. Go on.
I was saying, hey, like you were saying, it's a Wednesday thing. I ain't want to drop no corn on you properly till Wednesday. I'm going to let that go. That's how I was trying to move the combo forward to other things that happen on the weekend. Like us doing our thing and watching Spurs get peppered. Like, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to save you, brother.
Ed, you're coming hella please.
The corn will come Wednesday.
But the corn was going to come hella please. But when you first came on the phone, you were talking about Yusuf's dead team, though. Come on, be honest.
You came in spicy, bro.
Yeah, you came in spicy, so I addressed your spice with spice. You know what I mean? But now you come on a humble thing, we can parlay, Ed. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'll always have a better spice, brother. I'll always have a better spice. But I'm just saying, yeah. You didn't let me start. You didn't let me cook, bro. You know what I mean?
Go on.
Ed, you didn't let me cook, bro. That's mad.
Go off.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, we need to talk about the other things that happened on the weekend. So, you know what I mean? Like, and yes, you go, yeah, us, man, fluked our way to a final and all that. But I'm just saying, facts is facts. We got to another final, doing big things in North, doing big things out there.
How you calling it?
No subs, just saying.
Who's winning?
Hey, you know, it's going to be a tight one, I ain't going to lie. But the drive is going to be stopping City getting that trouble on our heads, bro. Because that ain't the one. That losing the treble to City on that day it was not it. So I think that going to be what drives us to maybe sneak a little 2-1 or something, you know. But let's just see. That's based on everybody being back. So that's too far in the future. So we'll see close to the time if we got any injuries, anything like that. But in my heart of hearts, you know, we got to stop City getting the trouble on our heads. That's the main thing.
Who would you prefer to win in that cup final?
Man City.
Because you want to
I don't want no good for Man United.
Okay.
Let that be clear. I don't want no good for Man United ever in life. I want City to win.
That's disrespect, bro.
What's that?
I'm rooting for you, man, bro. I don't want City to do this triple.
Give a damn.
You man need to do this thing. I'm rooting for you, man.
Ed,
How you doing that?
I
How you trying to
appreciate
do
it.
this like that,
But let me
bro?
tell you this for a fact, yeah. I don't want. There's no team in the league that I want the worst for than Man United. I think
Spurs, bro.
I think if you ask me this question though, if you ask me who do I prefer winning the league, Spurs or United, I'll pick United over Spurs because I don't want Spurs to ever win anything. And you guys already won the league before, so it's not, you know what I mean, it is what it is, isn't it? Spurs is the only team I'll pick over you guys. Like I want you guys to beat Spurs, right? But when it comes to United versus Chelsea, Liverpool, or City, I'm picking the other team every time.
Hey, I thought City was your rivals now. I don't know why you're not wishing them down bad.
City are rivals right now in the moment because we're 1 and 2. But history-wise, Man City are not our rivals. Those are your ups. Those are your ups, bro. You know what I mean? I come from a time when it was Arsenal and Man United every year, 1 and 2, man.
That's every year, 3 years, man.
It wasn't 3 years. It wasn't
3 years, isn't it? It wasn't 3 years.
Keep talking about this. These are what stop talking about this.
It wasn't 3 years. It wasn't 3 years. It wasn't 3 years. It was about
a decade, bro. Relax yourself.
What's that?
How many times did we win like 3 or something?
All right, cool.
You're not talking about the titles that we've won.
When you finished second? When you don't finish second?
Yes.
A couple of years.
Yeah,
nah.
What I believe it was, right?
Yeah, you know.
If I'm not mistaken, the season Arsene Wenger came, you guys won the league. Then we won the league in his first full season. Yeah. Then you guys won 3 back-to-back. We came second back-to-back. Then we won. Then you won. And then we won. That's 8 years. That's 8 years.
I don't know.
Wait. That's 8 years of Arsenal, Man United battling for the league. You want to?
We won the Prem 3 years on the spin. The man want to talk about rivalry.
So it's not rivalry. So the team that comes second is not rivalry.
What, 3 years in a row?
Yeah,
you're just second. You're just second.
We say you pushed us.
We pushed you. You know what? Yeah,
you pushed us.
You're just second. Maybe after the first or second time, then you might control this team. But after you just
look at the league table.
Look at the league table.
Look at the league table.
You're celebrating second places.
Do you think you won the league those 3 years by a clear margin? No, it was going down to the wire. You're old enough to remember.
There's one of them we clawed back from you.
Exactly. So isn't that rivalry, nigga?
No, because it's a meaty.
No, it is a rivalry. It's a rivalry.
You said the N-word.
You said what?
You said the N-word.
He said it's bear time today. He owes bear money. Are you sick?
No.
I'm red flagged already, bro. It's been red flagged all day.
You're not exempt from it.
Yes, I am.
You can't be exempt from it.
I am. I wasn't.
You've been red flagged.
It doesn't matter. You're not
making me pay?
You're £4 today.
Who's making me pay?
Right.
Exactly.
We can get it back.
I wasn't here. How can you make a decision without me and then oppose me to the rule? You didn't even call me and say, you know what? What do you think?
No.
No. I'm not even trying to do bad, man. But it's not fair, though. You guys made a rule without me, and now I just have to abide by it.
To be honest, you don't want me to respond to this question. This line of conversation.
What do you mean?
There's so many different ways I could basically respond to this, but I'm not interested in it.
Because he could get the money if he wants it.
That's not...
What? Okay. that's what I won't respond to. Oh, please don't take the money.
This has gone into
£4.
such childishness. Ed, I blame you.
Please don't take
Thank
£4
you very much
from
for
me.
the call.
Hey,
And bless.
you know, I was trying to. You can't put that all on me, bro. This is his own man. Can't do that on me.
What's that?
So he was blaming. You say you're blaming Ed for all of this. He said it's nothing to do with you.
No, I never. No. He blamed Ed. Ed, are you good? I'm gonna bang the phone now.
Yeah, calm.
Yeah.
Bless up.
Peace, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
All right.
I can't have Arsenal ruining my year. I can't have.
Yeah, but you said that you've come to the terms.
Yeah, that's what I said. So even conversation going on from here, that Friday nonsense, it was terrible.
What Friday nonsense?
Sorry, the game against
the game.
Southampton.
Yeah, Friday. Yeah.
That thing that Ramsdale did.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, you're not getting me. You're not getting me. Any game going on from here on in, I'm just enjoying it for that game.
I feel like you're trying to protect your heart.
100%.
Yeah. You know what it is? Sometimes I like to feel everything in it. So
I hear that, but I take it out on other people around me. I can't do that.
So even though I've accepted, the West Ham game was me kind of accepting. You know what? Whatever. But I don't mind going through the emotions, man. This is what it is for me, bro. Like, Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
Yeah,
even
yeah,
though he's trying to downplay it. You know, when I was in school, and I loved coming into school every day on a Monday to argue about Man United and Arsenal. Like, I loved it, good or bad. I looked forward to the discourse, like the feeling of hurt, betrayal. Not betrayal, sorry, just hurt and whatever.
Yeah.
It's part and parcel, isn't it?
I don't feel as though this is our last
exclusive, man. Breaking
I don't feel
news.
this is our last opportunity to
I got breaking reaction news.
Just hold up. I don't think it's our last opportunity to compete. I actually think that we're going to be cooking even more next season.
Yeah.
Next season.
Yeah.
We are not going to be dialing down our pressure
We're going
on every single game that we turn up to.
Yeah.
Telling you, once it is that we have a proper squad.
Nah.
Mark was right in the sense where it's
Saliba's out against Man City.
title
I
competing
know.
side. Wait.
No, it's not that. He's got structural damage in his back.
Let me finish. Given that things have happened, the Arteta, the board, Edu, they've already started making plans. All right, cool. We shouldn't have just relied on Tomiyasu being well all the way through. We shouldn't have just relied on Saliba, right? I feel as though, all right, cool, don't worry. We overachieved this year 100%, but Arteta got us cooking. And our identity, our DNA now is distinguishable. Do you understand? He's going to build on that. He knows full well Nketiah is not a valid.
I think Arsenal got to be shrewd with certain
Even
players,
Jesus, I'm seeing them saying, nah, we need to basically make sure go score.
Go into next season, he can't be our main striker.
If you're looking at who we've gone for, or the conversations, Rice and Caicedo, you're seeing what it is we're planning to do. Arteta can't look at what Vieira was doing and think, that's a nice little deputy for Xhaka. Impossible. Do you understand? So he's not going to take any of the analysis and data that he's collected this season. Do you even know if it is that you're saying that it's over-exiting or something? That's fine. He's not going to take that and say, F all of that, let's just continue. Impossible for Chelsea to get better, Liverpool to get better, United to get better. You didn't even mention Tottenham, which is good. Newcastle to get better, and what? We would just be stagnant? What kind of take is that?
He's a hater.
I never said stagnant.
He's a hater. Mark is an Arsenal hater. So
if you use it, improve it.
So wait. If it's not stagnant, we will remain the same.
No, because water always finds this level.
Wait. So it will diminish. It's not stagnant because stagnant means the same level, right?
Think about this, yeah. Look here. You are really at this level, yeah.
Because if we remain stagnant, I'm good with that. Because we're at the top of the table.
You are really, at this level here, yeah. But you're playing at this level here.
Yes.
So because you're playing at this level here, you think when you make improvements to your team, it's going to bring you high. No, because you're playing above. Next year, when you go back down to your level, your improvements only bring you. Your improvements don't even bring you back to where you're playing now.
This is what you're saying. If we're here, right, and when it is we've had players drop out, we've seen what happens.
No, this is what's even. You're playing above and beyond everything.
Let me finish. When it is we lost Jesus, you said we're gone.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
We didn't.
No.
Even though we dropped the player off, right? Now, when it is that you started seeing us basically do stuff stupid is when it became complacent.
That's when Jesus came back?
When we became... No, it wasn't. It was before he came back.
Okay.
Do you know we won games when he came back, right?
Yeah, just about.
No, not just about. We won games.
I'm just saying.
No, you're not saying anything.
Anyway, so if we now build out the squad, I see us being stagnant. That level of excellence, it will be kept because if one person drops in, somebody that can deputize will come in and keep that level steady. 100%.
Also, let's hope United improve. Hold on, let me look at the league table right now.
Listen, yeah. Saliba's got structural damage in his back.
Is that your exclusive?
We know.
It's in his back.
This is what you're agreeing for?
But they're not playing him, yeah, because it's not, forget the season, yeah. It's going to be a long-term layoff. So he might not even be here next season. So then all your improvements that I was talking about are out the window because everything's gone to pot since Saliba's gone.
No, because buy someone.
He's going to buy someone as good as Saliba.
If Saliba's
ain't Saliba the best player of his generation, so he's going to find that in the market. He's going to find someone as good as Saliba to replace him.
Don't talk rubbish, please. Don't go on like Saliba's the only defender that can basically best the team. And don't do that.
If Saliba's out for the whole season,
I don't think he's as good as I think he is. But
all right, thank you.
If Saliba's out for the whole season, it's either we go back to Gabriel and Ben White, right, which was the main partnership last season, or we buy a replacement if he's out for the whole season. So, and I feel like Arsenal would, buy
Ben
someone.
White was never supposed to be on the right.
Yeah, we'll buy someone adequate.
100%. We've even started looking for right backs.
Yeah, we can go back to White and Gabriel.
Yeah. We don't have Tomiyasu ready to come through.
Yeah.
That's what we would have been playing. But Tomiyasu's out.
Exactly. If Tomiyasu was fit right now, it would be Gabriel, White, Tomiyasu, and Zinchenko.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even just, let me even backtrack on my earlier point about Saliba being a big reason. It's not only Saliba, it's Tomiyasu and Saliba being out. That's a big part of our defense, right? So that's a big reason why defensively we've looked frail, man. We've looked weak, making silly mistakes. Cause like even the second West Ham goal, what was that? That was actual ball watching, bruv. Even the third Southampton goal, Zinchenko was just sleeping, bruv, and the guy just comes from nowhere. Like, engage your brain, bruv. Anyway, Wednesday, bruv.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Exciting.
Wednesday.
I'm gonna laugh so much like on Thursday.
I'm not even here on Thursday. That's just
Either which way, I'm betting up. Because if we lose, Marcus is coming on and he ain't saying too much. He's been grinning the entire day.
I'm not here to rub it in, man.
Oh yeah, you are. No, not with me, because you know I'm measured.
I'm not here to say it. I think like I've said everything I could say about Arsenal. So if people notice, like I don't tweet about you anymore, like I'm done. So I'll just let you lot. I'm just letting you lot do your own thing. I'm letting you lot say stuff. So then when the chips
you
fall,
stopped talking when Izzy realised United couldn't finish with Arsenal.
when the chips fall, no, I'll stop.
Do you know what the real issue is?
Okay.
Because we shouldn't be arguing with him.
We're not.
We don't know any Man City fans.
Yeah, but
that's the real
standing in their place.
That's the real problem. He hasn't got anything.
I don't know if I'll be arguing with Man City fans either.
I know, but it's kind of redundant me arguing with him about it because he doesn't support Man City, and his team is below us in the league.
Because he's been making the wildest assertions to you.
Yeah, we don't know. Like, I don't know any Man City fans. That's who I should be talking to about this because we're the ones who are competing for. We're not competing with Man United for the league right now, right? We're not.
No.
His rhetoric is if we win trophies and you don't, then we've had a better season than you. We're gonna finish like he's creating his own fights with us. Whereas our fight is not with him.
So if they win the FA Cup and we come second, do you think they would have had a better season than us?
Of course, FA Cup, Carabao Cup, and they qualify for Champions League. Yeah, 100%.
No. Okay, do you qualify if they win the FA Cup, right?
No, FA Cup means you qualify for Europe, not for Champions League. No.
Okay, yeah.
If Man United win the FA Cup, Europa League, and finish third, they've had a better season than Arsenal, of course.
Sorry, forget about them finishing third because I don't even think that's a given.
Okay,
because Liverpool's coming back nice.
But their league position does play a part in the season for me though, so I can't ignore that. Because if you say to me,
but they haven't won the FA Cup yet, and I'm asking you to be to answer this hypothetical question.
Okay, solely based on FA Cup and Carabao Cup, and we don't win the league.
Yeah, we come second.
Yeah, they've had the best season than us.
Serious?
Yeah.
I don't even see it like that. It's only because I'm speaking about
it depends.
We win FA Cup.
It depends how you look at it, innit? If you look at it as trophies being the be on end all, or you look at it as Arsenal really improved. We've actually had a title fight for the whole season.
If they miss out on the Champions League and win the FA Cup, then I don't think that's a better season than us. Sorry.
You know that I thought the same as you because I would rather qualify for a Champions League than win the FA Cup and Carabao Cup. Because we haven't done Champions League for so long. So if someone said to me, you've got two options. You can either qualify for Champions League or
win the FA Cup.
Or FA Cup, Carabao Cup and finish fifth. I'll take the Champions League because that does so much for us. The players we can bring in, money, mainly players. I want to attract players who want to come to us because of Champions League. Now we can offer that. We can offer that now. We can offer,
and I don't see us falling back out the Champions League anytime soon.
I'm not going to lie. You know, moving forward, this league is going to be very tough.
100%, but I still see us in.
Yeah, no, I see us
in the top three for the next.
I see us in 5 years. I see us in top 4. But the league is expanding, man. You know, back in the day, it was 2 teams. Then it was 3. Then it was 4. Now it's 6. Like,
talk to me about this expansion because I'm seeing Brighton 100%, but they're going to get decimated.
I'm seeing Newcastle as a part of this. Remember, Newcastle are the richest team in the world, right?
So that's
and they ain't even spent money.
Name the teams that you're seeing.
Okay, cool.
Going forward.
So obviously Arsenal, Man United, Man City, Chelsea when they get it together, Tottenham, Liverpool, Newcastle. That's a 7-piece right there, right? And there's other teams that might tinker outside, but that 7 is a 7 to be wary of.
Okay.
And there's only 4 places up for grabs.
If Brighton keep their squad and build on that, do you see them usurping Spurs?
Not right now. You know why? Because I feel like Brighton...
Kane's gone.
Brighton, wait, hold on. Brighton keeping Caicedo, McAllister, and Matoma is unlikely. And I don't believe in this notion of, oh, you know what? Don't worry, they'll just replace them with a couple more gems from. It may not happen again. So
if they didn't have their squad decimated,
if they didn't, if they just built on the squad,
would they usurp Tottenham in that particular list of people to be wary about?
Possible. Based on this season, well, Spurs just got slapped. We even spoke about it. Spurs got slapped 6-1 by Newcastle. They scored 5 goals in 20-something minutes. Remember, he was giving Spurs, he was letting Spurs have it the other day. Remember, he was saying, and your next game's against Spurs, isn't it? The next league game's against, I think it's on Thursday.
Is it?
Yeah. Do you reckon coming off the back of the 6-1, that does better for you or worse for you?
I'm not worried about Spurs.
No, but that's not the question.
No, it doesn't change nothing. They're Spurs. Even if we lose, bro, like it doesn't matter. It's always Spurs, bro.
So you don't care about losing?
No, I'm saying if I lose, I'm gonna. Next time we play Spurs, I'm gonna have the same attitude and the same mentality. Like, it's Spurs, bro. Like anybody can win, anybody can lose. It's football. There's nothing guaranteed. Things can happen. People can get sent off, penalties, whatever. No, but walking.
Do you see how his narrative changed now? When it was Man City, it's a guarantee, the pedigree, the run. Now it's anything can happen.
No, it's not that. I'm not saying you're talking about how you want me to feel and how you want me to care. I'm not scared of Spurs.
No, but that's not
so. What I'm trying to say is when I say that, I'm not doing no caveats. What I'm telling you is I can understand that I can have this energy and still lose the game because anything could happen in football. My players could get sent off, injured, penalties. I could talk like this and still lose.
Thank you.
But I'm saying Mark, I don't care about Spurs.
It's funny.
I know United.
It's funny
fans do.
when you're talking about Man City and Arsenal. This whole notion of it's football, anything can happen, injuries. You don't mention that, but you're mentioning it now.
No, but it's still the same sentiment. I understand that you could win that game because anything could happen. Penalties, injuries, red cards. But I still think they're going to batter you. It's the same thing I'm saying about this.
No.
It's the same thing I'm saying about Spurs,
you
bro.
You can say it now, but what I'm saying is at the exact time we're discussing it, you don't add those caveats in.
I'm not adding no caveats to Spurs. I'm telling you it's Spurs.
When I'm adding the caveats in, it's a nah.
I'm not, one second, I'm not having no caveats to try and make excuses for myself to cover for losses.
I'm going to head out.
I ain't made no caveats to cover myself for no losses. I'm saying if we lose, we lose. But I'm saying it's Spurs. I don't care. There's nothing to worry about.
I get you. But Brent understands what I'm saying.
When I don't. What are you saying?
Okay, cool. When we're talking about Arsenal and Man City, your narrative is Man City go on these, 10, 20 game runs. Yeah. And your notion is that they're going to win every single game. And I'm saying it's football, anything can happen. You didn't want to say, you know what, you're right, I hear you. It's a nope. It's a nope. But now
it's not I hear you. I don't need to say I hear you.
Now,
you can't hearing you.
Now because it's,
I don't need to say I hear you.
Okay,
I understand how football works. My mentality and my thoughts towards the thing don't change, bro. I don't need to say I hear you.
Listen, it's not about you saying I'm hearing you. It's about you. When I'm saying that it's football, anything can happen. They could draw. They could have a bad game.
No,
you didn't want agree or say whatever.
It's about
when it's Spurs and United. Suddenly it's anything can happen. Injuries.
I didn't say Spurs. I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You just said this.
That wasn't that what I've said. It's Spurs. I don't care about Spurs.
You just went on a whole spiel about it's football. Anything can happen.
That wasn't because of something you said, so I'm replying to you.
No.
You just said to me,
waffling big time,
bro. I said the same thing. I said the same thing last week. You asked me again. You've asked me, does that 6-1 result at Newcastle change anything for you about the Spurs game? Yeah. I've said no.
That's a great answer.
I said no. I said it's Spurs.
Off of the back of that.
And then you said something else, and I said, "Look, granted, we're on camera. People can film and see what we're doing, bro.
Anything can happen."
Okay, cool. Look, without cutting you off, I just want people listening because people always try to put words in people's mouth. Yeah, I said from last week, I don't care. It's Spurs. Yeah. He's asked me, does their last result change how I feel? I said no, it doesn't. It's Spurs. Then he said something else again, and I've explained to him that look, I understand how football works. My team could go and lose that game.
But anything could happen. The same energy when talking about Man City.
Why do I need to explain to you that I know that teams could lose? I still believe they're going to win every game. I know teams could slip up, they could draw, they could lose, they could get sent off penalties. I know that. We all know that. I don't need to explain that to anybody because I believe they're going to win every game. Because you was challenging me. You saying something, so I explained it to you.
Before as well, though.
This is weird. You said something. The first response you got to me, was nope. The first response you got from me, was nope. Don't make a difference. Don't care.
I challenged
Then you said something
I
again.
challenged you on the fact that I don't believe Man City are going to win every single game because it's football. Anything can happen. Yeah. You were still on your headstrong. No, they're gonna win the game because they're gonna win 20 straight.
And I still believe that. I don't understand what you're saying.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is now that the discussion's about another team, you're talking about it's just football, anything can happen, injuries, yada yada yada. Where was that energy?
That wasn't my
when
energy.
I was saying
you're
that can happen with Arsenal and
because
City.
now you're changing it and you're acting like you asked me about a Spurs and United game, and then I started talking about losing and all this stuff. That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Regarding it being football,
my energy
when it comes to Arsenal and City.
My energy was, do you think this 6-0 result changes your thing with Spurs?
Yeah.
No. That was my energy.
You keep going back to that.
That's what I said.
I heard your answer to that. We've moved on from that now. I've moved on from you telling me your thoughts about how you feel that the game will go. I know you said it's the Spurs, whatever. Let's get away from that.
Yeah, cool. So then when you're giving pushback again, I'm explaining to you.
Now I'm moving on to your caveats about it just being football.
I never gave a caveat.
Where was that energy when discussing City and Arsenal?
I think a caveat would feel like I was making excuses. I never gave a caveat. You kept saying something to you, so I'm turning around now and I'm explaining to you, that look, I understand how football works, and I could go and lose that game against Spurs, and even in the loss, my attitude towards Spurs is not going to change.
You don't make Spurs.
That's all I've done. I didn't make no caveats to cover. I didn't make no caveats to cover myself for no losses. I don't believe what you're saying. I've done. That's not true.
I'm going to bring you in for a second, right? Do you understand what's happening right now in regards to?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Where do you sit?
So basically, initially, when he was trying to get you to understand a particular thing, you took a particular stance, right? And true to form, what you normally do is you argue in the present, right? And what has now happened is you're now able to see what he was seeing, but you've now used it. And he just picked up on it.
I didn't use it though.
You've used it. I didn't use it to support your argument.
I didn't use it to support my argument.
But you dismissed it when I was using it.
I didn't use it to support my argument. I think that's not fair. I didn't.
No, that is fair.
I didn't use it. I'm never apologizing. I didn't use. I didn't use that to support my argument.
You did.
I didn't use it to support my argument.
It's football. Anything can happen. Injuries.
That wasn't my argument. My argument was we was going to win. When you look, how many different? I don't know how many. Because I don't know how many different ways I can tell you I don't care about Spurs.
You basically used form to say why City and the stance you took was probable. You used their form, right?
Yeah, and my thing's probable as well. United's probable as well.
He just asked you, based on the last result from Spurs, and obviously your form also, what do you think is going to happen with the United and Spurs game?
And I think,
and you said, doesn't matter. I mean, any game can.
That's not what I said.
Game.
That's not what I said. That wasn't the response. I said that wasn't my response. These are lying. I never said, anything could happen. That's not my response. That wasn't the energy I gave you. I said they're Spurs.
Concerned.
I said we're not concerned. They're Spurs. We're going to beat them. They're done.
Even if you lose, anything can happen.
No, I said even if I lose, that's my same attitude as Spurs. I don't care about Spurs.
You said
that's what you said initially.
Even if you lose, because. I mean, football's football. I mean, things
anything
can
happen,
like
injury.
But you're not using the form anymore. That goes out the window. So that's what he was saying. I'm just pointing out.
No, you're just trying it because I've been winding you up the whole time, and you are trying it.
No, we're not trying it.
No, because
we're addressing what you're saying.
You are saying that. But you are telling me that I said, what do I think about? You said, so now the results are different about thing. What do I think is going to happen about Spurs and about the Spurs and Arsenal game? And then I said, oh boy, listen, anything could happen. Because it's football and people could lose, people could get penalties, people get sent off. That's what I said to you. That's what happened. That's what happened.
Hear me out.
Is that what happened?
Hear me out. I don't even remember.
Sequence.
Wait, hold me up.
Is that what happened?
Let me go for a second. I don't even remember why you said that, but it doesn't even matter because the notion exists anyway that it's just football, anything can happen. What I'm saying is, forget about why you said that because I don't remember why you said that, to be fair. I know my initial question was something, right? What I'm trying to say is the notion that you start to spew about it just being football, injuries, anything can happen, yada yada yada. That narrative exists in football, right? What I'm saying is you didn't acknowledge that when I was bringing up about City and Arsenal.
It
but you're using it now.
No. I don't not acknowledge him.
You're being hard-headed.
Okay, fine. I don't care. I'll be hard-headed. Don't give a shit.
Be hard-headed.
I never told you that. I never told you that. I never used it as a thing. I never told you that. Like the way you are telling me that I used that statements, I never used it like that. Like you are lying.
I was sitting here saying, you know what? I get that City are favourites, but guess what, guys? It's football. Anything can happen, right?
I weren't talking about anything could happen in football. I was telling you that it's Spurs our thing. You kept saying.
So why?
When I was telling you, 1 second.
Why did you say it?
We've already established that we can't remember what you said. You asked me again.
Yeah.
You said from last week. You
but
asked
I don't think it matters.
I said, nothing changes. It's Spurs. They're dead. We will batter them.
Yeah,
because
we moved on. We moved on from that.
He kept saying something to me, and I wasn't doing a caveat to try and make excuses for the team losing. I was talking about my sentiment towards Spurs. I said to you, even if we lose that game, My energy is not going to change towards Spurs. I wasn't making no excuses for losing the match. I was telling you how I feel about Tottenham. So anytime we're going to play Tottenham, you come to me and say, how do you feel about Tottenham? I'm going to be like, it's Spurs. I don't care. That's the point I was making.
Yeah, but
I wasn't trying to make no excuses for... No, I wasn't making no excuses for losing the game. No, you are telling me I was trying to make excuses for potentially losing the game.
Yeah, you started that way, but you went on to say what he's... As soon as you said it...
Yeah, you went on. The thing is, I'm not gonna lie.
As soon as you said it, he clicked.
Yeah, right now.
Because you want to jump, you are clutching at straws. You are down bad. Your teams are down bad. You are clutching at straws. You want to jump on anything.
I wasn't going to click this before, but I'm just going to show you how...
I'm going to show you. I probably won't watch it.
You saying you didn't say it. You did say it. As
say
soon
what?
as you said it, his eyes opened wide.
I'm not saying I never said... I'm not saying the words never came out of my mouth. I'm saying the way I used them, yeah, the way I used them and the things I said, I never used them like how you're telling me I used them. You are telling me that I said... that I started giving caveats. Oh, how do you feel about the Spurs game? It was different now. They lost 6-0. And I went, boy. You know, football's football. Anything can happen. Like on some... That's what you are telling me I done. And I never done that. I never done that.
I acknowledge...
That's what you are telling me I done. And I never done that, bro. I never done it.
You think Spurs are meaty. Even if they beat you, it's just Spurs anyway.
Yeah. And then you kept going. So then I said what I said.
Hear me out. I've accepted that answer.
Yeah, but then you kept going, so I said what I said.
Okay, cool.
So I weren't giving you no caveats. I wasn't trying to make excuses.
Wait. I'm just being honest here, right? I don't remember my next question.
Me neither.
But
you prompted it.
But regardless, I don't think it matters. Because my point is the notion that it's football, anything can happen, which came out your mouth. Right? But you didn't say that when it came to City and Arsenal.
That wasn't the notion. You're acting like I was trying to give off some notion about the games in the balance and anything can happen. I was explaining to you that even with hindsight, I've sat here before and said things they didn't come true. I'm explaining you, even with hindsight, what I'm saying here now is not going to change how I feel about Spurs, and that's the notion I was giving off. It wasn't about anything that happens in football
anymore.
No, it wasn't about that anything happens in football, and it wasn't about caveats and that anything happens in football. That wasn't what I was saying.
So why did you say it?
To prove a point to you, to show you that I don't care about Spurs.
No, but what was the point of saying it then? Because I don't remember.
I don't care about, but we don't rate Spurs over here. That was the point.
Yeah, but how does that even relate though?
Because I'm trying to explain to you that even if we lost that game, bro, I'm going to be saying the same thing, bro. That's what it was about. Even if we lose that game, I'm going to tell you the same thing about these youths. I don't rate them. That's what it was about. That was the whole point of what I said. I'm not going to go off that. That was the point that I was making.
I'm going to try and piece this together because my mind's going everywhere. So you were saying that even if you lose to Spurs, it's whatever because anything can happen in football.
It's not what? No.
Right? That was the notion. That
no.
Injuries.
No. It's whatever. No. Don't move on. Don't move on if it's right. Don't move on if it's right.
I'm asking a question.
I'm saying, and I said no.
I'm asking a question.
So say it again.
You weren't justifying you weren't justifying your excuse if you lost to Spurs.
Nope.
So why were you saying it then?
I was letting you know that man don't rate Spurs.
You don't get it.
I don't know what you want to do.
Okay, cool. I'll start again.
Go on then.
You said that even if you lose to Spurs, it don't matter because Spurs are meaty, right?
Look, I said my attitude towards Spurs is not going to change.
Listen.
Basically.
All right, I get it. You don't rate Spurs, whatever.
Yeah, that's what it was. I don't rate Spurs.
Why did you go on to give those caveats about football?
Because I'm saying, even if I was telling you that even if we lose, we don't think. So you're looking at me. You're saying, why am I so confident?
You weren't using those caveats to justify a loss to Spurs.
What do you mean justify? I wasn't talking about justifying a loss.
So why were you saying it?
I was letting you know that I understand how football works and we could lose. But even if that happens, I'm not going to care. I'm not going to change how I feel.
I'm not talking about you caring. It's not what
not
it's about.
Not caring. I'm saying I'm not going to rate Spurs.
You use those caveats of it's just football, injury, anything can happen.
This was all talking about my ratings.
Justify a possible loss to Spurs.
No, it's not. No.
So why did you say it?
To prove that I don't rate Spurs. It wasn't to justify a possible loss. I was using it as an example. I used it as an example to prove that I don't rate Spurs, bro.
Okay, cool.
That's what I used it as. Not to justify a loss.
That's fine. I don't even mind.
I used it as an example to prove that I don't rate Spurs.
I don't mind that caveat. Whether or not you use it to justify you don't rate them or a loss. That means nothing to me, honestly.
Okay, so what's the point then?
The point is, do I have to keep going over this?
No. Because he's not going to budge from there. And you're going to keep repeating it and he's not going to budge from there.
Yeah, I'm not going to budge.
Yeah.
Steadfast.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy to have the discourse. It's not even about that. But
no, but I don't like you just saying things I didn't say or trying to mix words. I didn't say that.
I'm trying to interpret what you're saying.
No, it wasn't there was never no thing in my mind about losing to Spurs.
To be honest, you were loose with what you said, but he just picked up on it and he ran with it.
Yeah.
And you did say it.
Because you're forgetting.
Yeah, but not in the way he said I said it.
That's good.
Not in the way I said it.
I didn't intend.
I'm not gonna lie.
No, I didn't say it in the way he said I said it. I didn't say it in the way he said I said it. The words came out my mouth, but not in the way that he said I said it.
But I don't mind you saying it because you don't rate Spurs. I don't care about that. It's more so because when I'm talking about City and Arsenal, you dismiss everything you just mentioned about Spurs.
You dismissed him.
But everything that we just mentioned that I know, and I still think City are going to go on that run. So I don't understand what we're doing here.
Yeah, but
I understand
remember,
how football works. So I don't need to do caveats. I understand that City
but
can
you
lose
don't
a game
then, though.
or whatever. I don't know what we're doing there.
No, but you did do caveats then. So why are we ignoring that and not ignoring this one?
There wasn't a caveat. A caveat would be like making an excuse for a loss. I didn't make no excuses in the event of United loss. I didn't do that.
You done it because you didn't rate them.
I didn't make no excuse in the event of a United loss, bro. I did not do that, bro.
It doesn't matter if you said what you said regarding a loss or the fact you just don't rate them, right? It doesn't matter to me. Stop focusing on that point. You could have made them caveats because you're justifying a loss or because you just don't rate Spurs. That's not what I'm on about. I'm on about the fact that you're using caveats that I was using before for the City and Arsenal, and you weren't acknowledging that can happen. That's the case. You're like, no, City are on this run.
I don't need to acknowledge
Just apologize.
No.
Just
It's not an apology thing.
No.
It's not an apology thing.
I don't need to acknowledge that.
Just apologize.
Nope, I don't need to acknowledge that.
It's not acknowledgement.
I need to acknowledge that people can get penalties in football, or people can get injuries, or people can get sent off.
For me,
my opinion is City are going to go on a run and win every game. That's what I think. When you're telling me no, it's not going to happen, is it because of caveats or because you think your team's good, or because what? Are you telling me because there's going to be a penalty or something like that?
Having a consistent argument, a consistent narrative, and not being wishy-washy and saying one thing here, one thing there. That's what I don't care about no apology or whatever, bro. I'm just saying.
You're trying it.
You
are clutching at straws.
You're a football man, right?
You are clutching at straws.
You're filthy. You're a football man, right?
Clutching at straws. You are trying it. This is a reach.
I believe, that you, someone who wants to be taken seriously as a football pundit, right, should have a consistent narrative and not say one thing one day and some things the other day. Be consistent.
No, I am consistent. I can say what I want. I also believe that City are going to win 20 on the spin, because they do it all the time, and I believe that's what they're going to do. I believe most of the people that they've come up against are going to lose. I think the only person that's going to trouble them is Real Madrid.
Yes, you are fine. You are fine.
And also, I don't. So when I make them statements, I don't need to afterwards. I'm confident in myself and my opinion. I don't need to afterwards come out and say, but with all that being said, I understand that there's penalties in games, or man can get injured, or man can get red cards.
But you said that, bro.
No,
that tone you're taking is very dismissive.
I'm just saying, I don't need to come out and say that.
Oh, was that impression of me?
Yeah,
I don't need to come out. I don't need to come out and say that.
Was that impression of me?
I don't need to come out and say that.
Was that impression of me?
I just need to come out and say that. It sounded like you.
Was that impression of me?
It sounded like you.
That was me, yeah?
It was a cat fits.
Do it again.
I can't even do it.
Do it again, please.
You're doing it now.
I'm gonna film you.
Do it again. But I'm basically saying, I didn't do that. You get me? You are trying it.
Yes, you did. Why did you say what you said?
Because of you.
That's not a valid answer. Because of me. You are caveating saying that you didn't give them excuses because of a loss to Spurs, because you're saying because you didn't rate Spurs. I don't give a shit about that. You have listed reasons why, even if a team is favoured to win, they could still lose. What I'm saying is, when I use that same argument against St. Arsenal, it wasn't. You didn't consider it because you're just.
Man said I listed even if a team.
You listed reasons why a team can lose to another team. You said because injuries can happen, form, it's football, anything can happen. Those are reasons. No, Brent, those are reasons why a team can lose. No, no.
I never gave them as reasons why a team could lose. No.
Oh, you gave them because they're reasons why you don't rate Spurs, whatever.
I never gave them as reasons why my team
That's
could
what you
lose.
said. Oh,
I never gave you no reasons why my team could lose. I was not talking about my statement.
no,
My sentiment was not coming from a place of loss, bro.
Now I'm going to start doing impressions of you now.
That's
You're
fine.
You're moving like a wally, bro.
I'm just saying, I never once spoke to you
Moving like
about
a
my
wally.
team
Moving like a wally.
losing.
Moving like a wally.
You
bro.
get me?
Moving
The
like a
statement where them words came out was me referring to letting you know that even if we do lose, I don't rate them. I don't understand what you want from me.
Pen game 2. I'm going to start freestyling. Yo,
I don't understand what you want from me, man.
Pull a beat on. Pull a beat on.
So, can you do outro, please?
Oh, what?
Today's been a long day, man. I don't know how we got here.
We're doing cool.
Sorry for online. Are you taking it?
No.
Oh, no, he's not taking it. We got to get out of here. You get me?
Well, no quick NBA roundup.
Huh?
No, we could go. I'm okay.
It's 12:15,
Who
man.
was that person that stamped on that guy?
Draymond Green.
He looks old. Did he still play basketball?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he still plays. He got banned, but he came back last night.
When did he stamp on him?
When?
Yeah.
About 2 days ago.
Okay, cool.
His first, he missed the game about 2 or 3 days ago. He missed the game and then he played again last night. That was
Is he a regular like bully?
Yeah,
kind of like he
that's
gets
his MO.
he gets a lot of texts. He gets a lot of technicals and he's been suspended before.
So why is there a conversation as
He kicked LeBron in the balls one time.
So everybody believes that that's what should have happened. It wasn't like a dispute.
No, they don't believe he should have got suspended
Why?
because
Because he always does it.
no, because they don't believe it was warranted. The NBA are saying that like it's like if you're a repeat offender, then obviously your charges always get worse, kind of thing. But a lot of the pundits and the players are saying like he got dealt with on the court, got a technical, or he got ejected.
Okay.
It wasn't that bad, if that makes sense. He shouldn't have got suspended for it.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
But that was definitely intentional though.
Yeah, but regardless, they're saying even within the rules of the law, like they don't think he should have got suspended for it. Like he got dealt with, he got the tech, and boom, boom, he shouldn't have got suspended for it.
Yeah.
But they're like, no, you're a repeat offender.
If on the court
I'm gonna do a quick.
there was a fisticuff
Yeah.
and there was a technical, I don't know if it works that way.
Yeah.
Couldn't he still be suspended for bringing the game into disrepute?
Yeah, you can get a tech and still get suspended. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Depending on what you've done, innit? If you started a big fight, you'd get ejected out of the game for wherever it may be, and you would get suspended, I suppose.
Yeah.
So.
All right, quick roundup, right? Nuggets are up 3-1 against the Wolves. Suns are up 3-1 against the Clippers. Golden State and Sacramento 2-2. Golden State came back. Remember, they were down too.
Yeah.
They're back up now. Lakers 2 up against Memphis. Heat 2 up against Bucks. I think Giannis is still injured. Knicks.
Are they 2 up on the Bucks?
2 up on the Bucks, man. Giannis is out, innit?
God damn.
Like the last game. My Knicks up 3-1 against the Cavs. Philly swept Brooklyn. Actually, you're not Nets fan. You're more of a
I'm a Kyrie fan.
Yeah.
I'm not. I ain't got no.
Yeah.
I ain't got no luggage in Brooklyn.
Philly swept the Nets, and Boston are up 3-1 over Atlanta. So yeah, man, it's looking likely that Nuggets go through. Suns, I believe, because Kawhi's out, innit?
Is Kawhi gone?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he missed the last game, innit?
He missed the last 2 games, and also his sister just got sentenced to life in prison for murder. So I'm definitely thinking that's playing a part as well in his mental. I can't call Sacramento Golden State, to be fair. I think Lakers are taking it against Memphis. If Giannis comes back, Bucks will take it. If not, the Kentucky, I think Knicks will go through, and I think Boston will go through. But yeah, man, that's the NBA roundup.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, we had a long day. It's gonna roll
Wednesday,
over.
man. Wednesday.
Yeah, tomorrow might be a 10-minute show, but
Wednesday.
No, it's not Wednesday. It's Thursday, really.
I'm not even here on Thursday. But don't worry, I'm calling in.
You should, because you had been for me. You phoned in when
No, I'm calling. Don't worry, I'll call in. I'll make sure I'm free. I'll call in because there's no way I can sit here with you today and not speak after the game. You know what I mean? I'm calling in. Don't worry. Calling in, bro. Calling in, but we'll see, man. Exciting times.
I think you could get something out of the game, though.
Oh, fuck off.
Good. Anything can happen, innit?
Anything happen. Football, innit? Injuries, form, confidence, all of that, innit?
You could get something out of the game, man. You could do it. 1-0 Arsenal win at Etihad.
The thing is, you guys are talking about script and narratives, right? Isn't the script written for us to win?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
As in like a fairy tale type vibe.
You don't think that's a good storyline to add to the league for them to go and
That's
win
not
it?
the question he asked me.
Well, just kind
But
of.
if you look at the narrative, okay, cool. We've come off 3 consecutive bad draws, right? Everyone's counting us out, down bad, going against a juggernaut, and we win. Isn't that like a fairy tale story?
When we won the first 10 games and we were at top, that's the same nonsense that was being spouted. We're going to win this season. Going into the internationals, we're going to win this season. I think it's nonsense. After Jesus got injured, we flopped.
It's not nonsense because we still remain top the whole time.
100%, but that's because we proved them wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying, no, I'm not talking. I'm just saying, wouldn't it make for a great story if we won?
That's the
Is what
question
I'm saying.
you asked.
Yeah.
Then yes, it would make for a great story.
Yeah. Also, shout out Reece Nelson, almost scored a winner again. Don't count my guy out. Came on looking lively, bruv. Yeah.
Yeah.
His shot led to Saka's equalizer.
Yeah.
And he almost scored at the end. And he done that chase down. That chase down he done.
Yes.
Don't count my guy out, man. I know you're not a Reece fan.
Yeah, I would have started him above Vieira. In hindsight.
In that position.
I would just not flipping put
No,
Vieira
no.
on the
In that
pitch.
in Xhaka's position, you can't put Reece there. You either put Smith Rowe or Trossard.
Listen carefully. I said I would have started him
Listen
above
carefully.
Vieira.
Is Xhaka injured?
Vieira.
Was that?
Is Xhaka injured?
I'm not really sure. I think it was illness. Was he injured or was it like a illness? It was sick.
Party's been stinking the place up as well, isn't it?
The thing is, I can't get on this hate Party bandwagon because
He made a couple of mistakes.
because prior to he's our best player. Without him, we lose. Now suddenly he's having a couple of bad games. He's just out with Party. I can't do that.
No, not out with Party. Don't do that.
No, I'm not talking about you. I've spoken to a couple of Arsenal fans who've been like hanging him. I'm like, bruv, we've been literally saying for the whole season, if Party doesn't play, we lose games. He's our most important player. The guy's gonna have a couple of bad games, bro.
I'm not sure if I like Arsenal fans, to be honest.
I'm not sure if Arsenal fans like you either. The thing is, can I be honest with you?
Volatile, man.
Can I be honest? I don't understand the hate for Arsenal fans. I'll be honest. Can you explain it to me?
The man that you was talking to that are trying to hang Party.
Oh, was those guys.
That's there you go.
Yeah.
That's it.
I push back on him though. I'm like, bruv, you can't do that. Even for example, the ones who coming down on Saka, you're gonna miss penalties, you know. You're gonna miss penalties, especially if you're the main penalty taker. He's scored his last 5 or 6. He missed it. He missed a crucial one.
He's got to hit the target there though.
He has to, but he didn't.
Keeper's got to save it. You can't miss it.
Okay, cool. What's the consequence of missing the penny? What, he gets dropped? He gets booed? He gets racist abuse? What is it?
Nothing.
Exactly. Nothing should happen to him off the back of a penalty miss. Yeah, we can all have our moments of anger at our houses and in our homes, but we can't go online and saying fuck Saka, you're this or that. I know this is going off the grid, but I saw some white guy put up like a monk. He put Saka's face formed into like an ape.
Did you laugh?
No. You saw it?
Did you see it? Did you laugh?
Did you laugh?
It's disgusting.
You laughed, didn't it?
I didn't.
You know what I hate about you? You being off camera.
Brent laughed.
You're a dirty guy, you know?
I didn't laugh.
You
at
laughed.
all.
I know you laughed.
You know, sometimes I laugh at the ridiculous nature of racism and how it's displayed.
Yeah.
But that picture, have you seen it?
You're sick. What are you trying to go on? You want to say it's funny?
It kind of looked like him.
Ah, and on
Look
that,
at his face, right?
and on
that note, people.
Wait. It's his face morphed. So it's like, for example, if someone took my face and put a monkey face over it, yeah, my face is in there. So obviously you're gonna see me in there.
I think the fact that it was used for a racist act is what makes it despicable.
As opposed to being used for what?
If you show that to me, oh, look what I created. Why create this?
Exactly.
It's funny.
Yeah, because I'm black.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
If I was white, you'd be like, what the fuck are you creating that for?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And that's why I said it's nasty, disgusting.
Yeah.
And the fact that it did the wrongs.
Yeah.
I'm even thinking it might have even been a black person who did it and then put it in there. You know, some of these stupid trolls who got probably flipping black who just have footballer emojis.
Yeah. But the thing is,
they do a lot.
But you're a dark humor guy though.
That's why I said I could see it and I found it funny.
No, I know you did.
I found the picture funny because it looked like him.
Yeah, I know you found it funny.
And he looked cute. He looked cute. And he had an Arsenal t-shirt, or was it England?
No, that's his head.
Yeah, and because when you remove the racial, the racist element of it, you would still see him there. Like he's just a caricature.
Do you think Saka looks like a gorilla?
A gorilla?
An ape, whatever that picture was.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But like I said, I don't think you look like an ape or gorilla.
Yeah.
Some people say I look like a chipmunk. I can see me looking like a chipmunk.
Like Alvin. What do you mean?
Like, you know how you look at me? You know how I look young and like a chipmunky? Like, not chipmunk, but chimpanzee.
I don't see chimpanzee.
Okay, so
where
I have a whole set of collection of monkeys and chimpanzees and stuff in it.
Toys.
I collected, yeah, stuffed animals over the years. Only because people keep saying I look like.
Can you do me a favor? Could you bring some of them down?
For my room?
Not right now, but on Wednesday.
It's in the loft, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, I want to have a look at them.
All right, but none of them would look exactly like me. But people have said, yeah, I look like a monkey.
Why? Because you're a black man?
No, because I have like monkey features.
Or would they say a white man looks like a monkey though?
Huh?
Would they say a white man looks like a monkey?
The white guy from that guy looked like an orangutan.
Who?
Oh crap! You know that series on Amazon Prime with the Mexican girl, the white guy, the Haitian Donnie from the hood.
No idea what you're talking about.
Startup.
That's the one. And you see the guy who they went for the funding for?
Yeah.
He looks like a monkey. Can you see it? Can you see it? Right?
Maybe. Yeah,
100%. He looks like a white ape.
Have you got a picture?
Of the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you will agree with me.
Yeah. Anyway, what I was trying to say was, don't throw your players under the bus because of 1 or 2 bad performances, innit? They're not going to be perfect throughout the whole season. That's
A lot of Arsenal fans.
It's Hellboy, innit?
Man. Yeah, Hellboy.
Oh, the guy who plays Hellboy.
This dude, he looks like a white ape.
Oh, him, yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Like he could play like Bigfoot.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
So, yeah. He has
And have
He looks like a
minimal,
Sasquatch, yeah.
they have minimal makeup on though.
100%.
Like,
He has-
just himself just be Sasquatch.
He has all the features still. He has all the features.
Yeah. So yeah, my dark humor gets me in trouble all the time.
No, I know you would. We've had this conversation years ago. I know you would laugh at like. We've had this conversation before on the podcast. Like you would laugh at like. I don't want to say examples, but there's situations that have come up that we've discussed that you've had found funny.
Yeah, but I don't find racism funny.
I think in secret you would find a particular racist act funny, but you won't admit it.
I would admit it if, like I just said just now.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
This was a racist act, but I didn't see this picture without. I saw the picture without the context.
Yeah.
I was like, that's Saka.
Yeah.
Right? And then I saw the context and like, wait a minute, is this what is being circulating? This is wickedness. Just after his misses
That's what I'm saying. And the same thing happened after the World Cup miss. Is it World Cup or
picture?
Euros?
I didn't see
not the same picture.
This was cute.
Not the same picture. Just
All kinds of monkeys underneath
racist
underneath
abuse.
his pictures, isn't it? Just hella monkeys, non-stop
Surprised you didn't put it on
monkeys.
the screen.
What, the picture?
Yeah. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. That's
to give people context, isn't it?
Oh, here we go.
Saka monkey.
Is this the longest episode ever?
Well, I think
Officially, Brent. Like,
look at this.
We've done
This
it 4
is-
hours. This might be the longest one still. This
Look
might be the
at
longest we've ever
this.
done.
all right, guys, check out the screen.
Wait a minute. This is so wild.
It's very wild, to be fair.
My goodness.
Oof,
Look at that.
vicious.
And the thing is, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, that's Saka. And the fact that it is, I'm seeing Saka, I'm laughing because, wait, they've made him into
Yeah, because they've
a
morphed.
Planet of the Apes guy.
Okay, for
And
example,
then I saw the context, I'm like, this is what they did.
if they just took a picture of an ape, a random one, and said, this is Saka, it's different, isn't it? But because they've
Yeah.
actually taken Saka's
Yes.
actual face and they've done Photoshop to it and made it, it hits a bit different. It hits harder for me.
This is wild.
But it looks like him because it is his face, not because he looks like an ape. You know what I mean?
But they've just given him hair.
I feel like
Full on his face.
I feel like what you're saying is they didn't have to do much of that picture to make him look like that. That's why I feel like you're going with this. Am I
They
right
did
or
a
wrong?
lot to his picture to make him look like that.
I feel like
But
you're-
I see where you're coming from.
No,
I see
feel-
where your
I
mind
feel
is
like-
trying
no.
to permeate my mind.
I feel like that's where you're coming from.
That's
you,
not-
you don't feel like they've done much of that picture.
I think they've done a lot.
Are you sure? I don't feel like that's what you're
Yeah,
giving
I
me.
think they've done a lot. But obviously you're seeing something other than what I'm seeing. So
Listen, that is a horrendous picture, man. That's uncalled for, man. It's only football, man. It's only football.
Yeah.
It's only football. It's only football. Ain't that deep. Really isn't that deep, man.
these people are wicked.
Yeah.
Look, it's a supposed Arsenal fan. This clown has cost us the league. Can you imagine? As I said, I don't. These.
Oh no,
this-
that guy there. He's not the guy who created it. He's
Yeah, not him. I'm talking about the.
guy who
tweet.
tweeted it. Yeah, the guy's some weight.
And
Right.
I bet you it's some stupid person with like a Arsenal.
Them football Twitter pages, them accounts that's got like footballers as their profile pictures.
Yeah.
They're some of the worst.
Yeah.
And I don't even mean like the big ones. I just mean like the normal idiot people. Like if you've got 50 followers, but you got Dwight York up there, like they're the ones who go
100%.
ham.
Yeah.
They're horrible people.
That's why I'm backing Elon Musk to bring identification to every single profile on Twitter.
I think every single social media you should have to put your ID in it, whether it be passport, driving license, something. Any social media you should have to sign up properly on it. These people think they could just do what they want and no one can't come and find you.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Dangerous stuff.
Yeah, I'll be up for that. And if you don't want it, just don't use it because there ain't gonna be no difference. I ain't doing nothing egregious like that. If Twitter or Instagram needed my passport, I'd be like, here you go.
Did you hear about the
Killy.
Fuji's guy being a informant?
Yes.
FBI.
Said you got to pay 100 mil. No, we
$100.
can't do this, man. It's 12:30, man. I'm not
No,
doing
I'm
this.
just saying tomorrow.
No,
I
I'm
wanted
going.
my to bring up tomorrow because this is crazy.
Yeah, let's talk about it
if we
tomorrow.
track back
Just look at hip hop full stop.
Wednesday,
Like, who
please.
else?
Wednesday, please. Because
Wednesday, all right, cool.
I was going to use that in rotation.
Crazy.
But I didn't do enough research, so I didn't want to bring it up until I'd done my reading. So Wednesday, please.
Crazy.
Yeah?
Cool.
Wednesday.
Crazy.
Cool. All right, man. This has been a long one, man. God damn.
All right, bye-bye.
See you later, man.